Sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when our participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
We're taking the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the world cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the MSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
My name is Dr. Rafiu Oladipo.
My name is Baba Jalal Repega.
I'm Reverend Juliet Benite.
I'm Godio Didi.
My name is Professor Oladokun Sulaiman Olarawaju.
SOUQ News is on the ground, loading.
Very enlightening, very educative, and entertaining.
Thank you to SOUQ News. So I'm happy that SOUQ TV has come into existence.
I'm happy to be here in the SOUQ News.
I want to encourage you to subscribe to the channel and keep watching news that makes sense.
As Browning said, once extension of one's reach should not exceed one's grasp, or what is heaven for? And I think SOUQ News is doing that.
Africa needs a voice of truth, and SOUQ News has become one of them. And get ready, get ready, get ready.
And keep watching.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News. It's a place to be.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and fear.
Investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to begin, 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we tell you, go, get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarreling with, those you have issues. This is time to talk. We tell you, yeah, we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood, or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
According to the Bureau of Statistics data, this growth underscores the expansion of the Nigerian movie, music, arts and entertainment industries, which have grown by 152.79% year-on-year over the past decade. From a gross domestic product (GDP) contributing of 288.31 billion naira at the first quarter of 2014, the arts, entertainment, recreation, motion picture, sound recording and music production industries grew to 728.80 billion naira as of first quarter of this year. The MBS aggregates numbers for the sector from revenue generated, total sales, from the number of movies and sound recording produced, including revenue generated from TV rights, royalties and fees. The sector, which is part of a broader service sector, has become a major contribution to the country's overall GDP. The first top sectors are arts, entertainment and recreation, information and communication, construction, accommodation and food services and water supply, sewage, waste management and remediation. Nigeria's entertainment scene has benefited from a boom in new content, driven by increased investments, a growing cinema culture, and rising streaming services. The popularity of music genres like Afrobeat has also contributed to the boom in the industry. This reporter feels that Nigerians just need to ensure that our creatives and storytellers are telling amazing stories. Nollywood's financial success is attributed to box office revenue, home video sales, online streaming platforms, and international sales. In 2023, Netflix disclosed that it had invested over $23 million in the Nigerian film industry over 7 years, supporting 5,140 jobs and over 250 local licensed titles. This investment contributed $39 million to the Nigerian GDP, $34 million to household incomes, and $2.6 million to tax revenue. Cinemas in Nigeria generated 18.62 billion naira in revenue in the past 3 years, driven by a surge in ticket sales and box office hits. Between 2021 and 2023, movies like A Tribe of Judah have grossed over 1 billion naira at the box office, and others like The King of Boys and Black Book have gone on to critical acclaim. The growth of Nollywood, the second fastest growing film sector globally, has spurred local investors to back creative talent. The country's music industry is also thriving. According to Spotify Wrapped, local music demand surged 284% in 2023. Statista reported that the sector's revenue grew from $26 million in 2014 to $34 million in 2018, with projections reaching $44 million in 2023. A 2023 report by the International Federation of the Phonographic Industry revealed that the music revenue in Nigeria and other sub-Saharan African countries grew by 24.7%, driven by a surge in paid streaming revenues, which climbed 24.5%. This growth is attributed to the global appeal of the Afrobeat genre and the international success of Nigerian artists. PricewaterhouseCoopers, PwC, in its Global Entertainment and Media Outlook for 2022 to 2026, identified Nigeria's media and entertainment industry as one of the fastest growing creative industries in the world. PwC projected an annual consumer growth rate of 8.8% for the sector and highlighted its potential to grow export earnings significantly, which is estimated will reach $1 billion soon. I am Bayo Olaoye.
This is the story of Julie Coker, beauty queen, pioneer broadcaster, staunch Catholic, fearless woman activist, the Yaito of Lagos. From a historical viewpoint, the first terrestrial signals of television broadcasting in Nigeria occurred when the then Western Regional Government established Western Nigeria's Government Broadcasting Corporation, popularly known as WNTV, on Saturday, October 31, 1959 at Agodi. WNTV was not just a pioneer in TV broadcasting in Nigeria, it also enjoyed the status of being the maiden TV station in the whole of Africa. WNTV belonged to the Western Nigeria Television Service. Africa has seen the emergence of exceptionally gifted stars in the broadcasting industry, particularly television gems.
She's a wonderful woman.
An icon and a legend.
She's paid her dues in that industry. She's done so much.
One of those unique creations of history whose outstanding quality precede them.
Miss Nigeria. Julie. Now, so not be today fine. Long time she was hitting the headlines. When television started, Julie was already reigning as TV star.
Oh, she was a big superstar in Nigeria. She's a great woman and continues to be great. She bears nobody any grudge. She's a happy-go-lucky person, and she takes life as it comes. She's not envious of anybody.
This is the story of Julie Coker, beauty queen, pioneer broadcaster, staunch Catholic, fearless woman activist, the Yaito of Lagos.
A wonderful, wonderful woman. She's an inspiration. I mean, this was somebody that I used to watch on television when I was a child. And when I met her again in England, she would sit down with me, we'll have a good chat and about so many things. I've learned a lot from her. And there are times, you know, we'll go out for a meal and she'll be telling me about the good old days of Nigeria. And really and truly, I want the good old days of Nigeria to come back. She's mentored a lot of people, a very down-to-earth lady. And I saw her recently. It was amazing. When she gave me her contact number and she could recall the number from memory, somebody was saying, how could you have done that, ma? I said, I really don't know. An eloquent speaker, elegant lady, a beautiful soul. I mean, there are too many qualities this woman has. And she was saying, do you know what? We have to do something for this generation. And these are people that we admire so much and will continue to admire them because they are like an institution. What can we do? We should have something like a walk of fame, honestly, for people like her. Ms. Taiwo Ajayi Lycett. This is also an institution as well, the veteran actress. And she is a very strong advocate for arts and culture. People like her, people like Chief Julie Coker, they ought to be celebrated. And this is why I always say, maybe this is me putting on my Renew African Mindset cap on again, promoting healthy living in the elderly. They ought to be celebrated whilst they're still alive. And this is what we should be encouraging. To tap into their talents, to bring up the younger generation.
I am the adopted son of Chief Julie Coker. She's actually my auntie, yet or more. I mean, when my father, became late, you understand? She took me in under her wings, and I've been with her ever since the age of 6. And if I'm going to talk about her memories, there are so many, they are numerous. It's like the memories of a mother and a child. Yet we've done everything. I was almost everything we did together. We traveled to Los Angeles together for the 1984 Olympics. She took me along with the NT entourage. We covered the event together. I learned a lot from her. So there are so many memories, but whenever she travels, she along with her son, second son, Richard, always tag along with her wherever she went. So it's a normal, my memories are that of a mother and a child. Chief Julie Coker is, to me, an icon and a legend. And the history of Nigerian broadcasting can never be complete or even written at all without the mention of Chief Julie Coker. First, she was more or less the first woman in so many, in broadcasting. She was the first, before Nollywood, she acted. Before you heard any musician, she went into music. So, as I said, the history of entertainment and broadcasting can never be complete without her name.
Incidentally, Chief Julie Coker is a younger cousin to my late father. Wilbert Aiden Okoro Sr. My background is I'm a journalist by background. I'm a chartered member of the Institute of Public Relations. And incidentally, Chief Julie Coker is a younger cousin to my late father, Wilbert Aiden Okoro Sr. Well, we've had fond memories of Auntie Julie Coker, let me put it that way back as a child growing up. We used to be very proud and still very proud of her as a pioneer newscaster in Nigeria. She's paid her dues in that industry. She's done so much. She's done, as a pioneer newscaster, like I said, we've always been very proud of her. She has been very professional, and as children, we always look forward to 9 o'clock news where Auntie Julie Coker it's on to cast the news, and we're always out there to see her. She has paid her dues. She has spent all her time being particular about professionalism in the industry, even up till now. She's done so much in the industry. She's done so much in the industry. Growing up, she has never been someone, and she's a lovely auntie. We always go to her. She always wants people to come around her. In spite of her status, she wants us, the children of her relatives, to always come over to Ikoyi, to Victoria Land, wherever she lived. And there's one particular thing that I know about her, is that she never discriminated. For the people who lived with Auntie Julie Coker, I never lived with her. There's nobody that lived with Auntie Julie Coker that never traveled outside the country for holidays. So she's always like that. She wanted the best for everybody around her. Coming to relationship in the church where I attend, where my father and my great-grandfather attended, she was not a member of my church because she was a Catholic, but because she had affiliation with that church, because her mother was a member of that church. She was always particular about the growth and development of that church. And that's Holy Covenant Family Church, that's the only Chekuri church in Lagos. She was always particular about the growth and development of that church. She put in everything to make sure that the church is improving and all of that. Beyond that, our association with the church, generally our Catholic church, up till now, she's a strong member of the church. She has all her faith daily, has a very close relationship with our God, our Creator, and she's done so much in that direction. Up till now, as I speak with you, she's still a strong member of the Catholic Church, and she has both the UK, in Nigeria, the Holy Cross, the Falmouth Church. She's had a good relationship. She's a God-fearing person. She's lived all her life showing care and concern to people, and that has always been a hallmark. A legacy of hard work, dedication to duty, to our profession, a legacy of love. I think the legacy of believing in God in whatever comes her way. You know, she's had her vicissitudes of life, and she's been able to overcome all of this. I mean, losing 2 children, you never can, the way the strength to overcome all of this is awesome. But beyond that, more legacy is that she has done so much for this country. I could remember that even, I think just quite recently, she was talking about retraining of broadcasters. That's her passion. She has a legacy. She's done so much. So it's a lot of things that she has put into making Nigeria, into contributing to Nigeria. So her legacy, I can't even say, I can't pinpoint to only one thing. She's done so much across board, and so she's worth celebrating.
Let us honor this world-class broadcaster, a national and universal figure of distinction. Chief Julie Coker was born on July 25, 1940 to an Egba father from the Coker family in Abeokuta, Ogun State, and an Ishekiri mother from the Okorogeye Bodo family of Warri, Delta State. She was raised by her mother on Lagos Island and attended St. Mary's Convent School for her primary education.
One of those unique creations of history whose outstanding qualities precede them. My own recollection is that she was already a public figure, very glamorous on television before our paths crossed. And of course, as it so happens in such circumstances, you actually, the reputation precedes the actual meeting. So, and I think it must have been in the early 60s when she was the glamour girl of Western Nigerian television. And I think before then, she was at Holy Child College, and from there proceeded to a much more public posture. And of course, if you go even earlier than that, you have to admit that she is the product of the cross-culture of the Benin, Warri, Sapele axis, and then of course in Lagos where she went to school, and then to capital, Ibadan, which was at that time the melting, not just the melting point, but the boiling point in Nigerian political affairs. But so she was already in the public consciousness through being being a regular feature on television. And then, of course, she married one of the Nauros, Michael Nauro, was at St. Grace, who had, was an old boy at St. Grace College, and had been a superstar in football, athletics, music, and what have you. And I think at that time, St. Grace College boys had a monopoly on Holy Child girls.
Julina Sapele girl. I'm from Ogwanja in Sapele. Right now, I'm president of Sapele Boma Boys. So I know Julie after she was born. Miss Nigeria. Julie. Now, so not be today fine. Julie. Long time she was hitting the headlines. When television started, Julie was already reigning as TV star in Ibadan. That's where TV started in Nigeria. The rest is history. She's still fine. Making headlines wherever she is.
Well, people see her outside as a celebrity. I see her as an auntie. Like, she's my mother's first cousin. Her mother and my grandmother are sisters. Or we are sisters because they are all late. And it's an auntie I've always admired. As a child, she was a big superstar in Nigeria. And we grew up knowing Auntie Julie as someone who worked in WNTV, WNTS in Ibadan. And we all grew up to love her. She was very beautiful. She still tries to be beautiful now, even at her age of 84, she'll be 84 in July, And we worked together in NTA. I left NTA some years ago. We left NTA around the same time. I was the company secretary legal advisor to the NTA. And I was the closest to her because we saw every day at work, being that she's my auntie as well. We got on very well. She's very patient. And she's a great woman and continues to be great. She bears nobody any grudge. She's a happy-go-lucky person. And she takes life as it comes. She's not envious of anybody. She's accepted all God has given her in a very, very graceful way. She continues to be happy, and I just wish her all the best. In those days, they didn't have the gadgets we have now. Then, most things were very practical. Today, a lot of things are automated. We had very hot studios. They used to rehearse a lot. But now the internet has made life very easy. Now you can just be in a room and have it as your station and everything. Then we had huge transmitters. I remember going from state to state to launch transmitters in the 80s. And Auntie Julie was one of those people who started television, one of the first broadcasters, and they did a very good job, and they should be honored for their role in the pioneering television services in Nigeria. We don't know the criteria they use these days to honor people. I've seen many people who've done so much, they are not honored, and people who've done nothing and are honored. At the end of the day, it's God that honors you. I know she's a very good Christian. She goes to church regularly. I'm not that super religious, but she is. She doesn't joke with her religion. She doesn't miss her masses. And I believe that's what has kept her going in spite of all the tragedies she's had in life. She has good relations and a big family. And she's, like I'll tell you, a very, very happy and contented person. Contentment is a virtue that one has to have. So at the end of the day, if they talk about television, I mean, she should be honored as one of the pioneers of television in Africa, because the first television in Africa was in Ibadan, like you know. So, and if she's one of the pioneers, I guess she has a place in history. That's what I've been talking about, being a pioneer television star, a superstar. I mean, she did a lot of programs, like you know. She was a beauty queen. We should not forget that aspect. So in those days, people want to see beautiful faces on television. And she combined both beauty, eloquence, gait. She was very calm. I've never seen her lose her temper. I do. I lose mine. But I've never, no matter how you sort of annoy her, she's always very calm. She never loses her temper. And she has a lot going for her. But contentment is the greatest, I say, and the fear of God. Like I told you, she's very religious. And I think that's her greatest strength.
And Only Child College, Obalinde, Lagos, for her secondary education. Her journey to the limelight began with her winning the Miss Western Nigeria Beauty Contest in 1957 and her coming second in the Miss Nigeria Beauty Competition in 1958. She joined the Western Nigeria Television, WNTV, in 1959 as the second female face on television in Africa. She attended numerous courses in England, United States of America, Germany, and Norway, where she was groomed in the art of television broadcasting. Upon her return from one of these overseas courses, she joined the Nigeria Television Services (NTS), which later became the Nigerian Television Authority (NTA). She became an icon at the WTA, where she anchored the network news and numerous programs and events. She retired as an assistant director of marketing and state operations. Though now retired tired, she is not tired, as she tirelessly runs a pet project, Richard Coker Foundation, a charitable organization established in memory of her late son, Mr. Richard Coker Enaro. The major objectives of this organization is to help people suffering from sickle cell anemia. This documentary spotlights Julie Coker, particularly her family life and her days in the broadcasting industry, from her humble beginnings through the various travels and triumphs of being raised by a lone parent, her dear mother, her meteoric rise to stardom, and managing fame and popularity at a young age.
I am a broadcaster by training, and broadcasting has been part of my life since I was 8 years old. And by the grace of God, I practiced the profession and got to the pinnacle of my career, having worked with the NTA as a news correspondent, sports commentator, and sports anchor. Chief Julie Coker is not only a beautiful, delightful, immensely talented
Parts of Sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency, but then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, glad to know you're still there with us. Now let's start our global policy update for today by looking at the development in the US market, where the inflation rate has dropped to 2.9%. This is according to statistics of figures released by the Bureau of Labor Statistics in the US. Now, this is believed to be the lowest in the last 3 years. Now, the question is, can US maintain this momentum or make progress, even as it's considering having its interest rate benchmark, whether to cut it or not, as the Federal Reserve is considering having its meeting in September? What will be the implication of this in the US economy? And then the question also is, it's a political year. What might likely be the aftermath of these? Let's shift the conversation to our guest who joins us virtually in the business of shaping policy for today. We have a global affair analyst. We're being joined by Mukhtar Mohammed, who is also the CEO of Finance with Mukhtar. Glad to have you join us this morning, and good to see you again, Mukhtar.
Always a pleasure to be on your program. Good morning.
Always a pleasure too, having this kind of conversation with you. When it comes to global affairs, you're always the right man. Now, let's beam our searchlight on what is happening in the US market, where the latest figure released by the Bureau of Labor Statistics in July has shown that the inflation rate has dropped to 2.9%. What do you make of this development and the trends of things in the last 3 months in the U.S. economy?
Well, thank you again for that comment. I mean that for that, will I say, for that kind words about being the best in global affairs. Okay, when you look at the U.S. economy in the past 3 months, you've seen it's gone through the ups and the downs, and finally it seems to be looking up. But again, it didn't just look up just by virtue of just pronouncement or anything that is just happening. But again, it's due to the government of the U.S., especially the Federal Reserve, done to the U.S. economy. Like you said, inflation is coming down for the first time in the last 3 months. And again, consumer spending also going up. And so that shows that there's a balance between fiscal and monetary policies. And that's why you're seeing what you're seeing in the U.S. economy as it stands now. When you look at those figures, you realize that what the U.S. is trying to do is looking at the core driver of inflation and keep addressing that, and why they also look at their economy also as a consumer-based economy. And so what they do is also trying to make sure that their consumers also have enough to spend, so that the economy is not stifled, whereby you are just trying to grow the economy to the detriment of trying to fight inflation to the detriment of growing the economy. There seems to be a synergy in that regard. So what you see is that while the Federal Reserve is hiking rate, you see that the physical side is also looking at ways of expanding in terms of consumer loan. And then why they do that also to make sure that consumer space does not suffer from any crisis. There seems to be a hike in terms of salaries, in terms of wages of their workers. And so when you look at all these, you are seeing why the economy is the way it is. Just last, when their data came,
All right, we seem to be having a glitch connecting to our guest. We're looking at the U.S. inflation rate, and it started by providing a background to the development. And according to the statistics provided by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the figure dropped to 2.9% in July, which is the lowest in the last 3.5 years. It's been up to the target of reaching inflation rate. Now, this is coming at a time where the Federal Reserve is expected to cut rates, speculated by some economists. Is looking at with this development, the Federal Reserve might be emboldened to look at the possibility of cutting rates in the U.S. And the meeting is slated for September. But the point is, looking at this annual inflation rate, which has slowed down to 2.9%. What is the reality playing out as regards the prices of goods and services? There are comments from some Americans as regards the development that impact this development, having the inflation rate at 2.9%. Prices of goods and services are still high, especially when it comes to consumable goods and all that. And then looking at what is playing out in the manufacturing sector. The U.S. economy is also very sensitive when it comes to global development. You know, it's just like when the U.S. economy sneezes, every other economy might likely catch cold, given the fact that the global trade is highly dollarized. And the fact that it's a peculiar time for the U.S. economy. The election is coming in a few months, and it's a political year, and a lot of activities are taking place to ensure that the economy is in good shape. You have a lot of candidates who are also telling the electorates their plans for the economy, because the economic issues form the basis for opinion as regards when it comes to election. And if you look at the contenders, each of them, they released their plans as regards the economy, the U.S. economy, restoring the economy. But the point is, between now and then, what should be the responsibility of the Federal Reserve as regards interest rates, as a lot of manufacturers, investors, businesses are also complaining about the cost of borrowing, which is also significant at a time like this. But the question is, would you expect the Federal Reserve to cut rates in meeting slated for September? All right, let's go on a short break now and see what I guess we have to say as regards this development. Stay with us.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when our participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
We're just taking the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
background to this development. Let's get back to him now. Mukhtar, glad to know you're still there with us. All right, we understand it's just beyond your control. Now, you were providing a background to this kind of development when you have inflation rate at 2.9%, which is perceived to be the lowest in the last 3 years. Tell us the implication of these on the U.S. economy and what will be the aftermath on these on prices of goods and services.
Yes, I think you've already said it. Aftermath of goods and services, like I was saying before, we had the network issue. What we saw there is that in terms of labor, in terms of minimum wage has gone up. The American economy is a consumer-driven economy that's largely driven by consumers always having to buy things for the economy. So what we saw there is the economy is improving because job creation and increase in minimum wage. It's also brought more money into the hands of the average American for spending. And you could see that in their report about food and services sectors that actually improve in terms of revenue. You could see that in Walmart. In terms of distribution, you could also see that in Amazon and other food companies in America. So what we saw is a synergy as as inflation goes down, then the cost of the goods also came down, and then the earning ability of the average American also went up. So you could see a balance in terms of where inflation was. Now inflation is coming down, their earning ability is up. So you are able to match this together, and it has a snowball effect in the area of wages and then in the area of consumables. And like I said, the economy is a largely driven consumable economy. So what you are saying now is that a lot of people have funds to be able to provide food for their household. So that for me is a key driver, because like I said, the American economy is largely driven by needs. Then before you talk about the want. And so most of these needs are being met because of the increase in minimum wage and also the reduction in terms of inflation. So you are able to buy more goods in the market. That's all the long and short of it.
All right. In the last 3 months, the U.S. economy has, experienced what we call stable consumer prices. But let's look at the target set by the Federal Reserve as regards inflation and the bid to tackle inflation in the U.S. Now, the target is to ensure that inflation is at 2%. But as of July, the inflation rate now it's at 2.9%. Would you consider this to be a progressive development in a bid to manage inflation in the U.S.?
Well, very progressive, especially when you look at where they are coming from. They're coming from an inflation that is almost like 9%, 10% of the time, almost 11%. And then within 3 years, you can see that has come down drastically to about 2.9%. And when you look at that, so going forward, you realize that it's also doable for them to get to the 2% of the target they have set for themselves. But you can see a long-term strategy. It's not a fire brigade approach. They're looking at the core inflation drivers, and they realize that the core inflation driver in America has to do with food, essential household items for which most Americans consume. And so what they did in that space to look at what is causing the distortion in this food and prices, they look at the Chinese, in terms of high tariff. Also, they also look at the farmers. How can they improve them to bring in more products into the economy? And then they looked at the crisis in Russia and Ukraine, which Ukraine happened to be one of their supply in terms of wheat. And they begin to look at how do we deal with there any other countries that will begin to get wheat from, and how do we partner with them? So they look at situation and know that this is the key issues with our economy. So how do we address it? They look at one other key driver of the inflation was oil and gas in terms of increase in gas. So they looked at that, and also they decided to also touch in their reserve to pump in more gas into the market, and that also means a lot of gas in the system. That also dropped down the price of gas in virtually every city in America. And you must forget that up to this moment, they are still enjoying the tax holiday on, on purchasing of gas. So that also helps. So it's more or less creating more funding, especially where you have tax holiday. So you are putting more money in the hands of the average American. You are reducing their expenditure because you know that the key driver of your economy is consumables. So once Americans cannot consume, then your economy cannot grow. A hike in interest rate. If you look at that, you realize that the hike in interest rate was gradually going down, and now we are getting to a point whereby
we continue to make progress in fighting inflation and reducing costs for American households. How do you react to this kind of statement? Some people will say it's actually political. Some will say it's actually portraying the reality. Now, Joe Biden is saying his administration is making progress when it comes to managing inflation and reduce costs for American households. And here on the other hand, let's look at the reality on ground as regards prices of goods and services. How do you marry this statement with the reality in some instances where prices of energy and cost of some goods are still high?
Well, you look at it, say 3 years. If you look at the first 3 years, they came in, inflation was very high. And again, at that time, that was after the administration of former President Trump or presidential candidate Trump. So yes, it could be a political statement, but by reality on ground. You might not see price reduction drastically like it was, but you can agree with me that if you look at their data, a lot of prices have come down, especially in the area of energy and also gas. That's one of the major issues that the American face. But the average American would tell you that, again, we face those issues, but it's not so much of an issue. Where we really know whether our economy has really turned around is when we get to winter. And so where we have to use more gas, we have to use more energy. So maybe that's how we begin to know whether it's reality or not. But as it stands, it's a reality because a lot of their goods has come down. A lot of consumers are also able to buy products and services. So that's the reality on ground. Yes. Is it political? Of course, it's happening in a political. Yes, a plus to the Democrat stance now. So it's not left for the Republican to dispute that fact. So, but the reality on ground is that to the average American, the cost of living is getting a little bit low comparable to 3 years ago. So that is a plus to the administration. To the reality, yes, not every sector is enjoying that, but again, that's why you still have that 2.9. 9 is still there, and that's those areas that you begin to see them deal with. And when you look at those areas they are planning to deal with, they are trying to deal with that area also by reducing cost of businesses. So they are looking at that area. Look, now the challenge is cost of funding in terms when businesses borrowed is high. So we are going to make sure that we cut rates so that now businesses will have to borrow at a lower cost, and that also will make them employ people. And once you bring cost of funding down, which is part of what causes height in price hike, then you are also beginning to see a reduction in price because the smaller business will also be able to borrow at a low interest rate, and that will bring down their goods and services. So I think now what they are concentrating on is to see how they can bring down cost of business, cost of doing business, and cost of funding. And the way they can do that is to cut rate. And so once that happens, then you are going to see that data coming up before the election showing that a lot of businesses will be employing more Americans because the cost of business has come down. Then a lot of costs of goods and services will also be coming down because cost of business also have come down. So they are tackling those issues with clear-cut strategies on how to deal with this inflation. So that's the reality on ground.
All right, now let's look at the tax before the Federal Reserve, which is expected to have its meeting in September. Now, some economists have also speculated that this would be the best time for the Fed to consider cutting rates, given the inflation rate at 2.9%. Some felt it should be a form of encouragement for the Federal Reserve to consider cutting rates. Will you, as an expert in this field, do you consider this to be something valid, that a good time for the Federal Reserve to consider cutting interest rate as it's going to have its or prepares for its meeting in September? What's your take on this?
Yeah, It's a no-brainer. Like I said, you brought inflation down. Cost of some of these goods are down. The 9% that you are seeing there is largely driven by cost of high cost of businesses, especially in the area of borrowing. And so what you see that small companies are borrowing at a high interest rate. So cut down the interest rate, they are able to borrow, they are able to expand, they are able to create more jobs for their people. Then the longer, bigger picture is that goods will come down, because that means you cost of funding also have gone down, and also that will have a snowball effect into in the area of cost of production, and then you will see that drive into the area of gas also and energy. So definitely, I think it's a no-brainer for them. They will have to cut rate, because they have dealt with most of the issue that is like dealing with them by the inflation, so that their focus now will be to grow the economy. And to grow the economy, then you need to cut rate, because especially American economies has a little resemblance with Nigerian economy. It is largely driven by the smaller businesses, and smaller businesses in America are largely driven by funding. And once they get low cost of funding in their banking sector, then you tend to see those effects in the overall economy of the overall economy.
All right. Now, we're barely 3 months to the election. What kind of obligation are you expecting from the Federal Reserve to keep this momentum? The target is to ensure inflation rate is at 2%. Now it's at 2.9%. For that to be achieved, the target of 2%, what are the obligations expected of the Federal Reserve in months to come?
Well, number one, you should know that the American economy is devoid of politics, and that's why the Federal Reserve Bank they call it the Federal Reserve, is independent in terms of decisions that they make. So we are going to look at those data. Those data will be coming in, and it's very encouraging what has come in now. So definitely going forward, but again, it's an election year, like you say. Is the Democrat that in power? They want to make sure that the economy is looking up, especially that a lot of debates on the economy will be stationed on. I mean, a lot of voters will be looking at the economic policies going forward, and so they want to score a plus in that area. So, like I said, one of the things they will be doing is cutting rate. They will cut down rates definitely. You remember sometime, was it 2 weeks ago, they were having challenges. People were saying that there might be a crisis. The stock market responded negatively. But in few days, the market responded positively when they realized that the crisis that we're looking at is not going to come through the mortgage sector. It's not going to affect the financial sector. And it was just in terms of employment data that did not meet the standard. And then, I mean, the data they were expecting was less than what they expect, and they reacted negatively. But in the long run, they realized that the economy is in a sound footing when those inflation numbers came and everything stabilized. So definitely, and before now, they were saying if it continues like that in terms of job data not improving, they may even meet before September. But now it seems that they will meet in September, and one thing is paramount in their mind: to cut rates. So I think the major thing they are going to do, the Federal Reserve is going to cut rate, definitely. But like I said, the physical side are not just sitting down watching. They're also looking at improving consumer spending in terms of giving bringing down the cost of business, and that's what the Federal Reserve will do for them. Cut down the rates, then they will now improve in terms of consumer spending. And how they try to deal with consumer spending in the US or by the fiscal side is to increase minimum wage. So a lot of Americans, those that consume now have a lot of money to be able to they have a lot of money to purchase consumables, and that will drive their economy going forward. So Federal Reserve will cut rate, physical side will make sure that there's more liquidity in the system, so that the productive sector, the most vibrant sector of the American economy, which is the consumer goods sector, will also add to the GDP of the economy and also create more jobs for the economy, and in the long run grow the economy better than what is expected. And I think that's basically what they're going to do. It's not rocket science.
All right, let's look at the political side of this development, because it's a political year. We can't but talk about it. Earlier, I made reference to the statement credited to President Biden as regards this development. I would like to quote what Donald Trump said. The presidential nominee under the party or the Republican Party. He said it declares the country is approaching economic Armageddon. You know, I would love you to take note of these words and react to them to balance the conversation. He said, in recent appearance, he has warned that the country is on the brink of depression, describing the economy as broken, and claimed that the rising prices making an average Americans miserable. Now, he described the economy using the word, the country is approaching economic Armageddon, and is emphasizing that the rising prices are making an average Americans miserable. Now, if you compare this with the statement credited to Joe Biden earlier as regards the economy, what will be your take on these two statements from these two gladiators?
Well, my take is one is talking politically, the other one is talking reality on ground. The American economy in terms of data does not lie. I mean, that's one area that data has largely driven their economy. And by the data are from independent sources. They don't come from the federal government alone, the government part, they come from independent. And like I said, the Federal Reserve is void of political interference. So when you look at that, definitely that means the reality on ground is that yes, cost of living was high, but again, it's largely coming down. And again, like I said, it's not driven by what the Americans were. It was driven by things that were not what was beyond their control, especially the energy side in terms of gas, where Russia was sanctioned, and a lot of sanction on Russia because of the war in Ukraine. There was a blockage also in the exporting of wheat from Ukraine. The United Nations had to step in. So there's a lot of things that are going. America need to look for a new trading partner in the area of energy. So there was a lot of glut in the system, and so that's why what happened. Remember that even him, Donald Trump, left started the economy very well, but didn't leave the economy in a good state, especially with the way he handled the COVID-19 incident, and also the way he also handled the Black Lives Matters issues. All that had a negative impact on the economy, even if it started very, very well. So when Joe Biden came to power, they were trying to build all those things to bring it back to stability, and so that's why you see what you see there. So, but again, like I said, it's not expected that he will say that the economy is going well, because who is going to win the vote is who comes with a better economic plan, because what is driving voter sentiment, especially the non-deciding investor, is what plan do you have for the economy. And when you look at Donald Trump's first 2 years before COVID, you realize that he has a better plan for the economy. But again, he lost his way through COVID, and then he was not able to gain that momentum going forward, and he lost the election. And then Joe Biden came in, he had to face a lot of crises when he came in, especially the Russian-Ukraine crisis, after trying to deal with issues that have to do with COVID. Remember, a lot of Americans' lives were lost at that time. And so all these are the negative. So they really have to work from ground zero to where they are today. So they could give that as a plus to them. And then when you look at their own economic policy from the Democratic candidate Vice President Kamala Harris, you realize that it's talking more of putting more money in the hands of consumers, getting tax relief for first-time mortgage applier, first-time mortgage applicant. It seems to be hitting the right note. But again, what people are saying is that a lot of Americans say, do we really have these funds to drive this very, very ambitious economic plan? So those are what they are bringing to the table to tell the America, especially undeciding voters, to know where they will have to cast their vote come November.
All right. The U.S. election is slated for November. For the electorate who are also thinking of who to vote for. Now, when it comes to the issue of the economy, it's also part of the factors that the electorate consider to determine who they are going to vote for. Now, what do you think are the obligations expected from whoever is going to emerge as the next president of the U.S. in fixing the economy? For those who have not made up their mind as regards who to vote for, what do you think they should watch out for when it comes to economic goals and any of the candidates as regards fixing the economy as campaigns and every other activities continue?
Well, when you look at in terms of fixing the economy, most Americans also have more confidence in Joe Biden than Kamala Harris. If you look at data, they have, because of his antecedent being a private sector driven man, like I said, what he did before COVID came in, that he lost his way. So most Americans have most confidence in him, but they don't trust him to go through those policies, especially they see him as a man that is coming to make the rich richer than impoverish the poor or put the poor into forced labor. And that was not helped with his interview with Elon Musk, where he said that workers can be fired anytime they go on strike, and that has backfired on the workers' union, especially in key deciding states like Michigan and Philadelphia, are already working against him seriously. And that is creating more momentum for Kamala Harris. So definitely, yes, they trust him with the economy, but they don't trust him to keep to his word when it comes to the economy, because they think maybe he's very erratic in terms of making economic decisions. So that for me is a negative to him. But again, Kamala Harris also, they have their own challenge with her in terms of they think she's a novice, she's more of an administrator, and they don't. But again, that also will determine with the kind of team that he takes, and he has made the right choice in the vice president and candidate, which is also a man that is loved by both parties in terms of how he has dealt with the Black Lives Matter crisis, and where it started from, how he handled it, and how he has been able to take the economy of that state from where they are during the Black Lives crisis, during the COVID-19, to where they are today. So definitely you could see a partnership. One is administrative driven, one is economically driven. So it creates a very good partnership there. If you look at the Donald Trump, you see that Donald Trump is the economic man, and then the vice president is a political one, trying to see how they can win deciding state like Ohio. So all these are strategy. But again, undecided voters are looking at two things to make up their mind. They are looking at immigration and they are looking at economy. Now, in terms of immigration, they feel that Joe Biden is too hard, and then American economy is largely driven by immigrants. And so in that area, when you match immigration and the economy, then you think the Democrat will have it. And remember that what cost him his second term was actually his immigration policy, and by the economic side of it, how he handled the COVID-19 pandemics, and also the Black Lives Matter, which is almost like an economic issue. So those undecided voters are looking at that. They are not happy with his pronouncement because they don't think it's what he said. When it comes in, they'll make sure that about 1 million illegal immigrants are leaving America, and that is huge, and that will have a very big impact on the American economy. And I don't think the average American wants that. It will cause a lot of chaos in the system. They want stability, and And so for me, stability in terms of when you look at the economic policy, like I've said, Kamala Harris is looking at creating more jobs, is looking at more American owning houses, is looking at giving rebate to families that are up to 4. And so all these that drive towards putting more money, making the average American have more money to spend, and then don't grow the economy. And so, but for Joe Biden, seems to be the headliner. Think of immigration and that. And once you begin to remove the illegal immigrants out of America, then you are creating a gulch in terms of job. And once that gets come in terms of job, it has a way of affecting the economy, the viability of the economy, especially the technology sector that is largely driven by is a large driver of the American economy, but again, it's largely driven by immigrants. So it's a big challenge, and he has not been able to match that. And you can see that his rating goes down by the day. That tells you that in terms of policy, people tend to, because of the time they tend to move towards Kamala Harris in terms of provision, and then in terms of the hardliners, they will definitely want to follow Donald Trump like they've always done. So when you look at it, why one is thriving in the area of immigration, and again, the Democrats also can pride themselves that immigration has actually come down during Joe Biden administration than during Trump administration, that was high-headed in terms of handling those economic challenges, immigration challenges without making noise. So it's also a plus to them, and that also have had a way of reducing labor costs for businesses in America, because most of these low cost jobs are largely done by immigrants for this big company. So a lot of things seems to be working in favor of the Democrat, and so the undeciding voters might just be looking at that and to make up their mind. But like I said, in terms of America election, it's still early days. We are in August. It's still early days because sometimes this picture gets clearer towards the last weeks of September. Then you begin to see those projections come through, and 90% of the time, those projections are actually come out to be true. The only time those projections didn't come out to be true was also the time Donald Trump won. That could also give him confidence when he beat Clinton then. So that could also be an advantage for him, looking that these projections are not going to cross my way. After all, when I had Hillary Clinton, the same projection did not go my way, and I won. But it's very hard to see how Joe Biden will be able to, Donald Trump will be able to beat Kamala Harris based on the momentum that Kamala Harris is getting, especially with the youth.
All right. Interesting narrative there. Now, let's come back home now to see how we can shape policy in this regard. Obligation is to shape policy. Looking at the policy as regards inflation rate in the U.S., let's take take some lessons, rather, for Nigeria as regards tackling inflation in Nigeria. Looking at what the Federal Reserve is doing in the U.S., our own version of that is the CBN. What are the lessons for CBN as regards the approach to tackling inflation, looking at what the U.S. is doing as regards inflation policy?
Strategy, not panic, not fear. Those data didn't just come overnight. There were times that they were expecting the data to be better. It came up worse than what they expected, but they still have their strategy. Nigerian central bank have run an erratic strategy. Today is Dutch auction system. Tomorrow is settling with Bureau de Change. And the next day is fixing the rate for a particular product. So, and they have not been synergy until recently, whereby the physical side is ready to take a bite of the revenue. Like I said, the American physical side took a bite of their revenue in terms of petroleum tax has been suspended. And so you are seeing that a lot of people are buying gas lower compared to when they have to pay taxes on some of this gas. On every gas that they purchase. So they are taking a bite of the revenue. That's what the Nigerian government need to learn. They will say they have learned well. You say there's a tax holiday on some of household items or food items, but again, it's small compared to what we want because I don't see the tax holiday in some of these household items having so much impact, especially when you have a fluctuating exchange rate, because they will still need exchange rate to even bring this good. So what will make them have an impact is when you have a fixed exchange rate, especially with tariff. So that's what I think we should be learning. The physical side should be learning to synergize with the monitoring side, like what we have seen in America. So the monitoring side also should begin to look at provision of liquidity. The physical side should also be looking at cutting a bite of their revenue. That's when you can have that synergy, and then you can begin to see that the Nigerian economy have learned one or two lessons from the economy, from the American economy. Synergy, and then looking at the core driver of your inflation. And if you look at Nigeria core inflation drive, is largely driven by high cost of production, high cost of demand and supply, monetary policy decisions. What are we doing to reverse this policy? Maybe the figures that have come in recently looks exciting, but again, not much has been achieved. When you compare it by last year and this year, you realize that there's been an increase. And when you look at since this administration came to power, it seems that it was the administration that upped the peak in inflation. So there's still a lot that they should do, especially in the area of taking a bite of their revenue, looking at how they can create confidence in the economy, that what the Americans have done, looking at how they can put more money in the hands of the average Nigerian, which they have done in one way with the implementation of minimum wage. But if you implement minimum wage and the cost of goods doesn't come down, then it will not have a desired impact. Like America, you see, inflation came down, minimum wage goes up. So you could see that the impact will be there. So those are part of the things that I think we should learn from the Americans.
All right, away from the conversation on US inflation rate, now let's talk about what is happening in the Nigerian space, talking about the fast-moving consumable goods, talk about FMCG market in Nigeria. Now, the latest report has suggested that the volume of transaction has declined by 17.7% in the Nigerian market, which is Nigeria is considered to be the largest market for FMCG products. Now, what do you make of the development where you're having volume or decline in transaction as regards the volume transaction that should take place in that market? It has declined in the last few months. What do you make of this development? What do you think is largely responsible for this? And what are the peculiarities of some of these challenges that the Nigerian fast-moving consumable goods market, is contending with at this crucial time?
Well, that sector is contending with high cost of doing business, especially high cost of funding in terms of the hike of interest rate, because borrowing has gone as high as almost 30%. So they are struggling with that. And then consumers the consumer index perception is still low because a lot of consumers, like I say, they are not earning so much to be able to buy much of these goods and services. For me, those are the two major issues that is driving that sector. And what is causing that is just the FX volatility. Because, like I said, mostly about 70 to 80% of what we consume, we import into this country. When you don't have a stable exchange rate, definitely the volume of importation will drop because a lot of people cannot have access to FX. And that means the demand from one of these products will go high, then the cost will go high. Then a lot of people cannot afford it. So you will see those declines. So it's not rocket science. It's all Nigeria is struggling to achieve as it stands now is how to create stability in your FX market. Once you create that stability, once I know that I'm going to get a goods at 1,500 or 1,400, it gives me room to plan, especially for this sector of the SMGC. But if you don't have a feedback, you are not sure because FX today in the port is going to be reviewed daily, then you will not be so excited to even import. And when you want to import, and then again you'll be importing small because again there's liquidity crunch again. Yes, they've done the Dutch auction system, which shows that the CBN also is looking at, oh, this is really a problem, and they done the Dutch auction system at 1,500 and maybe 500 and something, and that is also still high. It's also still high compared to a time that they were giving the bureau de change at 1,000. The time they gave them at 1,300, and at a point the bureau de change themselves were saying that we cannot even continue to make profit at 1,200. They were looking at getting it at 1,100, 1,200, but we lost that momentum, and we're almost back at where we were before. So I think it's based, like I say, your strategy must come with a key objective that you want to achieve. But for now, I think what we are seeing in terms of responding, whatever we do, is a fire brigade. When there seems to be fire on the mountain, we come up with one policy, and once the fire comes down, then we go back and relax.
Now, when you look at the peculiarity of these goods, talk about fast-moving, consumable goods, these are necessities, household items, beverages, and the rest of them, which no doubt, people can do without these things. Now, my question is, what kind of intervention would you expect from the government to, perhaps, reduce the burden being faced by consumers as regards these now? Because this report has shown the decline in the volume of transaction, and this might likely be the trend in months to come if nothing is done. Now, looking at the peculiarity of the challenges the Nigeria economy is battling with now, what kind of intervention do you think will help, in making the figure better? Looking at the latest development now in this market, talk to us. What would you expect? What kind of policy?
You see, sometimes when you see those numbers, you're only looking at volume. But again, the government will pride themselves to look at value in terms of cost. But they will not give you the true picture because the value is largely driven by the high exchange rate. What we should be looking as a government now is the volume, and the volume determines turnover. That's how many people are affording it. But what the government is looking at is the value. Just give an example of custom duties. At the time they came in, custom duty exchanges was about at the highest when there was 700. And they were not looking at that. When they came in, they were not looking at custom value duties and now value. And then they are looking at value and they are saying, look, we are improving in value in terms because we are now making more revenue. But they've forgotten at that time when they came in was 700. And now they are making at above 1,500. So value have increased, but volume has come down. And it's the volume that really tells how much people are able to afford it. So for me, that is the major challenges that we are not looking at. Now, how do we tackle these issues? Now, we have seen the government say they are giving tax holidays, in the tax tariff holidays for 6 months. But when you look at those products that they're actually giving tariff holidays for, you just mentioned something, beverages, cereal, they are not included. And these are household goods, they are not included. So the cost of those goods are still high. And this is largely driven because of exchange, and the exchange rate is still fluctuating. Custom does, they say that I think sometime last week, the exchange rate was about 1,600. So it does not help. So what government needs to do is to make sure that they fix that exchange rate. You can't be telling us that you want to fix exchange rate in terms of petroleum product, and Dangote will pay in naira, all those domestic petroleum company will pay in naira at a fixed exchange rate, and then you are not doing that again for other sectors, especially the consumer goods sector. People that are bringing goods, it's not good. It will not help bring down inflation, because what you are just doing now, you are just trying to play to the gallery by trying to look at some of the good, some of those household items that you can cut tariff on. And when you look at those household items you are cutting tariff on, they don't make up to 20% of your revenue, because 80% of your revenue is driven by those product that you are not even cutting interest on. So it's not. And then when you look at local consumption, also you are not even reducing tariff on machinery that help in terms of local production to be able to meet local consumption. So all these are policies that you need to look at holistically and come up with a comprehensive roadmap. So what we have now is a panic roadmap. We are not coming with a comprehensive roadmap. What are some of the comprehensive roadmap? Fix your exchange rate in terms of importation of duty. Make sure that you take a bite off your revenue in some essential household item. It will not kill your sector. Rather, you also do the win-win situation whereby you can come zero tariff for some of this your other sector that you think you want to drive. You can give them zero tariff in terms of machinery that they bring into the country, especially for local production. That will also bring down the cost of their own price, and they will be able to compete favorably with the international distance. So it's not rocket science, but I sometimes wonder why we are not looking at the bigger picture. We are not looking at the revenue picture. The president in his broadcast will tell you how much revenue has been created, but again, you are not looking at how much people have gone to poverty by your revenue collection policy. So those are part of the things I think they should be looking at.
All right. Mukhtar, when you have decline in volume of transactions, this also suggests that you have decline when it comes to the demand for these goods. What will be the fate of manufacturers who, in effect, will be battling with low revenue? Also, the ripple effect of that is you have decline in revenue. How can they survive at a time like this where you have decline in transactions, in demand? What strategy do you think they can put in place to survive this crucial time for the manufacturers of these goods?
Well, one of the strategies they are put in place, most of them are providing power for them, independence power. And that has also helped with the advent of Dangote refineries, whereby some of them are buying diesel. Diesel have been very, very consistent in terms of price. It has moved from a height of about 1,700 and it has stayed at 1,200. That's part of the what they are putting in place to reduce high cost of energy because of the increment in terms of energy costs, especially when you're in band A. And unfortunately, it looks like if all the industry manufacturing sectors are located in the band A band. So that is what they are doing there. Secondly, the one that they are doing that is very painful and is affecting the Nigerian economy, that you have to reduce your overhead costs. Because if I'm not making revenue so much, I'm not my bottom line. So I will look at my overhead costs. And when I'm looking at my overhead costs, also I'm looking at manpower in terms of reduction, in terms of numbers of staff. So that is creating more Nigerians to the unemployed market. I think those are the two strategies they are using at the moment to see how they can stay above water. Not they just looking at to put their head above water, because they are really, really struggling, because you are looking at that, you are looking at cost of funding. A lot of them cannot even meet the obligation in terms of funding for borrowing that they have borrowed, because the cost of borrowing has gone up to about 30%. And like you said, volume has also come down. So they are really battling a lot of issues. And unfortunately, I think the government is not really looking at that sector and saying, okay, how do we help you? How the government only looked at them during the time of minimum wage and said that they will take some decision, because they have to look at them whether they will be able to pay up that way. That's the only time the government and the organized private sector, the manufacturer, ever had the same opinion in terms of minimum wage. But in terms of other factors that can even be able to help them pay minimum wage, we've not seen, though the president promised that there will be a kind of intervention in that sector so that they will be able to pay the living wage of some. So we are still waiting, but it's really a very turbulent time for them.
All right. Now, the fast moving consumer goods, Nigeria is considered to be the largest market for FMCG in Africa. Now, what do you make of this school of thought or this argument that if there's any sector that the federal government needs to float what we call subsidy regime, it should be for this particular market, for this kind of goods that are household items, to lift the burden off the shoulder of consumers? Would you consider that to be a necessity, talking about subsidy regime for fast-moving consumable goods in Nigeria?
Well, subsidy hasn't really worked in this country, and I think we need to begin to look at subsidy in a different light. Subsidy that should have a positive impact on the Nigerian economy should come with a little bit of do's and don'ts. What do you do to qualify for those subsidies? So for me, if we're having local production, that is when the subsidy will make sense. You're looking at giving subsidy for local production of some of these items, and so that they can be able to compete favorable with those that will be bringing it from outside this country, because they have a Nigerian mentality that Nigerian goods are very inferior and high in cost. So, but by the time they begin to look at the cost, because we'll be looking at cost, and because you are beginning to give them some incentive, then they will be able to come up with good product, and then they will be able to compete relatively. For people are having let me give you an example: the clothing sector in the Nigerian economy. Virtually every Nigerian now tend to make local use of the local designers in Nigeria, and they are beginning to export even globally, because even those in Nigerians in the diaspora are beginning to call for their services. So those are part of the things that the government should begin to look in terms of subsidy. What's subsidy? Why are you not giving them subsidy in electricity tariff and say, okay, the manufacturer sector will give you subsidy on those tariffs? Those are part of the kind of subsidy that can work and make lasting impact. But again, what that possibility is to give them tax holidays, because you are producing here, you are employing, and that's what the government said. I think the minister for finance said there will soon be tax holiday based on or tax relief or holiday based on the number of Nigerians who you employ. I think they are beginning to look at it, but my challenge has always been implementation, timely implementation. When you say policy, one of those things, remember, it was in July, they said they were going to take a bite of their revenue tariff for some goods that come in. That implementation did not start sometime in August, almost a month after. So sometimes they make this statement, it takes a long time because of the bottleneck. I'm sitting bottleneck, looking for presidential approval, setting up committee to look at it, that and that. So I think we must be fast in taking some of those decisions, because when you make some decision, you need to put timely deliverable time for those for you to see the impact. So most of the reason why we are not seeing so much impact, let me talk the example of the revenue. Even if I say I mean tariff, even if I say they have not done enough, you cannot see those impact in the next economic data until the goods that people have now are sold. And like your report have said, the goods are not, they are still, they're low patronage, low volume. So it will take a while, and people will start saying, if you remove tariff, why are we not seeing the impact? Because again, you are removing tariff on a particular item that households are not so much in it, and tariff is still high on the particular item that households are always wanting it. So it's just that coming up with ways to help this sector. But that way, the monetary side should help this sector is by cutting rate or bringing an intervention. But again, like I said, intervention has not really worked in this country. Remember traders' money, remember a lot of intervention that were done by the Buhari administration. Now we are beginning to see those interventions were shrouded in a lot of corruption. So sometimes you don't blame them, but we need to create structures. And when we are intervening with the right data. That's when we'll begin to have results.
All right, it's important for Nigeria government to create a structure to ensure that these policies, they work and they see the light of today. What a way to wrap up this conversation, Mukhtar Mohammed. Thank you so much for your time. It's always a pleasure. It's always educating having your thoughts on this kind of development. And we must thank you for creating time for us this morning out of your busy schedule. Thank you so much for your time and your thought, Mukhtar.
Thank you for having me. Always a pleasure to be on your station. Thank you.
All right, that's our conversation with Mukhtar as regards the U.S. inflation, then also talking about fast-moving consumable goods in Nigeria. We're not done yet. We'll take a moment. When we return, we'll look at the GDP projection for key economies globally. It's also going to be part of our global policy update for today. And that will take place after this short break. Stay with us.
Yes, it was really, really extremely powerful just to help you start to inspire you to have.
Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodun Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers mounted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The Three Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowopopo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodun Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the eco-greeting tradition. The Three Wise Men, Arometa, SOUQ Enlightenment. Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, if you're just joining us, you're at the right place at the right time. Our business is to shape policy. We started that business of shaping policy by looking at the U.S. inflation rate pegged at 2.9%. Thereafter, we talked about the FMCG market in Nigeria. And now to our third big story for today, because today is for Global Policy Update. We want to look at the GDP projections by the IMF for the year 2024 and 2025 for emerging economies and for the last 10 economies of the world. IMF did a projection as to what is going to be the expected GDP growth for these economies. You have the US, China, Germany, you have Japan, and the rest of them. Now, to shape policy in this regard, we're being joined by Fidelis Atabo, who is a development economist and also a banking expert. He's also a lecturer from the Department of Economics, Federal University of Lafayette, Nasarawa State. Glad you have joined us on the next thing this morning, Fidelis.
All right, thank you, Mr. Femi. Good morning. Good morning.
Morning. Good to see you. Good to see you again.
Yeah, good to see you too. I'm actually, how do I call it? Accumulating more knowledge in Lafayette, but across every other sphere, we are actually impacting. You know, thank you very much for inviting me on this program. I think it's a welcome development to be consistent on a particular discussion that is relevant to the world, most especially the emerging economies and the stable economies too, that can also borrow a lead from what we are discussing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the compliment as well. So let's get back to the business of the day now, looking at the GDP projection made by the IMF. I would love you to react generally to these projections before we go specific on some of these countries. Now, when you got this report, what came to your mind? What's your assessment of this GDP projection, the GDP growth for these emerging economies? What are the peculiarities you've seen in these reports? And what can you tell us about some of the peculiarities associated with emerging economies in respect to the projection made by the IMF in this report?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think before we proceed, I would like to situate properly that GDP is actually the measure of economic activities that take place in a particular country over a period of time, usually a year. And it is used to measure the performance of an economy and well-being of the people in that economy, you know. And then that means that GDP is a very important KPI that every government should be able to focus on, because it has a lot to do with the well-being of the people. But the realities we have seen in some most emerging economies and then even the developed economies is that you could see GDP at an increasing rate, then the cost of living or probably the well-being of the people does not go at that traction with the GDP. So I think it also calls for concern, and it's part of what we are going to discuss today, to see how we can narrow down the impact of GDP on welfare and the impact of GDP on economic development and how GDP is driven in each of these economies, as the case may be. So that takes us to come up with the world output that is projected at 3.2 in 2014, and then 3.3 in 3.2 in 2004, and then 3.3 in 2005. No, 3.2 in 2024, and then 3.3 in 2025. Sorry for that mix-up, please. And out of this, we have the advanced economies, where 1.7 in 2024, in 2024, and then 1.8 in 2025. Then for the emerging economies, developed economies, we have 4.2, 4.2 respectively has been projected for the 2 years, 2025 and 2024 respectively. Then if you look at this, it shows how individual economies are going to drive this to make sure, despite the turbulence that we encounter along the way, how are you going to make sure that this growth is actually being achieved? And if you look at it critically, there are trade abnormalities that are actually going on. There are supply shocks that are actually going on. And there are also market shocks that are also going on. And all these things, as well as political tension too, are also capable of determining the mileage or the extent to which this growth can be achieved, both for the developed economies and the emerging economies. So these are the things we are actually going to witness. And I think by the time we go into the specifics, we begin to look at what each of these regions are doing, and then how they are actually putting their acts together to make sure that the global turbulence, the global crisis, does not really affect the growth of the economy, that will translate to improved GDP, capable of improving welfare of each of the citizens in each of these economies. Thank you very much.
All right. Now, looking at the concept as regards GDP, there are those who argue that, that tells you the size of the economy, but not necessarily the strength of the economy. The size, in some sense, doesn't connote strength of the economy. So looking at this argument, why do you think this projection is also significant? And then what do you make of the argument where some economists have also suggested that it is not enough to look at the GDP projection, given the fact that it only tells you the size and not the strength? And given that fact in a layman's language, or for our viewers to understand better, help us understand why this GDP projection is quite significant in reference to this school of thought.
All right, thank you very much. Just as I said earlier, under normal circumstances, ceteris paribus, there's a correlation. If resources are being managed very well, there's a correlation between growth in GDP and then improved economic performance that dovetails to well-being, positive well-being of the people in that particular country, the citizens. That is the normal scenario that comes with GDP, the design. And as it stands, you can see that GDP also gives you an edge. The projections give you an edge that, yes, this is what I'm expected to make in terms of GDP. And what does that give to you as a nation? One, it keeps you on your toes to make sure that you don't relax, so that every execution steps that you are supposed to embark upon, you will not relax. Then it also gives you ample opportunity for effective planning. Now, this is what is going to come into the coffers in terms of growth. Then how are we going to plan? Then management is also very key. How are we going to manage this? That is why it is pertinent that it is not just about the projection. It's all about the planning. It's all about the management to make sure that the projection is being achieved. And while we can also see GDP as an opportunity for or as a factor for economic development is this. One, it shows that yes, a particular XYZ amount of economic activities is going to take place in a nation. And by so doing, it attracts investors to come in. And by the time it attracts investors to come in and they tinker with the opportunities where institutions are upheld, you will discover that the economy will begin to gain the benefits from that projection that has been made. But in the layman perspective, you could see that having resources, having money in your pocket is not actually the crux of development, even human well-being. But what you do with it is what matters. In an economy where GDP is growing, where we have weak institutions, where we have corruption, where we have insecurity, the little traction of growth in GDP in no distant time will be retracted because of these vices that I have mentioned. So GDP projection is actually a way to plan, it's a way to develop, but if it is not properly managed, you even discover that there are some countries with oil that ordinarily, despite what is happening in their country, most especially the emerging economies, despite what is happening in their country, their GDP could be growing. But because of the other side of it, which is poor management of the economy, you discover that GDP does not trickle down to the better well-being or to the better well-being of the people in that particular country. So GDP is actually a measure that helps a country, a continent, to plan the economic activities, to execute in a way that it will also trigger other value chain that can come from either locally or internationally to trigger the entire economic growth expectation. Thank you.
All right, now let's go to the specifics of these projections. There are about 9 of them. I'm not too sure if time will permit us to go through all the countries here, but we'll do it one after the other. You have the US, Germany, France, Italy, Spain, Japan, UK, and Canada. But let's start with the US. The projection for 2024 is 2.6%. And that of 2025 is 1.9%. And there's something peculiar about the U.S. economy, which IMF has projected that there will be growth, and this will be due to slower job growth and tighter fiscal policy, less government spending, and higher taxes. How do you react to that projection for the U.S. economy? 2.6% rather. For 2024, and then 2025 you have plus 1.9%. Let's have your take on the U.S. projection.
All right, the U.S. projection is actually going to see some level of growth because, as I said earlier, there's a difference between planning for growth in developed economies and then developed economies. In America, for example, one of the things that is actually going to work for them is the fact that some of these technological advancements are actually being given due attention, and then there's going to be serious attention to technological advancement in the US, and then there's going to be more support again for MSMEs, which has actually been the bane of American development, So by that, the American economy is going to look into that technological development to see how more can be achieved in that space. And the beauty about technological development is all about not even what you can also extract from the immediate country, but, within other nations too. The technology does not have borders. It goes across every other aspect of the nook and cranny of every continent to see how business can also be driven. Then in terms of slower jobs that was actually spoken about, the slower jobs in this sense does not mean that jobs will not actually, or jobs are not going to be created, but much emphasis is going to be given to expansion, and this expansion is actually going to lead to maybe not the same proportion to the level of expansion, but at least an average proportion to which the expansion is going to be made in America. And in America too, they are poised because of the forthcoming election too. It will also give room to spending. And when there are spending in an economy, it also helps it helps investment, because spending is going to be very high in America. And then because of that increase in spending too, it's going to lead to more investment in terms of income generation for firms, industries, and even service delivery firms in America. And then the election is also going to attract services too, and then that area is also going to generate a lot of money. So America stands a chance to grow by the projection. And I think with what they have done, and as I said earlier, in one of our earlier discussions, the American government's pronouncements, the Joe Biden pronouncement that is not going to contest for election again. So it makes the economy very sound for people to come in, because one, he gave a health condition, and that is a very good statement for an economy that is yearning for consistent growth. I think America have all what it takes, most especially leveraging on technological advancement, and then maybe working around other partnership with other developing economies. They stand a chance to grow the economy as projected by IMF. Thank you.
All right, let me do a follow-up to the statement you made earlier as regards government expenses. It's obvious, US it's an election year, which you expected more spendings to take place. Now, what the IMF is advocating here is tighter fiscal policy, which means less government spending and higher taxes. Now, in an election year, how visible it is to have less government spending, given the reality or what usually plays out when it comes to election year, where money has to go out for campaign and a lot of activities. How visible is that? This is what IMF is advocating for the US to achieve this target. There must be tighter fiscal policy, which means less government spending and higher taxes. How do you react to that? How visible is this?
Yes, thank you very much. As I said earlier, I said there's going to be high cash flow in America. That was what I said earlier. And then the government is trying to say that, okay, they have to be futuristic, because they have to work on the fiscal policy to see how the cash flow, can actually be managed, because if it is not managed, it will begin to have a negative impact on inflation. Because when we have money that is actually going beyond proportion in an economy, it actually begins to affect demand. We begin to experience abnormal demand in purchases. It begins to lead to inflation. Yes, government can actually achieve this because it's an election year. There are some projects that have been embarked upon by government. There are some programs that government has actually come up with them that may need to be reviewed, that may need to actually be looked into again to see how they can be better managed within this election period. In an economy, You don't just come up with policies and then leave them on autopilot like that. That is why we have the cabinet members who work 24 hours with the president to make sure that at each point in time, the policies are being reviewed to make sure that they work pari passu with the goals and objectives of the government per time. So this election period, what the government will do is to have a kind of policy review, to see how some of these initial policies that were embarked upon at the beginning of the year can also be reviewed to see how some amendments can be made, then that may not actually lead to outright exposure in terms of spending of government. I mean, there are programs and policies that government may also need to adjust, just as I said earlier, they may also need to adjust that. And then every 10 kobo that is being spent in America now, it has to go through, how do I call it, a stiffer review, or a stiffer, there's a word I want to use. Yes, okay, let me leave it to review. So America can allow this, but on the part of opposition, we also know that, yes, before now, they have actually kept this money for this election. There's no way they will not pump this money into the economy. So the money we are talking about that is going to circulate in the economy also can also come from other political opponents. It must not be the government alone. So what we are saying in essence is, if government does not really handle their parts, to be able to cut expenses, that may lead to financial exposure, because the external funds that are coming from outside, from other political parties, and agents into the political space, may actually throw the American economy into an emergency hype in inflation. And that is what the government is trying to control here. Thank you.
All right. Quickly, let's see the projection for Germany, and let's see what can be made out of this. For 2024, the projection is 0.2% plus 0.2%. For 2025, you have 1.3%. That's plus 1.3%. And then IMF is saying in this report that, Germany, who has struggled due to weakness in manufacturing sector in the last 1 year, it's been projected that the economy will pick up just like some of the countries in Europe. So what do you make of this projection? First of all, talk about the peculiarity of Germany, where manufacturing sector has been struggling in few months, and then the projection that Germany is going to experience plus 0.2% in 2024, and by the year 2025, you're going to have plus 1.3% as regards to GDP projection for Germany. How do you react to this?
Thank you. Prior to even 2023, you agree with me that the effect of shortage of gas supply orchestrated from the war between Ukraine and Russia has actually affected manufacturing in Germany. And then you could also see that effect of shortage of gas supply, rubbed on manufacturing activities in Germany. And I think within the period the war started and they started experiencing this, they also saw that even Germany went back to some of the coal, the old coal mining that were used in the past before the emerging of the environmental friendly driven energy materials for manufacturing. So because Germany has actually survived this between when the war started, and then now they have restructured the economy, they have restructured their technology, and then it's beginning to give them some level of traction. And then I think what came to Germany that time was like a supply shock of energy source, which affected some of the manufacturing industry there. And I think between when the war started up to 2023, between Russia and Ukraine, up to 2023 and 2024, the industries in Germany, they have innovated, they have realigned, they have adjusted, and I think they are beginning to have some traction from the adjustment, either in technology, which they have done, adjustment either in terms of human resources that they have done, adjustment either in terms of markets that they have also done. So these are the things that will actually culminate into Germany, seeing a mileage has been projected by IMF. So Germany industrialization or Germany industries are set, and then we are also seeing that in terms of employment generation, Germany is also going to have an increase in terms of employment generation. And this increase in terms of employment generation that also leads to increase in tax payment and all other aggregates, that culminates into GDP calculation. It's going to really help Germany, and I am sure that most especially from the industrial angle, and then governments build resilience to see how some of these companies are being supported with the enabling environment. Germany stands a chance to record the expected growth being projected by IMF. Thank you.
Right, we will come to this edition Global Policy Update. So let's see how we can run through these statistics and through this report. Now let's get to China now, where the projection for China for 2024 is plus 5.0%. For 2025, we are plus 4.5%. And it's projected that the Chinese economy will slow down to 4.5% in 2025 and to 3.3% by 2029. I'd like you to talk to us. Why do you think what is playing out, this projection about China, should be of interest to the world or to investors? And what is so peculiar about the Chinese economy that is going to turn out slow down by 4.5% in 2025 and the projection 3.3% by 2029?
All right, thank you very much. The Chinese economy is actually going to slow down in 2025. And as we are seeing here, it is evident that the major, one of the major challenges that China is having, some of the facilities that have been granted to emerging economies, some of them are not performing. And if facilities are not performing, it actually goes to dovetail into what will come into China. Some of these loans that have been given to developing economies, most especially African countries, some of them are not performing. And what they need to do this time is to embark on restructuring. And while they are restructuring the facilities that they are giving out, it will have a way of reducing the profitability, that they ought to have generated within the periods that the loan ought to have elapsed. And then what you can also deduce from there is, they are looking at it that, okay, while giving out these loans to countries that are not managing them effectively, are we interested in loan recovery, or we are interested in profitability that comes from these loans? So it is evident that China is trying to be a bit conservative with the kind of facilities they give to other nations, most especially African countries, that may end up in difficult recoveries, or that may end up in the state of non-performing. It may not really bring out the traction of the interest as being projected or has been calculated, in that facility. So China is trying to look inward to see how they can also redefine their own economy, and redefine their own economy further. They try as much as possible to see how monies have been spent locally. So they are going to spend much of their funds locally, and if funds have been invested locally, like in 2024, you don't expect returns, to actually begin to come maximally in the same year of investment. So given the kind of low restructuring, strategic loan to developing economies, redefining and retooling economy that China is trying to embark upon, there's going to really reduce what they will make in the year 2025. So this is actually what China is going to do. And then, one beautiful thing about China is this: they can invest now, know fully well that yes, it's going to be, or it's going to come out positive in the future, and I actually believe in their economic development because they look at it from every perspective to make sure that even the local economy, has a buffer that can respond to any external shocks that may come in. And then because of the economic crisis that is also going on, every economy is trying to look inward to see how they can strengthen their own economy, most especially to develop more on the comparative advantage of each of the economies. So China is trying to retract the volume of loans that have been given to developing economies that are not performing. Some may even come back and say, okay, please, can we have debt forgiveness, and they don't believe in all those things. Debt forgiveness, once you begin to have that, it's a sign that, that economy is a difficult economy, it's a slippery economy to borrow to. So that is why they are actually looking at developing their own the local economy. Because African economy, to be honest with you, is actually very slippery. It's very slippery, and every investor is trying as much as possible to mitigate and de-risk every of their investments.
Still look at what is playing out in China. China is battling. There's a reality playing out in China, which is the fact that that nation is battling with aging population, whereby you have fewer workers and more retirees. It's also affecting the labor force in China. What would you expect in correcting this narrative, looking at this projection for 2025 that is going to slow down? Part of the reality is because China is battling with aging population, so you have fewer workers, which is affecting the labor. What kind of intervention or policy would you expect to manage the aftermath of this kind of development in China, the issue of aging population? Hear me? Okay, we seem to be having a disconnection there. The issue here is we're looking at the GDP growth projection for emerging economies, where we're looking at about 9 countries according to IMF report. You have that of Germany, US, Japan, and the rest of them. Now, the projection is to give a picture of what the GDP growth will look like between 2024 and 2025, and we have a special guest here, Fidelis, who is also reacting to this development. Glad to know you're still there, Fidelis. Now, my question,
I'm here,
because we don't have much time now, is for you to address quickly the issue of aging population as regards China, where you have fewer workers and more retirees, how that might slow down the economy. Of course, it's playing out, it's slowing down the economic growth expected. And how would that play out between now and 2025 in likes with these projections made by IMF? Quickly.
Thank you very much. I think what they just need to do, is just the aging is actually a natural phenomenon that we cannot contend with. But what matters is how do we work around it to make sure that we get the best leadway amidst this. So yes, the aging is actually telling on the economy, and the implication is that it's going to increase government expenditure. Because these people are not going to be left on the streets. Government is going to keep taking care of them to make sure that they are actually up and running. And by this, you discover that you're going to see a reasonable number of citizens that are no longer working, but government is actually giving them attention in terms of payments to the retirees, and also in terms of special care to make sure that they also remain to be consulted if they need arrival. But what they need to quickly do is to actually look at the age brackets that can be brought into the mainstream of the economy. And we may also see this rubbing on other economies too, whereby we're going to have a recall of experts from other countries back home to see how they can replace the aging group that is actually going to come up, to be able to fill the gap that will not have a negative effect on productivity, because the productivity needs to be sustained. And if productivity is sustained, it can be improved upon. And by the time it is improved upon, government will have more money to be able to take care of this, the retirees, that will not have negative effect on the economy. And I think it's also a challenging time for China too, to see how the interplay between all I have explained, can also be done in a way that it will not slow the growth that is being expected in China. So it may lead to a recall of experts, just as I say, from other nations too, for replacement as the case may be. Thank you.
All right, let's wrap up by looking at the few African countries on this list. We have South Africa. The projection is 0.9%. For 2024 and 2025, you have plus 1.2%. And for Nigeria, you have plus 3.1% for 2024, and then plus 3.0% for 2025. Quickly, we are almost out of time. I would like you to react to the projection for these two African countries. You have our brother country, South Africa, and then you have that of Nigeria. What do you make of this projection for these two African countries? Quickly, South Africa and our own Nigeria.
All right, thank you very much. I think the projection for South Africa and then Nigeria, let me start with South Africa. South Africa, part of what they are also doing now is also leveraging on knowledge-based economy. They are also enhancing the skills of the citizens to make sure that they'll be able to prosecute the exploits, the economic activities in the country. And I think it's a wake-up call too for every other African country that yes, what they need to do now is to upskill the citizens, in terms of technology and probably artificial intelligence, to see how resources can be harnessed within the economy. And I think South Africa too, on their part, they are also a coordinated policy framework and institutional upheld that is also going on in South Africa, and I think it's also going to really help them. And then coming to Nigeria, I think it's actually a very difficult time for us, because one of the things that we need to check now is the political tension that has actually started erupting in Nigeria. Elections are coming up in 2027, but as we speak, there's a heated game that has commenced in the country, Nigeria now, by people that are not in power that want to take power, that people that are in power, they want to remain in power, people that are coming in, as the case may be. So what I'm trying to say in essence is this may distract government But government of the day needs to be very focused to see how the development effort in terms of infrastructural development, in terms of diversification into agriculture, in terms of diversification into technologies to knowledge-based economy, can all be harnessed to be able to give the expected relief that Nigeria is supposed to have. Because hitherto, before the last protest, when subsidy was removed, I think an average Nigerians are yet to see the traction in terms of well-being that has actually come from the removal of fuel subsidy. But I can boldly tell you that such economic policies does not come with immediate succor. It requires some level of patience, and level of support.
All right, Fidelis, it's important to let you know that your points are well taken, talking about the need to ensure that the dividends of removal of fuel subsidy is being evident in the daily living of Nigerians. And I think that's what you're trying to emphasize on. But unfortunately, we just have to wrap up now. And I must commend you. You've done justice to this conversation. Thank you so much for your time and your thoughts on this development as regards GDP projection for the year 2024 and 2025. Thank you so much for spending time with us on the next thing today.
All right. Thank you very much for having me. And thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Hello, all right, at this junction, we just have to wrap up. This is our frame for today. Don't forget the conversation continues on our social media platforms, and you can do a catch-up of the conversation we've had earlier, even the present one, on our YouTube channel. Just search for SOUQ News TV. That's just the handle for all our social media platforms. Don't forget your award-winning program, Early Exchange, will always come bigger and better. And then don't forget, we'll return tomorrow to have another conversation as regards shaping policy and developing our continent. I am Femi Ayodele. Thanks for watching. I'll see you tomorrow.
Just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
US has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the world cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the SOUQ and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Hello sports fans, enthusiasts and pundits. Welcome to SOUQ Sports.
Well, to your humble boy, your loyal boy from the hood, Kevin Ojefe, and I'm glad to be here. This is SOUQ Sports.
To do the business, the money that makes the wheel go round.
Barcelona and Napoli. Napoli is out and Barcelona has qualified for the quarterfinals of Champions League.
For different ways to make money. Sports is best a way to be creative.
Now the next 45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating.
Understand why the Igbo woman, Bayelsa man, Bayelsa woman will blow egg to chicken and chicken will cry. What is, you are the one that don't understand it. You can't understand the science behind it. So what you should do is go and study how to understand it. That was why China closed their border for 25 years. Today, the Europeans and Americans that are trooping to China to study TCM, they are in droves. Today, Ayurveda is a full ministry in India. The Global Center for Traditional Medicine is in Gujarat, in India. It became 1 year in March this year. Because these people refused to be intimidated. They even want to scrape us so that we will not talk.
Because of the advent of drugs, hospitals, and modern technology, natural medicine in Nigeria have been relegated to the back for the longest of time in Nigeria. This situation has left Nigerians and Africans at large at the mercy of drugs produced abroad, as opposed to the effective, potent, and curing ability of leaves and roots. The Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency and natural medicine practitioners have partnered with Femi Walsh, owners of SOUQ News Television and the Isle 104.9 FM. The Memorandum of Understanding was signed at a meeting held between both parties on Wednesday, July 7, 2024 in Lagos. At the meeting, the Director General of the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje, welcomed the guests, saying that there is need to positively change the narrative of natural medicine in Nigeria. and by extension, Africa. According to Professor Emeje, SOUQ News Television and the IL 104.9 has the capacity to showcase the tremendous studies, research work, and products coming out of Nigeria to the world.
So I believe your coming on board is also at a very critical period. So that, yes, you know, when we talked the other time, and he said that because of our activities, people will start saying they want to be DJ of that. Let them come and do. Yes, it is better for us to be known, to be lucrative, to be functional, so that people will compete to come and be DG, than for us to be obliterated. Do you understand? Because no matter how you do DG, you have expiry date. You will go. But let the organization remain for the benefit of our nation. Thank you very much.
Professor Emeje, responding on behalf of the president of Femi Wash Media, Ambassador Victor Oluwafemi Wash, the vice president of Femi Wash Media, Dr. Idahosa Osamanze, said, as Nigerians, we talk down on Nigeria a lot.
The beauty about what we're doing is that we also know that the end of Pulse television is coming close to an end, because the Gen Zs, they don't watch too much of television, they are on their cell phone. And so we adopt the over-the-top technology as a company to distribute our content, both in Africa, Asia, and America. Yesterday, I was still talking to a friend of mine. I met him in Toronto, who's giving us an inroad into the Caribbean, where our brothers and sisters who were moved from this place. So we show to the world what we are capable of doing, and this will attract attention of the world to the agency. I said to Prof the other day that I know that very soon people will be struggling to become DG of the agency, because now there's no budget in it. That's why people are not struggling. But very soon budget will come to it, and then everybody can live a decent and good life. So it's a pleasure to partner with you and to see how to drive this vision. And in the next 4 years, as Prof is still here.
Dr. Osamanze, in the presence of SOUQ News Television's Chief Responsibility Officer, Sam Orouje, Business Manager Shade Uwe, and Chooks John Rogers, appreciated the NNMDA management and staff for a wonderful meeting that has signaled the beginning of a beautiful relationship in times to come.
Human ingenuity has birthed remarkable innovations, none more so than the rise of intelligent machines. Computers, once small calculators, have evolved into sophisticated systems capable of mimicking human thought processes. Powered by artificial intelligence, AI, these systems are learning, problem solving, and making decisions that were once exclusive domain of humans. From accelerating scientific discovery to tackling climate change, AI's potential is vast, but perhaps its most profound impact lies in healthcare. Artificial intelligence, AI, it's no longer a futuristic concept. It's here with the potential to revolutionize patient care, diagnosis, and treatment. AI is emerging as a powerful tool in the hands of medical professionals. From detecting diseases early to optimizing treatment plans, AI is demonstrating remarkable capabilities. It can analyze vast amounts of medical data to identify patterns and predict outcomes, aiding in more accurate diagnosis. Also, AI-powered robots are assisting in surgeries, improving precision, and reducing recovery times. However, despite its promises, challenges persist. Concerns about data privacy, ethical implications, and the need for robust regulatory frameworks are hindering widespread AI adoption. To fully unlock AI's potential in healthcare, collaborative efforts are essential. Healthcare providers, researchers, policymakers, and technology companies must work together to develop and implement AI solutions responsibly. By addressing ethical concerns, investing in AI research, and creating supportive regulatory environments, we can accelerate the integration of AI into healthcare and improve patient outcomes. Joy Chuma, SOUQ News.
Looking back, my village is nice. I mean, urban, or it's an urban area now. My village was Ekpoma. The village was known as Emaundo. The best reference in terms of personality is Professor Ambrose Ali. That's where it comes from. My father was a farmer. My grandfather, really, Akaine. We all grew up under the shadow of the man. A very disciplined man and a big farmer. Had large landed properties, in the community. And so my immediate father, my biological father, was also under the shadow of the patriarch, Akaine, in the family. So usually you learn in the traditional African setting by just following what you see. You go to the farm, you learn how to take care of the crops, and all of that. So that's the way you learn. You don't have an institutionalized form of learning the way we do now, where you go to the classroom and all of that. That never existed. So whatever skills or profession your parents were in, you of course imbibe them and you learn them and they become part of you, So that was it. And that discipline comes with courage. You can wake up at 5, and head to the bush. That is courage. You've conquered the fear of the night, or whatever is on the way, and the rest of them. That was it. And when we close in the primary school, we also go and join them at the farm. We go join them in the farm and come back. So that was, a great deal of discipline. And also, we had our mini farms. So you work with your parents in the big farms during the normal, weekdays. On Sunday, which is like the resting period, we also go to our mini farm, which is closer to the home, and all of that. So you can see you imbibe almost everything that the family does, and you also replicate it in your own way. So for me, I know the value of farms. When at the Lagos State University where I am now, when I walk out, you have this, what they call these gardeners, planting vegetables and the rest of them. When I look at the vegetables, there's a certain, feeling I get because I know what it is to watch crops grow and the rest of them. So the substance of all of this background is productivity. The question about being idle wasn't there. Indolence wasn't there at all. You have to be productive, and that's what you call labor emulation. You know your role, and you don't wait to be told what to do, and the rest of them. So for me, we are missing all of that in contemporary times. For the young ones that are growing up. So from there, primary school, Upugele Primary School. It used to be called St. John's. But by the time we were leaving. 1977, it was called Upuge Primary School, and from there, my time coincided with a time there was a great competition for education, in the then Bender State. There were these great schools. You want to go to any of them, an association, Catholic College in Irua, you have Bishop Kelly in Benin, Edo College, Benin, Ugeli Government College, UGR, in you know, in Delta now. So those big schools, St. John Bosco in Ubiaja, Esan Grammar School in Uromi, and all of those ones. You know, we were competing to be there. In fact, there is this joke I normally make. Those of us who didn't enter secondary school on time, when your mates come back during holidays wearing their school vest, we become jealous. So there was something to spur us, you know, all of the time, and all of that. From there, so getting into secondary school was highly competitive. You know, today you see, I don't know how they do it now. Somebody will come out with 8 credits, not just 8 credits, 8 A's. I don't know how they do it now. In my time, we were not, you know, poor academically, but it was difficult to make those grades. And your result might even be seized. You know, you have to go and receipt for another round of WAEC examinations. So we did all of that, all with the hope of getting to the university. And I remember I wrote my JAM, must have written JAM about 3 times. You know, you write your JAM with the hope that you are going to make all the combinations that you require to enter into the university, and you don't get it. So I kept, in terms of choice of university, I wanted to go to University of Benin, which was, of course, the closest to me in the then Bende. I tried, it didn't quite work out. I tried to go to, I would have been the second set in Bende State University when it was created, you know, Ambrosali, you know. I tried, it didn't work out. But so something happened. There was one Osasona, who was, I think he was a lecturer in Ambrosali, and he happened to be a friend, he was friends with my uncle. And so he was aware that I was having this difficulty in gaining admission into the university. He just told my uncle, why not let him go to Lagos and do this course at the Nigerian Institute of Journalism. It was called Certificate in Advanced Writing and Specialized Reporting. It was not meant for a greenhorn like me. It was meant for practicing, media practitioners. My colleagues were Utia Ukukena, who is late now. He was the PRO of FEDECO. What they call it, the NECON, not before FEDECO, after the one associated with FEDECO. You know, he was the PRO. Then I remember Abubakar Hassan, who was the PRO of Ajakuta Steel Mill. You know, there was one Kazaure. I think there was this paper in the north, not the New Nigeria. Was it not Herald? Triumph, something like that, yeah. Then you had, there was this other guy who was I think he was deputy manager in NTA Sokoto. These were my classmates. You know, I think this sports writer who was in the Guardian joined us. I remember very well. So, but you know, that program turned out to be very exciting for me. You know, because I had interest in writing, and as far back as when I left secondary school, my first attempt at writing was I wrote a book on Awolowo. You know, it was titled The Oasis, and that took me to Ikene to meet Papa, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, and he recommended that book to Spectrum. Shortly after he did, he died, so nobody could to pursue it. And I don't forget that when I was leaving, he gave me 20 naira. 20 naira was very big, 1985, you know. Went back to Lagos, but it was not even the money. The fact that I could shake the hand of the sage was exciting for me. And looking back, I said to myself, look, I could have kept that 20 naira as a souvenir. But at that time, it was, you know, it was something that it was, you know, some money that I could use. So that was in terms of measuring my ambition, you know. And my earliest heroes were, you know, Obafemi Awolowo, Ole Soyinka, then, of course, Kaduna Ozeogo, the man who led the first military coup d'etat. You know, in terms of his commitment, patriotism, you know, disinterestedness in himself. You know, a man who could tell you that if I don't come out in 15 minutes, take care of me and the target. You know, so those were my earliest heroes. And I remember I read The Man Died even before I left secondary school, and I was to reread that work again when I was writing my master's, thesis. You know, so the other part of me, which was innate, was to detest anything oppressive. I remember in the secondary school that I started with, where I was one of the pioneers, Opoji Grammar School. You know, we led a protest against being shortchanged with this food they cook for Children's Day. I remember now, the key cow and the rest of them. So they did this, and they brought the rice, and we didn't see the cow. You know, so I led a boycott of it. You know, it got to, I had a relative who was a teacher in that secondary school. So they were looking for the ringleaders, you know, and they called a general assembly. And they said, those who are not part of it should leave. You know, that's what it was leaving. So made about 4 of us or so. So they took 4 of us to the staff room to find out who was the ringleader. You know, we still insisted that we were not eating. And they said, well, if you don't eat, that we know that there's going to be trouble. So they went to the extent, you know, those days, traditionally you could go to Ifa to know who is the ringleader. But they used this key with the Bible, you know, calling our name to know who the ringleader was. You know, so eventually they prevailed on us, used all kinds of pressure to beg us and the rest of them, because if we don't eat the rice, probably there will be an indictment. It's already an indictment, and you know, those days in the inspectorate, they ask questions. So after much persuasion, well, we calmed down and you know, allowed the process to go on. So that was one earliest example of, you know, my attitude towards resistance. And so by the time I left secondary school, I got inducted into radical literature. There was a relative of mine, Mr. Isi Mamadou. He's now a German resident. You know, he graduated from Ife, National University, then the University of Ife. And he was privileged to be taught by Professor Toyo Olorode and the so-called Ife collectives at that time. And when he graduated, he started what we call a study group in the village. So a few of us went there, and he gave us some radical literature. He gave me one I recall very well, The Dialectics of Nature by Friedrich Engels. If you read the Dialectics of Nature, you virtually understand everything about science. You know, science and its relation to social life. So, that literature, Communist Manifesto, the other one was Anti-Durin, also by Friedrich Engels. Anti-Durin will teach you polemics, everything about polemics. So, by the time I entered the university, I was already radicalized in terms of world outlook, you know, and all of that. So, when I left Ekpoma for Lagos, you know, to start the NIJ program, so there were other comrades who were, you know, belonged to those radical movements. There was one Femi Ahmed, you know, those days we call him Sandinista. And so he was in charge of the cell that I belonged to, the Patriotic Labor Movement. So when I came into Lagos, we normally try to establish what we call front organizations. And Femi, we established what we call Nigerian Tenants Association. It might interest you to know that I became the first general secretary, you know, even though I was squatting, you know, at that time. And what we did by, you know, putting you in those organizations is to learn leadership. writing minutes, and articulating proceedings. So I learned it through that, period until I entered the University of Lagos. Then when I got to the University of Lagos, we then established what we call Marxist-Leninist Study Group. There were these radical boys who came from Kwaratek, Bengal, Awekpo, who ran for the presidency, people under People's Trust. Olaiton Yoride, who was private secretary to Adam Soshomole, but he died in Benin. You had Bala Muhammad, who was a lecturer in UNIMED, where he was doing his master's at the University of Lagos. You had Ukem Onyekpe, there was Anti Kanabe, and a host of others. So we formed what we call the Marxist-Leninist Study Group. The UNILAG Student Union was banned, during that period. So we resuscitated the union and brought the union back by, launching a protest against the management at the Senate building in UNILAG. So we got the union back, and so we got involved in the student union politics. And there's always contestation. The management will want somebody who will be amenable to them, and we wanted independent student unionism. So we did that. The first year, management managed to get one of theirs, Madoju Timi Phillips. At Atlanta, died, God bless his soul, to become the union president. I ran, after Madoju Timi, I think I ran for the presidency, and again, I lost to Papa Chris. Chris Anyanze is also late now, that led to crisis at the university because I won the whole of Akoka campus. They rigged it at the Diaraba. You can see some of these things you see today at the Diaraba campus. And we said no. Nobody can be sworn in unless I was sworn in. So that led to my rustication, in the university. And we didn't give up. We went to court. I think we were about, I can't remember the number, by 11 or so. Our counsel was Femi Falano. And we were out of campus for almost a year. And at the end of the day, we won the case. It was Justice Onalaja who ruled in our favor by asking the question, what is indiscipline under the law? Because we follow all the procedure in our communication with the management. So it became a landmark judgment, that was it. So I went back to write my degree, my final year exam as a single candidate. I was the previous year I lost a year because the previous year I would have served in Calabar. So then my results was when it was eventually released. I was deployed to Sokoto, and I deployed back to Lagos because the period coincided with the June 12, crisis. And we read the atmosphere and said, if the crisis burst open, we were going to be consumed in the north. And so we deployed back to Lagos. Myself, GT Okunye, Niyi, and so many others, I can't remember their names now. We deployed back, to Lagos. And of course, you know what that crisis led to. Snowballed into so many crises, renewed authoritarianism with Abacha coming in and the rest of them. So when we finished our service, because of my stint in journalism, so even while I was on campus, I was reporting for The Guardian, the art desk, because the guy who mentored me was Ben Tomoloju, the doyen of Nigerian cultural journalism. So I was reporting for The Guardian while at the University of Lagos. So because of that, my journalistic background, the Committee for the Defense of Human Rights was formed, and Bekora Sokuti was the chairman. So I was brought in to edit the newsletter, which we call The Victims. I was editing that for a time, and in the course of the crisis, the struggle against the military and all of that, I was again elevated to become the General Secretary of the Campaign for Democracy in Nigeria. And you know the implication of that. I succeeded Chima Ubani You know, I was elected at the Ibadan convention of the organization. So, few months after I was elected, I was arrested by the military and taken away to Birnin-Kebbi prisons for 1 year. You know, I was released when the Commonwealth delegation came to Nigeria. I had a meeting with Abacha. Abacha wanted to please them, so he released a few of us, myself, Adeniji Adele, who is late now, one Eno, who was Abiola's whether personal secretary or personal assistant also at that time. So that was it. And when I came out, of course the crisis, when I was released, the crisis hadn't ended at all, you know, and my chairman was taken away, Beko was taken to Katsina prison also. We were all dispersed. Shehu Sani was taken to Kirikiri, later to Aba prison. So it was my task again to reorganize the organization. We did that, and we then transited to the United Action for Democracy. All the forces reaggregated under that umbrella. We then made Olisa Agbakoba as the convener. Myself and Chima Ubani became the joint secretary of the United Action for Democracy. So we're on that when General Abacha dropped dead. And I then, you know, reflected on my career. At that level, I decided that I should go back to school. So did my master's quietly at the Lagos State University and went to the University of London to pick up my doctorate in politics. So that marked my journey into the academia. But then I became active in the civil society, you know, and involved in research. I formed the Center for Constitutionalism and Demilitarization that publishes the Constitution, a journal for constitutional development. And under that platform, I carried out governance training across 3 of the 6 geopolitical zones in the country. You know, some of the alumni of SENCOD, many prominent people, you know. Lalong, the former minister, was an alumnus of SENCOD, of that center. Orelokpe was in the Center for Sustainable Development in Abuja. In fact, she was sent by the president. Then he was governor of Lagos State. Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu sent almost about 6 commissioners to me, you know, to train in the SENCOD Summer School of Governance and the rest of them. So from there, I then decided to move into full research by entering into the academia at the Lagos State University. Because of my strength in research, you know, I've written enough to be a professor even before I joined the system. So I entered Lagos State University as a senior lecturer, you know, and I rose through the ranks to become a professor in 2017, you know, in political science. You know. So, and in terms of the content of my scholarship, you know, it's liberating. It's about, you know, how to transform the society. And it's about, you know, underscoring the problems that the continent faces, you know. And I've written so many books. My essays are over 100, so including books, you know. One of them, which I think is very seminal, is Patrons of Poverty, you know, IMF, World Bank, and Africa's Problem. And I also wrote, of course, detailed a volume on globalization and the fringe players, you know, the way it affects the global south. I did that. And just like so many articles in terms of trying to understand Nigeria's problem and transform them. I think the first stage is the power of conviction. You know, you must at each point in time define, you know, your role, because one of the greatest problems is that we are born into this world. Sometimes, as one French philosopher, I guess, said, We don't know the cause of death, you know, and we also know the cause of departure. So we just find ourselves in this space. So when you find yourself in this space, you define it. And if you do a summing up, you discover that the only thing relevant is to live your life for humanity. And so you have to, how do you create that space? You know, it means that all those strictures, structural constraints on people actualizing themselves, you have to, you know, help to fight them. You know, you have to subvert them so that people can, you know, fully realize their lives. And so I believe that I have that power of conviction. One, and it's, when conviction comes with commitment. Commitment is very, very important in whatever you do. You define your aim, then you are committed to it, and you pursue it. But what I also learned, I'm not sure whether I was influenced by Chief Obafemi Awolowo's biography. You discover that nobody really helps anybody. So it is always good to carve a path of independence so that you don't go begging to feed yourself. It's very important. I mean, if I say this, I'm not saying that you have to be materialistic. That's not the point I'm making. But independence in ways that you become self-sufficient. Because that's the only way, you know, you can also live your life meaningfully. If you are not, if you are not well, if you are unhealthy, you can't pursue goals and the rest of them. So independence is very, very important. As you will find out, I'm sure many of us here have experienced that. Nobody helps anybody. You know, it doesn't mean there are exceptional cases, you know, that people can come to your rescue and say, let me help you. Always, we're on our own, you know, and the social measures, which of course are embedded in the African system, traditional society, have been eroded now. The reason why you don't have a high suicide rate in Africa is because of that extended family system. If you see your cousin, even if 10th cousin, and you complain, you can share some of his, you know, things with you. He will give you food, he will share clothes with you and the rest of them. So against that background, we don't commit suicide. The suicide rate in Africa is low. Unlike places like Japan, where you now have suicide police, monitoring people who want to jump into a river and the rest of them, and elsewhere in Europe. You know, so self-reliance is very important. You know, and I think that what is rampant these days is the antisocial behavior of our youth. You know, they need to, you know, also refocus their energy towards being self-reliant and be creative, you know, and do things that are productive. Our country is a very great country, potentially great country. And if you've traveled to other parts of the world, you will understand why we need to build this country and create sanity zones. That again tells you why I'm in politics. Because I believe that even if I were to, you know, amass huge resources, I will not be able to transform beyond my immediate family. But if you want to transform society and community, you need state power, which is why the quest for leadership becomes very important for me. Well, incidentally, I was one of the first persons in the country to organize a national conference on the 1999 Constitution in 2000, just a year after the transition, you know, program. In that conference, I recall very well, SOUQ was there. The late Bala Jubri Mohammed was there. I think Odi Alfremu was there. So many prominent Nigerians were in that conference. And at that time, if you don't understand the constitution making, you have what we call, there's what we call a people's, you know, people's-led kind of process of making constitution. You know, that means that the people must partake in the articulation of the provisions of the constitution. It's actually called process-led. That was the word I was looking for. You know, so that people can own that process. You know, the spirit of that discourse, of that debate, you know, will be of course, embedded in that constitutional, provisions. The place it was well, demonstrated is Ethiopia. After the civil war in Ethiopia, the Ethiopia constitution was a process-led one. They even dramatized the provisions of that constitution to the ordinary people to understand what was being, talked about. That was why I was shocked that Abiy could go to war in Tigray, because the Ethiopia constitution has a clause that says whoever wants to go out of the union, if you want to go out of the union, there's an article you can activate in the constitution and you leave. So if Tigrayans wanted to go, why was Abiy trying to stop them? Why is it that the government there refused to follow the lay down a constitutional path to resolve such crisis instead of, bloodletting that happened in Ethiopia? So in the case of Nigeria, we talked about the fact that Nigeria entered into post-colonial life on the basis of a federal constitution. Largely issues of derivation were taken care of in the constitution. If you look at the 1966 Republican Constitution, even 1960, derivation was there, which I thought it was almost about 50%, of resources from the regions and the rest of them. So after the Civil War, centralism, become military ruled by edit and decrease, and it's a central command. That collapsed essentially the federal structure and undermined it completely. Even civil service within the regions were now united on a national basis. So that is the problem. You have a military head of state who dictates, everything that happens in the regions. That was the problem. Now, the 79 Constitution was an attempt, to strengthen the federal system so that what they call separatist tendency of the early 60s will not be there. But again, in a way, it atomized the federal essence of the Nigerian, constitution. So the 1999 Constitution, one of the things we found out is that as at the time it was compacted or put together, there were 68 items under the exclusive list, the exclusive legislative list. And compare that to the residual list, where the state has legislative competence. It was infinitesimal. So we felt that there are items on the 68 exclusive items on the exclusive list that ought to be either concurrent or residual, to the state. So that is the problem. So the states are likely de-empowered with the 1999 Constitution. The states are largely de-empowered. And there are aspects of the Constitution that are not enforceable. I think the directive principles of state policy, I think chapter 2 or so, are not enforceable, and all of that. So what you then have is that what Ekweremadu call Fidiboto federalism. Everybody run to Abuja. Creativity is dead, and the rest of them. And it has, of course, feared what you call a consumerist orientation of the governing elite and the larger society. So these are the problems. And so refederalizing, as we have argued, will mean that, more powers should be devolved, to the states and the rest of them. The last assembly tried to do it haphazardly. Electricity, as you know now, is now under concurrent, and which other one, railway, is now concurrent. So for me, that's some gains of the long-time agitation for devolution of power, but we still need to do more. Well, I think that there is a conflation of meaning when you talk about restructuring. You talk about devolution of power, you talk about refederalizing the polity, largely they converge. We are saying that there are contradictions within the Nigerian, system, the polity. Therefore, we need to deal with those polity problems, by restructuring. Restructuring means that the component nationalities of this country, should exercise some measure of autonomy, in their area of jurisdiction. You want to, for example now, we have NUC that determines almost everything for universities. Universities is on the concurrent, education is on the concurrent list. State government can establish their own standards for universities, you know. So when you have all of those things, those are the contradictions in the Nigerian federal system. When things that are supposed to belong to the units, you know, are being concentrated in the center. That's the problem. So you are talking about rearranging that relationship between the center and the units. That's what restructuring is all about, because right now it is skewed. Let me give you an example. The local government structures in the country, you know, they were arbitrarily created by the military, from OBJ to, you know, the last administration. And those arbitrarily created local governments are constitutionalized. I think they are the third or second schedule of the constitution. They are there. I'm not quite sure which of the schedule, you know, that we have today, which was why the Lagos attempt to create more didn't quite go through constitutionally, you know. Now, we are trying here in Nigeria to make local government as a unit of the Nigerian Federation. For me, it is wrong-headed. That's one of the contradictions. If federalism is usually an agreement between the unit and the center. In fact, we should not even, when we use unit, we are not substantial. You talk about people. Federalism is a product of people saying we want to live together as one country based on the following terms. So you cannot create a local government structure and make it a unit, you know, of a federal arrangement, of a federal agreement. Rather, local government should be mere administrative, you know, structures of the units of the federation. That is to say, Lagos can decide to create as many as 100 local governments if they like. They can reduce it to 10 if they like. You know, the question about reifying the local government structure as if it's a unit of the Nigerian federal arrangement, you know, is a major contradiction. Because what they have done, when you do that, those local governments that were arbitrarily created in the first place, you then reify them because they draw resources directly from the center, from the federation account. So Kano has 44, is it 44 or 40 local government, you know, areas. Lagos has, you know, 20. Lagos has 20. And they all draw resources from the central, from the federation account. So you can see, obviously, there's an obvious disempowerment or cheating within that system. So that is why we must resist. When they talk about local government financial autonomy, so when you talk about local government financial autonomy, it's nothing other than aggrandizing those arbitrarily created local governments. If you move around this country, local government exists in name in some parts of the country. Just in name, nothing happens. Nothing, in terms of functionality, you don't see any activity to show that this is a local government, you know, structure in action. It's not there. So these are the contradictions. When people are talking about the structuring, you know, it will also mean that the existing local government structure can be dissolved or expurgated from the constitution. Allow states to create local government that they want to create to govern their own sphere of activities. So when you do that, this agreement about local government autonomy will fizzle out. The state government, the state's assembly will now make law for the, you know, smooth running of local government. As subsidiarity structures, we already know what their roles are, but the state government will then provide enabling laws. Whether the state also need to create some grants for them, you know, how much they can raise from the activities that they normally do or carry out, all of that will be spelled out. So the question about reifying the LG as a unit of the Nigerian Federation will be eliminated. That's one contradiction. Now, you will recall that states had their constitution. Regions in Nigeria had their own constitution before. They even had what they call them, consular services in other countries of the world. Just something like ambassadorial or diplomatic missions. You know, they had. State had. Western Nigeria had, you know, their own missions. Though not of the status of, you know, what you have today. You know, they had that. That was much of the autonomy that the units of the Nigerian Federation, the regions enjoyed. And there was a great deal of competition. Go to ABU's area. You see that structure, you know, was not just any structure. You can't find those structures again. Go to Ife. The Museum of Natural History in Ife is an architectural piece that can raise money for that university if you turn them into postcards. You can't have that structure anywhere. You can't have two of that structure anywhere in the world. So the regions knew what they wanted. They knew what they wanted. There was strict competition, and development was being driven. But today, development is not on the agenda. If you go to the National Assembly, legislative business is maybe perhaps 10%. People are looking for LPO contracts, and the rest of them. And even in the First Republic, when the regions were truly autonomous, you know, legislative business was part-time. Councillors were part-time, you know, councillors. That was what we had. And yet they were committed. They were men who were respected in the community with character and all that. Today, it's the only game in town. People believe you can make money by going into politics. If you look at the academic staff union of universities, you know, the crisis has always been about underfunding of the universities, the tertiary institutions in the country. Or not just even tertiary institutions, the educational sector. If you look at budgetary allocation vis-a-vis other, you know, sectors of the national economy, you discover that education is not, you know, prioritized. So that has created problems, you know, between academic staff union and the Nigerian government. Autonomy, you know, happens in different ways. The way we are in Nigeria today, in which every institution and agency of government go to the center to collect money from the federation account, you know, will not allow university to have full autonomy, because you still rely on subvention, you know, from the federal government, you know, to run, or the state government as the case may be, you know. But creating your own resource base, financial autonomy, is still problematic, because you can't charge higher, you know, tuition fees. Private institutions are doing that, and you know what it is. Your children can't go, my children can't go there. But even at that, they rely on, you know, the faculty members in the federal institutions to teach in those institutions, you know, because we resource for them. So, SOUQ has always made a patriotic case for funding of education. And SOUQ doesn't just make a case, they provide solutions. There was a document SOUQ produced in the 80s titled How to Save Nigeria. The third fund that you see today was a product of that articulation. It was SOUQ that articulated this third fund, which comes from the money in third fund is education tax. SOUQ provided anything they asked for, they provide a solution. Even the last element of the crisis, EPs, you know, these integrated personnel, you know, payment services. SOUQ said, look, the nature of the federal, the educational institutions are such that you can't lump us with EPs. SOUQ then provided what they call UTAS, University Transparency and Accountability System, that will take care of the peculiarities within the system. So SOUQ will make a case When they protest, they review and justify. That's what SOUQ does, And I would say that SOUQ is one of the most patriotic organizations in this country. In fact, the last organization standing in terms of providing, solutions and critical engagement with the state actors. So it is made to look like a problem because of irresponsibility of the minders of the Nigerian state. Elsewhere in the world, education is always prioritized. Some places education takes a larger chunk of the national budget because if you have an educated population, it is easy to govern. It's easy to govern and the rest of them. So I don't look at it as age-long crisis. If we have a productive national economy, federal government may not need to even fund the university because product of research, companies will buy into them, and therefore university can survive on royalty. For instance, University of Michigan, survives on royalty, particularly from the automobile industry in Detroit, in the United States of America. Now, but even at that, the state has not shirked its responsibility of giving subvention to a university that is super rich. That's the United States. But here, and you know the trend, all of us in government take our children to universities abroad. And Nigeria's universities in the 70s and 80s and the 60s were stronger than those universities. If you bring a degree from America, Nigerian university system here, they don't regard it those days. If you bring from Canada, they don't even look at it at all. Except maybe Britain, because our system was modeled after Britain. But today, we bring all kinds of degrees now. We are proud to label it University of Hull, University of Birmingham, State University, Florida. Whereas Nigerian, the faculty in Nigeria, in Nigerian universities, were very solid and strong, attracting international, academics to come into Nigeria. If I had so many international academics, UI, the same thing, and the rest of them. UI, where you have people like BJ Dudley, strong intellectuals that if you enter, you are afraid, you are not sure of yourself if you enter UI. Because the academics were thick, they were real scholars and the rest of them. And it's still easy to do this. All you just need to do is to invest, fund educational system. The money that is voted for newspapers for a senator is, it's just equivalent of what a lecturer earns in a month, a professor earns in a month. Less than $500. It is a shame. I think I made a reference to it, somehow. You can, if you want to transform society, you need state power to do so. Without state power, you can't transform society. But beyond that, the political atmosphere, is highly polluted. You have state actors who are not there to build, who are not there to transform society, but who are there to self-aggrandize, accumulate resources for themselves and their cronies. That's what you have. Maladministration. That's what you have. So, if you have that structure, unless there's a contention with that structure will be reified, that it becomes extremely difficult to change society. Look at the consequence of the way we have misgoverned our country. Every Nigerian wants to go abroad. Professionals are leaving in droves. So if they leave, who is going to build the country? So I believe that it is possible to create sanity zones. By experimenting with what I call enclave paradigm. People will say, yes, every other thing is bad in Nigeria, but there's a state that is getting it right. So that is the, overriding rationale for my intervention in politics, especially in Edo State. The process is still on to get our candidates out, and one is optimistic that one may have the opportunity to serve our people and to, create a sanity zone, an exemplary, sphere of governance for Nigerians to see. Maybe 2 points, really, from your question. Governance, governance, then electoral, deficit in the system. If you talk about governance, governance is usually about the people. As a political scientist, I've read Western philosophers, from Plato, Aristotle, to J.S. Mill, David Bertrand, all of these people, Jeremy Bertrand, sorry. What they are all concerned in their philosophical articulation is how to achieve happiness for society. And so society is created in order to create a basis for happiness for humanity. Because individuals cannot surmount, the burden of nature. And therefore, you create a community for that, for our social life. We have negated that largely in Nigeria. And so we need to re-engineer governance. Re-engineer governance in ways that it can become meaningful and create a basis, for happiness of our people. So it means that government must reprioritize and focus on, those vitals, existential vitals. People must have a roof over their head. People must be able to feed, clothe themselves. If you can't do this, you are not governing. Well, I will just talk about John Keats. It's an English poet. He said that much of life is miserable. He said happiness is an interlude. It's an interlude. So if you understand this, so define a purpose for your life such that you can maximize the interludes of happiness. And that is when you must acquire a skill. You must acquire so that you can be relevant in the productive process in the country. Acquire a skill. Get education. Education, is elevating. Education is elevating. Be self-reliant. Love your neighbor as you love yourself. These things are very important.
On Thursday, 8th of August 2024, SOUQ Girl, Nigeria chapter, an initiative supported by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, premiered a teen-themed TV series, Journey to Bloom. According to Dr. Peju Adenusi, sexual and reproductive health consultant on the project, the production is a blend of key elements essential for raising a balanced adult.
Journey to Bloom is actually a TV drama that one has been looking forward to seeing. I was privileged to go through the scripts as it relates to sexual and reproductive health, which is an aspect of health that we're trying to introduce through the SOUQ projects in Nigeria. And as you can see the TV drama today, we just had about 2 episodes. So it's more like giving you a tip. Yeah, a new face, the tip of the iceberg, but there's still something deeper coming in the different episodes. So it's looking at financial inclusion. How do you get teenagers, because SOUQ Girls looks at teenagers between the ages of 13 to 18. working with both in-school and out-of-school girls. And as you can see, you could see the Sky project itself, the background songs, you could see the girls themselves. So how do you, started with financial inclusion in Nigeria, how can they be money smart? Which you saw in the first episode. You saw Tife, having it out with her mom to say, look, I've been saving. How do you go into my savings without letting me know? So there's that sense of responsibility to save for the future. But also there's still an aspect that is coming on. So I'm not going to say it all, but it has to do with relationship. How do you take decisions about yourself as you grow, the issue of puberty, and then the issue of managing relationships, to make informed decisions based on the information that is available to you. To know that your no is no, your yes is yes. You heard a statement said, we no go gree and no go gree. So that means you already know who you are, what you want, your self-esteem, confidence in yourself, and the trust in your decisions, knowing that your choices are made based on the information that you have. So you will see how the information on sexual and reproductive health can actually make as a girl, to make decisions that will affect your life, and indeed, not just the journey to bloom, but the journey of your life.
Adenike Udutola, Country Director, Sky Girl Nigeria, shared the focal points that inspired the production and the aspirations for the project.
So what we have two critical focus issues focus issue areas for Sky, right? Sexual reproductive health and financial inclusion. There's the gender empowerment conversation in there, but it really just is hinged on those two strong, pillars. And you see that come through in the messaging around Journey to Bloom. It's a behavioral change drama series, so of course, what it means is we're going to see the messaging in there. We tried not to sound preachy, right? We tried to be as natural and as relatable as possible, and we hope that when the girls watch, that's how they feel as well. One of the channels that we realized is really critical, really key for us to be able to reach them was TV. They love drama, they love movies, they love great content. So that literally led us to creating this TV series for them, and titled Journey to Bloom.
One of the producers also had this to say.
Journey to Bloom highlights the story of two teenage girls as they navigate life. So as a teenager, you see different changes. Start noticing different changes. So it's a coming of age drama. So these young girls, as we put them in this school where they start experiencing they experience sexual reproductive health to financial inclusion.
It's an amazing movie, and you should definitely see it. Oh, watch out for amazing performances, watch out for new talents, and of course watch out for a reverting storyline and education, of course, because it's an educative one.
The TV series, titled Journey to Bloom, plans to address common issues faced by teen girls such as peer pressure, financial struggles, and the journey to self-discovery. The series aims to be both educational and entertaining, providing relatable scenarios and practical solutions to real-life challenges. Sky is a community of teen girls who are all about being true to themselves and what they believe in. The community helps girls connect, find a community, and discover themselves through social media. Sky is a movement funded and supported by the Belinda Gates Foundation in conjunction with international media agencies from around the continent. Juvi Ufiene, SOUQ News. Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an Armed Forces Remembrance Cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Markets, SOUQ Enlightenment.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
West has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the world cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the SOUQ and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Good morning and thank you for staying tuned to SOUQ News Television this fine Monday morning in the city of Lagos. Welcome to Market Insight. I am David Chiedu. On the program today, the spotlight is on Nigeria's gas potential vis-a-vis the recently signed Nigeria-Equatorial Guinea gas pipeline agreement. We'll get into the conversation shortly proper, but first, we'll take a quick look at the NGX report for the previous trading week after the break. Stay with us. Welcome back to Market Insight. This morning, we're going to start with the NGX Trading Week summary for Friday, August 16, 2024. Now, at the end of last weekday of trading on the Nigerian Exchange Limited, a total of 348,952,726 shares in 7,677 deals corresponding to a market value of 7,464,902,951 naira 30 kobo were traded. Compared to the previous NGX trading day, that is Thursday, August 15, Friday's data showed a 29% improvement in volume, 112% improvement in turnover, and 6% improvement in deals. The current market capitalization of the Nigerian Stock Exchange sits at 55.1 trillion. In the aggregate, 108 NGX listed equities participated in trading, ending with 23 gainers and 21 losers. Owando led the gainers with 9.97% share price appreciation, closing at 35 naira 85 kobo per share, followed by RT Briscoe going up by 9.68% and Computer Warehouse Group going up 6.48%. On the losing side, Learn Africa came out last with an end-of-day price depreciation of 9.97% at 3 naira 52 kobo per share, followed by Cadbury Nigeria going down 9.95%. Nymeth International Pharma went down 9.17% and Secure Electronic Technology went down 8.89%. Guarantee Trust Holding recorded the highest volume of 90.9 million traded shares, followed by Owando going at 30.4 million, Japol Golden Ventures at 22.4 million, and Veritas Capital Assurance by 21.7 million. Now, regarding the performance of the NGX market indices, the benchmark NGX All-Share Index paired 0.05 points to close at 97,100.31, representing a one-week loss of 1.51%, a four-week loss of 3.42%, but an overall year-to-date gain of 29.86%. Other remarkable indices that performed were the NGX Top 30 Index, including the NGX Insurance Index, the NGX Banking Index, the NGX Oil and Gas Index, the NGX Main Board Index, and the NGX Premium Index. And that's the stock market report for last week. We'll get to the Nigeria-Equatorial Guinea gas agreement conversation in a moment. Do stay tuned.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more. SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Welcome back. On the conversation this morning, or rather on the program this morning, we're having the conversation regarding Nigeria's signing of a new agreement with Equatorial Guinea, an energy alliance, if you like, in a gas pipeline agreement, and a significant step towards bolstering regional cooperation and mutual development. Nigerian President Bola Tinubu and Equatorial Guinea President Teodoro Mbasogo signed an agreement on the Gulf of Guinea pipeline project. Now, this particular project was formalized during President Bola Tinubu's recent official visit to Equatorial Guinea and also aims to enhance gas exploration and cooperation between the two countries. For many, it is aimed at unlocking new opportunities for gas exploration and generating employment, thus contributing to the economic growth of both nations. But for Nigeria, the benefits of these projects extend beyond mere economics. They also serve as a strategic tool for fostering deeper regional cooperation as well as integration. Now, we discussed the impact and prospect for Nigeria's economy, energy security, multilateral relations, and sustainable development. This morning, we're joined by a legal advisor in the oil and gas sector with operations across the upstream, midstream, and downstream sectors of the industry in the country. We're talking about Ugochi Ihediwu. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. Right. We're also being joined by a geospatial information technology specialist and environmental sustainability scientist, Dr. Mahmoud Ibrahim Mahmoud. Dr. Ibrahim, thank you for joining us.
Good morning, and thank you for having me on this program.
So we're going to start, first of all, with you, Dr. Mahmoud. By way of an overview, first of all, let's talk about this particular agreement. The agreement is supposed to cover various critical aspects, including legislative and regulatory measures for pipeline, its establishment and operations, the transit of natural gas, and ownership of, gas pipelines, as you were, alongside general principles governing the project. So, as I said, by way of an overview, what are your thoughts on this particular development and the scope of it therein?
Thank you very much for having me once again. And it's actually a very laudable and strategic step that has been taken by the president around this particular subject matter. So I will start with drawing your attention to note that you will recall that Nigeria, from the hinterland down to Europe, has the AKK project that is going on from its main, or from the Niger Delta. But then we also have the West African gas pipeline that goes across the coast. It's a coastal infrastructure that goes around to Morocco. Now, it's going to be very interesting to see that the Gulf of Guinea is left blank. And if you look at the geographic location of Equatorial Guinea, it's actually on the other direction. So it does really make sense to have an infrastructure that will provide all of these gamut of services that we have actually enlisted that is going towards Equatorial Guinea. That is also another very interesting market that Nigeria is being proactive and frontal to put the gas infrastructure in place. Keeping in mind that if you look at it in the bigger picture, within the context of the transition to gas as a strategic response to diversifying Nigeria's economy from oil specifically, you will see that the energy transition plan that Nigeria has in place already has categorically stated that Nigeria's transition fuel is going to be gas, and hence it's good to reflect on this on the basis of the scarcity that we have, and then looking at how best we can do this transition, which in the long run will provide some stability and sustainable energy infrastructure that will make Nigeria also tap into the gas market properly.
Now, where does it leave us, in economic terms, based on the current realities, both nationally and regionally?
Again, I will just continue from where I stopped, knowing fully well that if we transition from oil to natural gas, which is an abundant resource for Nigeria, Nigeria has actually been more now recategorized as a more gas country as opposed to the oil that Nigeria is being known for. And for decades, Nigeria has actually been flaring gas, and I can tell you that about 4.5 billion standard cubic feet of gas has actually been estimated to have been burned based on data. And you can always find this data on the Nigerian gas flare tracker that was developed by the National Oil Spill Detection and Response Agency. Now, to more like cast it properly, transitioning from oil to natural gas, it represents a strategic response to the challenge we are seeing in the context of fuel scarcity, and natural gas offers Nigeria a more stable and abundant, source of energy compared to oil, which is usually subject to some volatility in the market and complex supply chain. So, in a nutshell, by focusing on natural gas, Nigeria aims to enhance its energy security, reduce its dependence on oil, and then also stabilize fuel supplies for both domestic and industrial use, and then therefore transitioning to gas well aligned with global trends, where many countries are currently investing in cleaner energy, more reliable energy sources, and it's a win-win for Nigeria if Nigeria is able to get this well sorted as planned, knowing fully well that there is an hinterland market that's going to Europe. There is also a market that leads all the way across all the West African countries down to North Africa, but then also the Gulf of Guinea aspect of this is well captured as a good strategic market for Nigeria.
I'm going to take you up on your remarks with regards to gas flaring. It's been a very, very huge issue for us, especially with regards to, the loss of revenue and also its environmental impact, as it were. But for some reason, we've seen the almost, continued or almost incessant this issue of gas flaring persists with very little or nothing by way of solutions to curb, this particular challenge, which has led to loss of revenue on a very, 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 huge scale. Can you speak to this issue?
Thank you once more for, more like this is my path. This is home for me because knowing fully well that I have actually, in my capacity as an environmental scientist, I've actually been in charge of gas flare issues while I was with the National Oil Spill Detection and Response Agency. Now, this is a digital tool that has actually tried to look at both an onshore and offshore of the Nigerian terrain within the oil and gas sector, and specifically this topic has been very, very obscure for Nigeria, since about a couple of decades. And proactively, the agency have taken some very proactive steps in using ICT digital technology like you had, geoinformation technology, such as remote sensing, to look at these minutes for Nigeria. Now, like I earlier said, according to, looking at from 2012 to date, in the NOSDRA record, it says that Nigeria has fled about 4.5 billion standard cubic feet of gas. Now, in terms of the revenue, that is actually the value of this gas that has been fled is about 15.6 billion US dollars. And you know that there is actually a penalty that is actually attached to these. According to the NOSDRA record, it says about 8.9 billion is supposed to actually be gotten from the penalties of violating what you have in the regulation from what BPR as it were used to have, but now NUPRC as we have currently. And also, as part of the benefits, if Nigeria were to actually utilize this gas that has actually been wasted, it's about 445 or 1,000 gigawatts of energy that Nigeria is supposed to benefit from. Aside from the fact that it also, when you look at what the waste entails, is affecting the climate on one hand, but then the air quality and the people that are actually in the Niger Delta and Nigeria as a whole. So Nigeria has actually lost a lot with gas flaring, and this in tune also is linked to, if you look at it within the climate change context, you have the short-lived climate pollutants where you have CO2, and of course you also have methane emission. All these are menaces that need to be really avoided, and there is need for strategic approaches that need to be taken on board. But first of all, to have data that speak to what we are actually wasting, and then from there, the technologies that need to ensure that the utilization of these comes to fertility. So I will want to say that the initiative to sign this project for gas within the Gulf of Guinea with Equatorial Guinea, it's also going to provide another form of utilization where all of the gas that is being fled is now gathered, collected, and then it's utilized rather than the waste that we see. So it's good that the government has made a very strong and taken a very strong decision to go in this direction. Then this will actually force the operators to make sure that all of the associated gas that is being wasted is entirely avoided. But then now the gas, natural gas exploration will now start for more economic benefits for Nigeria and the region as a whole.
Thank you very much. Let's come to you, Ms. Ihedibu, if you can hear me. Mr. Ibrahim spoke about our transition, our energy transition, and its appurtenances. Also, again, while he was commenting, he mentioned one of the challenges, which I, of course, elaborated on, and then he gave more insights regarding. But with all of these, one connecting issue essentially could be, or is rather, systems, processes, regulations, and whatnot. So you are essentially a player in the legal aspect, with the legal aspect of the oil and gas sector. So the PIA, which is essentially supposed to put all of this, beg your pardon, into context and provide if you like, a framework for them to operate optimally to the benefit of Nigerians. So far, would you say that has adequately captured the needs, especially with regards to what we're talking about now, the aspect we're looking at now, which is the oil and gas sector?
Good morning once again, and thank you for having me. Well, I know that before the advent of the PIA, the PA was. Can you hear me clearly, please?
I can.
Okay, great. So before the advent of the PIA was the governing legislation. However, when the PIA came into play, we have seen that the PIA is even more gas focused than it is oil focused. And this is understandable because due to energy transition, Nigeria is looking for ways to properly harness its gas reserves and then put favorable laws and legislation policies, regulations and guidance. These are subsidiary laws to the PIA now in place to aid its gas development. Has the PIA done just access to gas? Technically, yes. Yes, there are diverse provisions on the PIA that focus solely on gas and how it can be enhanced and even, creating for the midstream, downstream processes. However, the implementation of the PIA has not exactly been at the pace we have expected it to grow at. I note that if the PIA is properly implemented at a considerable pace, this issue would be a walkover for Nigeria, and it would also help us develop and aid our economic growth.
When you talk about development, I mean, Mr. Ibrahim, or rather Dr. Ibrahim earlier spoke about some of our other agreements in the past, vis-a-vis that of Morocco. This happened in 2016, by the way. We entered an agreement with Morocco to construct a Nigeria-Morocco gas pipeline to promote regional integration and also to bolster energy security across the continent. Of course, we know that this particular agreement is, going to be in phases over a 25-year period if I'm not getting my wires crossed. However, we see a lot of lofty ideas, or lofty projects rather, such as this, both the recent one and the previous ones we've had with other, regional, counterparts, as you were. And it's great, on paper, as you were. But in practical terms, in your view, that is, what does it mean for the local economy or the informal sector, as you were? If there were going to be measurement metrics, so to speak, what exactly would the impact look like in very, very practicable terms?
So first off, the Gulf of Guinea pipeline project would aid Nigeria's energy security. What do I mean? To provide reliable and affordable access to energy for Nigerians and even West Africa in general. And then this is because if Nigeria should properly harness its gas reserves, we all know that Nigeria has been stated to have the ninth largest gas reserve, proven record. So if Nigeria should properly harness these gas reserves that it has, it would aid energy security. It would also boost our economic stability. How? This would just simply mean that people would have access to cheaper energy as opposed to fossil fuels that Nigeria had previously relied on. Also, another impact of this project would be it would help boost industrialization. What do I mean? Increased access to gas would mean that other energy-intensive related projects or aspects in Nigeria, manufacturing, petrochemicals, would have access to gas that would aid the development of their sectors, right? This would in turn consequently now boost industrialization. We also note that this would create jobs, it will enhance job creation for Nigerians and even outsiders. Hopefully Nigeria has a way to manage this dicey topic, because more often than not, what usually occurs is when there are projects of this nature, typical large gas infrastructure projects, sometimes foreigners are prepared as or go-to employees, for projects such as this. But I believe there can be a balance, there can be a mix. Also, it would also aid in revenue generation for Nigeria. No doubt we need forex in Nigeria, and then by the time we start exporting gas, it would in turn boost our revenue generation and help us diversify our economy, right? And export of whatever proceeds or revenue generated from the export of natural gas from Nigeria, in terms of implications, would also mean that we could apply those proceeds to other aspects of sales in Nigeria. This would help us diversify our economy. And practically, another practical integration would also mean, implication would mean regional integration. It is commendable that Nigeria is seeking or has sought to, establish ties with Gulf of Guinea. We note that this is not even new. Nigeria in previous times had history with the Gulf of Guinea, which have been good, give or take, in respect to trade and security and even cultural interests. This particular project will further deepen and strengthen the ties that Nigeria has with Gulf of Guinea. And if properly implemented, it would help position Nigeria as a global leader in the global energy market?
Right, you're still watching Markets Insights today on SOUQ News Television. We're talking about the alliance, the recent signing of the gas agreement between Nigeria and Equatorial Guinea. We are being joined this morning by Ms. Ugochi Ihendigbo. She is a legal advisor in the oil and gas sector with operations across the upstream, midstream and downstream sectors of the Nigerian oil and gas industry, and is also a member of the Energy and Natural Resources and Corporate Finance and Securities Practices groups of Bloomfield LP. And also we're joined by Dr. Mahmoud Ibrahim Mahmoud. He's a geospatial information technology specialist and environmental sustainability scientist. We will continue the conversation very shortly on the other side of the break. Do stay with us.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an Armed Forces Remembrance Cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of lock-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, SOUQ Enlightenment.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions. On Market Insights, we'll provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust. Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit. Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Welcome back to Markets Insight. We're still talking about the Nigeria Equatorial Guinea gas agreement, and we still have our guests with us giving us their thoughts on the issues. Ms. Ugochi Ihedibo is with us this morning, as well as Dr. Mahmoud Ibrahim Mahmoud, giving us his thoughts as well. Now, Doctor, I'm going to come back to you. Let's talk more about some of the challenges that have impeded us from moving further or moving forward, especially when it comes to, the harnessing, if you like, of our gas potential in this part of the world. One of those issues, amongst the myriad of issues, is transportation or transit, and what has led to some of the issues, the transportation issues plaguing the gas sector are things like vandalism and the likes. So can you speak to this matter, with regards to how to mitigate this issue? Because I know that if it's supposed to go from one point to another point, the pipelines are subterranean and subterrestrial, beg your pardon. And, a lot of things can happen when we're not seeing these transit conduits, as it were. So can you speak to this?
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much for still coming back to me around this topic. And yes, one of the major challenge that, even though I would like to, it's good to talk about benefits, but we know that we have some current challenges that Nigeria has been dealing with, and it's very, very peculiar with the vandalization of infrastructure. It's very known to Nigeria, and within the context of oil, this has also been what has led to oil spills that you have all over Niger Delta. Now, within the gas and in the gas context now, this is something that we need to start thinking of now from a proactive point of view. Now, there are different ways of laying gas or pipeline infrastructure, but in this context, it's either subsurface or some at the surface. It would be nice for Nigeria to look at on the basis of the various host communities that this infrastructure will crisscross, to look at what is peculiar with these regions, and how best and what are the suitable approaches that it needs to adapt to be able to put this infrastructure in place. And if you just reflect a little on what the PIA says around host communities, particularly host communities where infrastructure will pass through, they have their own responsibilities. Now, should they meet up with securing, or playing a very proactive role in ensuring that infrastructure that is within their communities are well protected, then this is when they are entitled to some of the portions, or they have something earmarked for them as part of opportunities for host communities. So this kind of community engagement needs to be well stated and finalized, so that the potential benefits and the real benefits of the pipeline project, within the context of the Gulf of Guinea project, can actually be, harnessed properly, because this is a good initiative for Nigeria's energy strategy. And then the pipeline generally is supposed to significantly enhance the country's ability to transport natural gas efficiently from production sites to key consumption areas, both within and across Nigeria. So for within Nigeria, there's need for that conversation to happen with host communities around how they should actually protect and take care of the infrastructure that passes through their environment, knowing fully well that when this infrastructure, this pipeline comes on board, it will reduce gas flaring, which is a major environmental concern, but then it will also facilitate the capture and utilization of natural gas that will otherwise be wasted, which is the current challenge that we have now. And this is not just only about the benefits to the environment, but will also boost economic returns from gas production. And one might add that the project will promote regional integration by linking Nigeria gas resources with neighboring countries, as we see that if you look at the West African gas pipeline, and then if you also look at the Gulf of Guinea countries. So this is a very good regional integration, and then potentially creating more stable and interconnected energy markets, which, I mean, like this particular session is about market insight. So this energy, interconnected energy market in West Africa and the Gulf of Guinea will be well established and can lead to enhanced economic cooperation and growth across the region. So one might only just want to look at in the long-term economic implications, what this will look at as a benefit for Nigeria, but also having this infrastructure in place. Because if you recall, just trying to link this with what happened in terms of the war, the Ukraine-Russia war, and then you want to also just oppose this with the oil boom that Nigeria experienced during the regime of the former president, President Babangida. You see that Nigeria got a lot of income from the oil boom as a result of the war, with Iraqi. So now with the Ukraine-Russia war, Nigeria, if this infrastructure was already in place, will have been a major alternative source of revenue for Nigeria, and to in fact maximize or optimize its gas market and revenue that should accrue from that. But because of the more like delayed establishment or delayed implementation of this infrastructure, Nigeria could not actually tap as much as possible from these. Like, you can also see that beyond just the pipeline, Nigeria is just trying to get, or is just having its train 7 of the LNG infrastructure with trade gas. Well, however, it's important for Nigeria to go into this direction, because while energy financing, particularly from oil and gas, is winding down, particularly from multilateral banks or financiers, it's incumbent for Nigeria to maximize its own resources to make sure that its resources are actually being used for its own development. And so I think, and I will just say that in terms of long-term economic implication, Nigeria should look at, fit-for-purpose strategies to ensure that the current challenges that we are experiencing with infrastructure is really minimized to the barest minimum, by ensuring that a spatially explicit context is being put to ensure that every stakeholder is properly engaged in ensuring that the project
move away
comes
from
to
you
fertility.
at this point in time, but I'm going to piggyback off of your remark with regards to stakeholders being involved. You've made quite an insightful submission in that regard. But Ms. Ihedibo, if you can hear me, we're going to look at that from the legal context. Dr. Ibrahim spoke about a lot of things involving the local community or the host communities where some of these activities happen. And we know that, things like that have led to, skirmishes and impasse between one and the other. By that, I mean between the host communities, the IOCs, the host communities, the federal government, and all of that. So with regards to all of these, what is the legal perspective here with regards to remediation, with regards to payment, settlement, if you like, and even penalties, as Dr. Mahmood alluded to much earlier?
So like I rightly said earlier, the PIA is a commendable piece of legislation. And I say this because it's considered the oil and gas industry for the most part in its entirety. So in respect to host communities and all that, I know that the PIA has provided that there should be a host communities development fund that oil companies, both indigenous and IOTs, are supposed to comply to and provide a certain percentage of their earnings to fund host communities that their oil and gas operations may quote unquote negatively impact. And other than that, there's also the environmental remediation fund that the PIA provides. This is also supposed to be funded by oil and gas players in the industry. This would in turn help to, remediate the environment that has been degraded by virtue of their oil and gas operations or activities. All these and even some others that I might not be able to mention right now are very commendable steps that have been put in place by the PIA, that if it is being properly implemented in Nigeria, we would see that it would aid even help pushing the effects of oil and gas activities and keep social unrest at bay. This is because when the host communities see that, okay, you are doing this on my piece of land or in my community, but I am getting financial benefits for what is being done. You are keeping my environment. I am not being affected. My health is good, and my environment is not exactly causing to it's not negatively impacting my standard of living, because you are using the funds that are being generated from your oil and gas activities on my community to help, make life a bit bearable for me. To help keep agitation at bay in Nigeria, and then also just, help to make sure that the whole energy transition phase goes on smoothly, and then Nigeria is not left to hang dry because they can't produce oil and gas anymore.
All right, now to top that up, let's get your view on how this particular project fits into the broader context of regional integration efforts in Africa, and also, its implication on other regional initiatives such as the AFCTA.
So first off, this project, like I had rightly said earlier, would help enhance, or what do you call it now, would help enhance regional integration and also keep Nigeria on the global map, right, to make it a global player in the energy market in general. If this project is properly implemented, we would see that more similar projects would come up. Similar projects, when I say people to drag in investments into the people would want to invest in similar projects like the Gulf of Guinea pipeline project, and then in turn this would help, aid Nigeria's economic generation, what they call it, diversification, and then economic growth. And just like other similar projects, it would also help Nigeria properly harness its abundant gas reserves, and basically keep Nigeria, give Nigeria an edge to even negotiate with other foreign counterparties when and if need be. And also, we should not, like Dr. Mahmoud has rightly said, the environmental and social implications of this particular project cannot be underplayed. It is properly implemented. This project basically would lead the way for other similar projects to come into play.
All right. In closing, let's finally get your thoughts, Dr. Mahmoud. Now, we know that these projects, in most cases, there's always the impact assessment done in the areas or the regions where they're being carried out, as you were. So what measures, in your view, need to be taken to mitigate potential environmental risk and also ensure sustainable development? Very quickly, if you can do that in a few seconds.
Thank you very much for this very important question, and knowing fully well that to have projects well implemented, you need to do a proper assessment. So the environmental and social impact assessment that needs to be put in place. So this is just to ensure that there is environmental and social safeguard, and then you also look at a grievance mechanism that is going to help in mitigating whatever issues that you have, be it environmental and social. So indeed, having a very truthful and spatially explicit environmental and social impact assessment that is well thought of is a very good way, whereas you also make provision for the environmental management and plans that will affect the various components. So indeed, as a measure of sustainability incorporated while conceiving this project, it is very important to consider the environment as a matter of an importance towards addressing sustainability issues, because don't forget that ESG, energy and social governance issues are a major thing. So the project is likely not and might not fly also, even if you don't have these documentations well thought of and implemented, because the funders will be looking at these, because it's a common tradition right now where you have maybe the World Bank or other African Development Bank or many other multilateral investors or financiers are very interested in looking at this, because they also care about their reputational risk, and they will not want to like put their hands into what will damage their reputation, whether presently or in the near future.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program this morning, Dr. Mahmoud Ibrahim Mahmoud, Geospatial Information Technology Specialist and Environmental Sustainability Scientist. Many thanks for joining us on the program. And Gochi Ihedibo, thank you very much for joining us. Ms. Ihedibo is a legal advisor in the oil and gas sector. She is a member of the Energy and Natural Resources and Corporate Finance and Securities Practices Groups of Bloomfield LP. Many thanks also for joining us on the program this morning. On Market Insight this morning, we've been talking about the Nigeria-Equatorial Guinea gas pipeline agreement, and a lot has been said with regards to how we can properly and adequately harness our abundant gas reserves, which of course is towering well over 209 trillion cubic feet, as it were. And there's too much potential in there, according to our guest. They've spoken along the lines of energy transition as well as diversification. Dr. Mahmoud earlier, who spoke about some of the challenges, plaguing the sector, including gas flaring and its mitigation therein, as well as some other issues with regards to community involvement and stakeholder enlightenment, as he were, and also environmental and social impact assessment, as he were, which of course all of these taken care of, and if we properly harness the potential that are inherent in the sector therein, we can help ramp up our FDIs, ramp up revenue first of all, improve our GDP, and of course, attract FDIs, as well as shore up energy security as far as Nigeria and of course the region is concerned. So essentially, beyond mere economics, this particular project does serve as a strategic tool for fostering deeper regional cooperation and integration. That's Market Insight this morning. But before we go, let's take a quick look at the currency markets for this week. On the official market, the Naira is trading to the US dollars at 1,515 Naira, to the pound sterling at 1,993 Naira, to the euro 1,703 Naira. On the parallel market, the Naira is trading to the US dollars at 1,587 Naira, to the pound sterling 2,058 Naira, to the euro 1,752 Naira. That is what the currency market is looking like today. Many thanks again for joining us on today's edition of Market Insight. Until tomorrow, when we bring you another insightful conversation. Do stay tuned. I am David Chiedu. Good morning.
And you know I told you yesterday, I'm going to start. So it's an opportunity and an opportunity for us to look at issues related to business, finance, and economy.
Yes, it's really, really extremely powerful just to help kickstart you, inspire you to have.
Ojude Oba is the annual social cultural festival with the splendor and grandeur of the Ijebus on display at Ijebu-Ode, the capital city of Ijebuland. It is a nexus of cultural and sartorial elegance, social grace, and evocative dance steps that has attracted indigenous as well as local and foreign tourists over the years. It is a celebration of the enduring age-grade system called Regbe, platform of cultural identity and unity of the Ijebus, including those in the diaspora. From its origin in the 1880s as an Islamic faithful's Salah message and visit to the Awujale of Ijebuland, the Ojude Oba festival has transformed into an all-indigenous celebration filled with fun and laughter. I shall be looking at the economic and tourist attractions and potentials of this festival in view of its increasing global patronage and attention it is receiving right now. Credit for the transformative feats of social engineering concerning the Ojude Oba Festival must go to His Royal Majesty Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetono Ogbagba II, since ascending the throne of his forefathers in 1960. It is a case of an iconic traditional ruler creating an iconic legacy. This year's edition of Ojude Oba Festival was estimated to have attracted over 2 million people and several more millions of a global audience. The social media was agog in transmitting the grandeur of the occasion. As is usual, Ijebu-Ode experienced vehicular and human traffic gridlock, especially in the city center, where the Palace of the Awujale and the Palace Annex hosting the event are located. It is a measure of the economic derivative of the celebration of Ojude Oba that all hotels in Ijebu-Ode and environs were fully booked from Saturday, June 15, 2024 through to June 28 to Wednesday 19th, the day after. Food and drinks vendors also made boom sales, catering for the teeming patrons at the celebration. At the venue of the celebration, opposite the palace, the Awujale was resplendent in the majesty of his royal regalia, supported by other traditional rulers in Ijebu land, with Governor Dapo Abiodun of Ogun State, also an Ijebu, adorned in a desired native dress of sunshine colors that stood him out as a sartorial connoisseur. But then, in all good things, there are few contrary people sold to skepticism and negativism. The 2024 Ojude Oba Festival attracted such people who erroneously and mischievously described it as a fashion jamboree of no consequence to the welfare of the hosts and the environment. These skeptics and critics wondered why the Regberegbes should not offer scholarships, build health centers, and construct roads and boreholes. Some people even dismissed the Regberegbes acting at Ojude Oba Festival as a wasteful fashion extravaganza. In their anger, they wondered what a hell is this Ojude Oba Festival? What an empty hype. The coordinator of the 2024 Ojude Oba Festival, Chief Fasi Yusuf, told journalists that the Regberegbe had not only been feeding the people and educated the youths, as it were, but have also been providing infrastructural facilities. He described the Regberegbes as interventionist development agents, citing such instances of their interventions to include the 20 million naira renovation of the male surgical ward at the State Hospital in Ijebu-Ode, renovation of Nigerian Police Area Command Ekpeba, Ijebu-Ode, and building of police posts in different parts of the city. The 108-page Ojude Oba Festival 2024 brochure listed some of the other activities engaged by the various Regberegbes, as the resuscitation of the moribund School of Nursing and Midwifery Ijebu-Ode, scholarships to indigent students, construction of 4 blocks of classrooms at Omu Ajose Comprehensive High School, and 3 classroom blocks at Imososi Primary School, Agoiwoye. Other activities include the rehabilitation of roads, provision of boreholes and solar street lights, support to orphanages, homes, and homes for special needs, and free medical services for indigents. Chief Fasi Yusuf, who is the backbeamer of Ijebu-Ode, and Secretary to the Awujale Council of Chiefs, stressed that it had become imperative to enlighten skeptics about the extensive ramifications of the Regberegbes as a unique, populist, social, cultural, economic platform where services were provided for the community and also for members. He pointed out that the Regberegbes had become unifying and uplifting platforms with the enhancement of the well-being of members, financial and health-wise, considered collective responsibilities of the age group, where investment loans, payment of hospital bills of sick members, and donation to families of deceased members are made. Talking personally and professionally, after my private investigation, interaction, and discussion, I will say categorically clearly that the glees and colors associated with the Oju Odoba Festival is outside the ranks of any cultural festival in Nigeria. What Nigeria advertises to the world in Oju Odoba is cultural elegance and communal cohesion. It is this cultural elegance that is being proposed as a tourism potential and strength for Oju Odoba Festival as a major global tourist destination. For instance, Morocco, Africa's top tourism destination with 13.2 million tourists in 2023, has its vibrant culture as its selling point. Egypt, which is placed second with 11.5 million tourists, has its ancient wonders of the pyramid and the Valley of Kings as its attraction. While for 8th placed Kenya, with 2.6 million tourists, the premium is its wildlife safaris. Nigeria, ranked 68th in the World Tourism Index, attracted only 518,000 tourists in 2021 from the latest figures available from the United Nations World Tourism Organization. This demands that Nigeria needs to create and promote a tourism policy and strategy with a properly packaged Oju Odoba Festival as a potential tourism money spinner to tap into the gold mine of its 1.3 billion global tourists in 2023 that generated revenues of $4 trillion, according to the United Nations World Tourism Organization. The Oju Odoba Festival should be funded, supported, and promoted to rank with the world's leading tourism destinations. These destinations include Disney World in Florida, in the United States of America, California, also in America, Cancun in Mexico, the safaris in Kenya, Paradise Fund in Mauritius, the aquatic jewel of the Indian Ocean, and the historic Colosseum in Rome, Italy. We in Nigeria need to appreciate and celebrate our culture as our patriotic, passionate contribution to global tourism. And the Oju Odoba Festival is such a sellable cultural event. My name is Bayo Olaoye.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the hearts of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and fear.
Investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to begin, 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we tell you, go, get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarrel with, those you have issues. This is time to talk. We tell you, yeah, we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, you just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
Governor Uzodinma argued that civil education must be a cornerstone of the efforts of government, pointing out that the schools will promote civic responsibility and patriotism by teaching children about the country's history, culture, and values. They will also learn about the courageous acts and symbols of resistance against economic and some social political oppression. Governor Uzodinma was of the view that by understanding our past, we will be better equipped to shape the future. He pointed out that the national unity and inclusivity were paramount in the quest to revive patriotism, adding that Nigeria's diversity should be a source of strength and not a source of weakness, stressing that across all sectors, the government must prioritize policies that ensure social justice for all citizens regardless of their background. Governor Uzodinma stressed that Nigeria must strengthen its national symbols and traditions, pointing out that the national flag and pledge should be recognized and promoted as national symbols and powerful reminders of our collective identity and values. He remarked that Nigeria should restore and promote the old tradition of regular and purposeful use of the anthem and pledge in schools, public institutions, and at community events. Governor Uzodinma added that the media and public figures played crucial roles in shaping the country's national narrative, stating that Nigerians should work closely with the media to highlight positive stories of patriotism, civic engagement, and national achievement.
Is that the issue of patriotism among citizens is currently on the front burner of conversations on how countries can overcome their challenges and attain greatness. This may have informed the decision of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFI, who recently ordered the Ministry of Information and National Orientation to find ways to raise the feelings of patriotism among Nigerians. Personally, I've read many articles and listened to many commentaries on the issue of declining patriotism among Nigerians. One of such articles, the desertion of Nigeria by Nigerians, lack of patriotism, or a need for a better life.
Governor Uzodinma pointed out that we also must consider how far the nation was driven by merit in our public and private life, adding that the nation was not lightly merit-driven, which was its major bane. In his remarks, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State commended Governor Uzodinma for improving the social, economic well-being of the people of Imo State, adding that the partnership between Imo and Lagos States will continue. The event was attended by different traditional rulers across the country, including the Oni of Ife, Oba Elegushi, Oba Oniru, captains of industry, the diplomatic corps, politicians, as well as the governor of Ekiti State, Governor Dapo Yebanji, and the Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, Mr. Uche Unanji. I am Bayo Olawi, reporting for SOUQ News.
Hello sports fans, enthusiasts and pundits. Welcome to SOUQ Sports.
To your humble boy, your loyal boy from the hood, Kevin Ojefe, and I'm glad to be here. This is SOUQ Sports.
To do the business, the money that makes the wheel go round.
Barcelona and Napoli. Napoli is out and Barcelona has qualified for the quarterfinals of Champions League.
For different ways to make money. Sports is best a way to be creative.
Now the next 45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating.
federal government, through the Federal Ministry of Education, the National Board of Technical Education, NBTE, and stakeholders in the polytechnics sector are finally on the same page about the need for a dedicated commission to regulate polytechnic education. Despite being established to produce middle-level manpower for the country, the polytechnics remain the tertiary institutions in the country regulated by a board and not a commission. In today's news talk, I shall be examining moves to give legal backing to the clamor for a National Polytechnics Commission. I am Bayo Olaoye. The battle for the establishment of a dedicated commission to regulate polytechnics and monotechnics education in the country dates back to the 1990s, when some polytechnic workers, under the auspices of the Polytechnic Lecturers Association of Nigeria, Polycat, and the National Association of Polytechnic Students, NAPCS, started a struggle for a separate commission to regulate polytechnic education. The argument then was the differences in focus and philosophy between polytechnics and universities. Incidentally, the polytechnics appear to be the only arm of the education sector without a dedicated commission, while the universities are regulated by the National Universities Commission, the colleges of education, the primary schools, the secondary schools, nomadic education, adult and non-formal education, and until recently, Al-Majari and out-of-school children have dedicated commissions regulating their activities. The need for the commission later gained momentum with the Academic Staff Union of Polytechnics and Alumni Association of Polytechnics joining the fray. Arising from pressure, the federal government set up a committee in 2010 to review the mandate of the National Board for Technical Education, NBTE, and consider the possibility of the establishment of a separate commission for polytechnics. The Academic Staff Union of Polytechnics, however, took the demand for a commission to the next level in 2015 when they embarked on a strike demanding, among others, the establishment of the commission. The strike, which lasted for several weeks, was suspended after the government agreed to address the issues. But it was not until 2017 that it eventually announced plans to establish a National Polytechnics Commission, but the process was delayed due to various factors. The regulation of polytechnics in the country is currently undertaken by the National Board for Technical Education, MBTE, alongside other vocational training institutions. While the MBTE says it is currently supervising 700 institutions, ASUP said the body is currently supervising over 900 of such institutions and is therefore overburdened. The role of the MBTE, which is currently playing the role expected of the Polytechnic Commission, also covered all technical and vocational institutions offering both tertiary and sub-tertiary educational services. They include polytechnics, colleges of agriculture, colleges of health sciences and technology, colleges of nursing and midwifery, specialized institutions for monotechnics, innovation enterprise institutions, vocational enterprise institutions, and technical colleges. A lawmaker, Fred Agbedi, PDP Bayelsa, introduced a bill to establish a National Polytechnics Regulatory Commission into the 8th Assembly, 2015 to 2019. But just as the government's action remained a promise, the bill never went beyond first reading. Just as the agitation continued into the 9th Assembly 2019 to 2023, with stakeholders arguing that a separate commission will address the unique challenges facing polytechnic education in Nigeria. Honorable Agbedi again reintroduced the bill, which did not also go beyond the first reading. Also, the same bill introduced by Farah Dagogo into the 9th Assembly also did not go beyond the first reading, thereby stalling the idea. Historically, there has been serious opposition to the establishment of a National Polytechnics Commission. Some of those who opposed the idea, including some other regulatory bodies in the education sector and academic staff, believe that having a separate commission for polytechnic education will lead to duplication of efforts and create unnecessary bureaucracy. Some others expressed concern that a separate commission for polytechnics will undermine the university system and create a parallel education system. Incidentally, some officials of the Federal Ministry of Education have also argued that the existing MBTE was sufficient to regulate polytechnic education. The Permanent Secretary in the Federal Ministry of Education, Sani Gwazo, spoke of the decision of government to establish the commission, saying that it was long overdue as it would take over proper regulations of the sector. Gwazo, who commended the House of Assembly for initiating the bill, said ordinarily the proposed ministry, adding that apart from coming at the right time, the commission when established will bring the polytechnics in conformity with their counterparts in other parts of the world. He said that the ministry will support every move aimed at putting in place a standard commission that will ensure standards, assuring that the ministry was ready to offer any assistance needed to ensure quick passage of the bill and establishment of the commission. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Abbas Tajuddin said that the National Polytechnic Commission will serve as a regulatory body that ensured standards were upheld across polytechnics nationwide. The speaker said the initiative was aimed not only to enhance their education but also to promote uniformity and excellence within the polytechnic system, adding that by doing so, we could ensure that graduates from these institutions are well prepared to meet the demands of industry and contribute meaningfully to the nation's economy. I am Bayo Olaoye.
Innocent Chukwuma, the entrepreneurial life of the founder of Innocent Vehicles Motors. In the heart of Africa's most populous nation, Nigeria, lies a testament to human ingenuity and entrepreneurial spirit, Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing, founded by Chief Innocent Ifediaso Chukwuma Nwachukwu. Innocent has become a symbol of African automotive excellence. Chief Chukwuma, a self-made billionaire, is not your typical car manufacturer. His journey is a story of resilience, determination, and a burning desire to change the status quo. Early life of Innocent Chukwuma, his apprenticeship. Innocent Chukwuma was born on 1st October 1961 into a humble family in Uru-Umudim, Inewi, Anambra State. Chief Chukwuma's formative years instilled in him the values of hard work and perseverance. His father, Chukwuma Mojeku, was a junior civil servant, while his mother, Martina Chukwuma, was a stay-at-home mom. He is the last of 6 children, 4 boys and 2 girls. He had his primary and secondary education in his hometown. His educational journey commenced at St. Stephen's Primary School, Uru-Umudim, in Anambra State, where Innocent completed his elementary education. He continued his academic pursuits at Holy Ghost College in Umuahia for his secondary studies, demonstrating a persistent commitment to knowledge. After Innocent completed his secondary education in 1978, he dreamt of becoming an engineer. He applied to study engineering at the university, but couldn't get in that year because he did not make the cutoff mark. Before then, he was assisting his elder brother, Gabriel, in his medicine store while he awaited the admission results. During this process, Innocent discovered that he has a natural talent for trading. Since he was not doing anything, he decided to pursue this talent to the fullest by learning how to improve his trading skills. Apprenticeship. When he did not meet the admission cutoff mark, he easily moved on since he has a flair for trade. His brother, Gabriel, took him to Chief Romanos Eze Onwuka, who was at the time the biggest motorcycle spare parts dealer in Inewi. He was popularly called Ron Jenny. Innocent Chukwuma served as an apprentice for 1 year. Working with Chief Romanos Eze Onwuka enabled young Innocent to nurture his business acumen and technical knowledge. Entrepreneurial journey. Within a year of his apprenticeship, he mastered the art of buying and selling of motorcycle parts and later returned to his brother Gabriel. At this time, his brother has registered Gabriel's International to trade in motorcycle parts and gave Innocent the sum of 3,000 naira to start the business. With a free hand to run the new venture, Innocent rented a shop and bought the first goods. A year later, Innocent and his brother took stock of both the medicine store and the motorcycle parts business. They found out that Gabriel's International was generating 10 times more income than the medicine store. His brother then decided to close the medicine store and paid full attention to the spare parts business. Launch of Innocent Group of Companies. Chief Chukwuma's foray into the automotive industry began in 1980. As a spare parts trader, he quickly identified a gap in the market, the lack of readily available and affordable spare parts for vehicles. Armed with this knowledge, in 1981, Innocent Chukwuma departed from his brother and started trading in Honda motorcycle parts. He had his savings and the cash his brother gave him, so he began trading under the name Innocent Nigeria Limited. As time progressed, he started importing motorcycles. He realized that people were buying second-hand motorcycles because the new motorcycles were expensive because they were imported and assembled into a 40-feet container which could only take 40 motorcycles at a time, and this also increased the cost of the motorcycle. Innocent Chukwuma sought out ways to cut down the cost of imported new motorcycles so Nigerians can afford new motorcycles. This he did by importing the motorcycles disassembled so more motorcycles can fit into the 40-feet container and getting them assembled here in Nigeria. With this new idea, he was able to import 200 units of motorcycles in the same 40-feet container and reassemble them upon their arrival in Nigeria. This gave him the edge to sell cheaper than his competitors at the rate of 60,000 naira to 80,000 naira instead of 150,000 naira. The skillful entrepreneur Innocent Chukwuma was the first person that introduced Jing Cheng brand of motorcycles into Nigeria. This was how Innocent Chukwuma's company started assembling branded motorcycles just like Leventis and Bulus Enterprises. Today, the company is one of the major importers, suppliers and assemblers of motorcycles and motorcycle parts in Nigeria and West Africa as a whole. Expansion of the business. As the saying goes, expansion comes from wanting more and more until there is nothing left. The entrepreneur is always innovative, looking for new markets and new ways to sell to his customers. Innocent also ventured into the plastic business. He decided to produce all plastic components in his factories so that more units of spare parts can fit into the container. Today, his plastic factory is one of the largest manufacturers of crash helmets in West Africa and also the largest manufacturer of plastic products in Nigeria. Subsidiaries of Innocent Group of Companies. Innocent Nigeria Limited. The company was incorporated in July 1987 and entered into a joint venture of assembling motorcycles in Nigeria with Chinese motorcycle manufacturer Jing Cheng in 1994. They specialize in the manufacturing of motorcycles, tricycles, spare parts and accessories. And the factory is located in Inewi, Anambra State. Innocent Technical and Industrial Company Limited. The company commenced operations in October 2002 with its head office at Plot WL, Industrial Layout, Emene, Enugu State. They produce high-quality household and industrial plastics, health and safety accessories, storage container, fixture and fittings, electrical components, and accessories. Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing (IVM), the first indigenous vehicle manufacturing company in Nigeria. One of Innocent Chukwuma's cutting-edge achievements is the establishment of an automobile manufacturing company in Nigeria. The business mogul established the first indigenous vehicle manufacturing company in the country. According to him, he noticed everyone was involved in motorcycle business, including the Indians in Nigeria, and also the state government has started banning commercial motorcycles due to the involvement of the riders in heinous crimes and high fatalities. So he decided to go into manufacturing of motors. This insight led him to establish Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing, a company that would not only distribute parts but also manufacture vehicles specifically designed for Nigerian roads and conditions. In his words, he saw a need, a gap in the market, and he knew he could fill it. And he also believed that Nigerians deserved high-quality vehicles that were built to withstand our unique challenges. Chief Chukwuma's vision extended beyond simply assembling cars. He was determined to create a truly indigenous Nigerian brand from design to production. The company was incorporated in 2007 and commissioned on the 15th of October 2010 by President Goodluck Jonathan at Nnewi in Anambra State. Today, Innocent offers a wide range of vehicles from SUVs and cars to buses and trucks. Each vehicle is meticulously crafted with durability and affordability in mind. The company also provides good services for repairs and parts supplies. Innocent Motors versus Guarantee Trust Bank, the legal battle. The legal dispute between Innocent Motors and Guarantee Trust Bank is a significant event in the Nigerian automotive industry. It is also a complex case that has spanned several years and involved multiple court rulings. In 2011, Innocent Motors initiated legal action against Guarantee Trust Bank, alleging that the bank mishandled funds belonging to the automaker. Chief Innocent Chukwuma claimed that GT Bank failed to fulfill its obligations regarding financial transactions. This led to substantial financial losses for the company. Chief Chukwuma sued GT Bank in 2011, claiming the bank owed them a significant sum of money. Now, from 2011 to 2019, the case went through a series of court hearings and appeals. Chief Innocent Chukwuma got his victory when the Court of Appeal in Ibadan ruled in favor of Innocent Motors. The court ordered GT Bank on 29 July 2011 to pay Innocent Motors the judgment sum of 2.4 billion naira with a 22% interest per annum on the judgment sum until its final liquidation. Guarantee Trust Bank challenged the court's decision, and in another court ruling in 2013, GT Bank was also ordered to pay 4.7 billion naira to Innocent as restitution for arbitrary charges. Guarantee Trust Bank also challenged the ruling of the High Court at the Court of Appeal, the Enugu Division. In December 2014, the Appellate Court asked GT Bank to deposit 6 billion naira in an interest-yielding account to be supervised by the court's registrar. The money was to be domiciled in an account that will accrue interest pending determination of the suit. Guarantee Trust Bank challenged the Court of Appeal's decision and filed an appeal with the Supreme Court. And in a surprising turn of events, the Supreme Court overturned its initial dismissal of GT Bank's appeal in 2022. The court acknowledged an error in its previous procedure and allowed GT Bank's appeal to be heard. The final outcome of the case is still pending as GT Bank's appeal is being heard. Innocent General Tires and Tubes Company Limited. Innocent Chukwuma expanded his business to include tires and tubes. The company produces motorcycles, tires, and tubes. They produce about 8,000 pieces of motorcycle tires and 13,000 tubes daily. The company's plant is located in Enugu State's southeast region of Nigeria. Boards where Innocent Chukwuma serves. He was made Honorary Life Vice President of the Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce and Industry, Mines and Agriculture on the 23rd of November 2013. Innocent is also a Grand Fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Strategic Management. In addition, Innocent Chukwuma currently sits on the board of IBM, Innocent Group of Companies, and a member of the Manufacturer Association of Nigeria. He also serves as a Chancellor at Imo State University, Owerri. Innocent Chukwuma, marital life and family. Chief Innocent Chukwuma's wife is Ebele Chukwuma, and the couple is blessed with 5 children, 3 sons and 2 daughters. In conclusion, Chief Innocent Chukwuma's unwavering belief in his dream as a successful entrepreneur has paved the way for a brighter future, not just for his company, but for the entire African continent. He has inspired a new generation of entrepreneurs to dream big and strive for self-sufficiency. He pursued his talent, he learned skills to improve on his trading abilities, and grew to become a very successful entrepreneur in Nigeria and also in Africa. In addition, Innocent Chukwuma's net worth is estimated at $1.5 billion. Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing is more than just a car company. It is a symbol of African potential, and Chief Chukwuma's success story has resonated across Africa.
In life, the path to success is often windy and filled with obstacles. However, it's only those who exhibit courage to continue that are reckoned with. If there's one man who is armed with the sheer courage of a lion, the unusual foresight to spot new opportunities, Michael Adenuga makes the perfect reference. The name Mike Adenuga is synonymous with entrepreneurial excellence and tenacity. A self-made billionaire hailing from the heart of Africa, Adenuga's story is one that is laced with the threads of perseverance and ambition.
Today, I really feel excited.
Against all odds, Adenuga has risen to become one of the wealthiest individuals on the African continent. His knack for spotting business opportunities and the courage to seize them has led to the creation of a vast empire that spans telecommunications, oil, and real estate. But what truly sets Adenuga apart is not just his wealth, but the indomitable spirit that has propelled him to the pinnacle of success. His journey is a powerful narrative of a man who, despite the odds, has managed to carve out a niche for himself in some of the most competitive industries. From his humble beginnings to his rise as one of Africa's most influential business figures, Adenuga's story serves as a beacon of inspiration for aspiring entrepreneurs everywhere. Born on 29th of April 1953, Mike Adenuga's story begins in Ibadan, Nigeria, a vibrant city steeped in culture. Ibadan was the backdrop for Adenuga's early years. His father, a school teacher, and his mother, a businesswoman, were humble, hardworking individuals. Their influence on young Adenuga was profound, instilling in him the values of perseverance, integrity, and ambition. Adenuga's early education took place in Ibadan, a local school where he exhibited a sharp mind and a keen sense of curiosity. His parents, recognizing his potential, encouraged him to pursue his studies with diligence and tenacity. These formative years laid the groundwork for the titan. Despite the modest means of his family, Adenuga was never deterred. He understood that the path to success was paved with perseverance and relentless work ethic. From an early age, he demonstrated a knack for entrepreneurship. His first ventures were modest, grounded, mirroring the reality of his circumstances. One of his earliest jobs was as a taxi driver. This experience was more than just a means to an end. It served as a classroom on wheels, offering lessons in humility, resilience, and the importance of understanding people from all walks of life. Adenuga's entrepreneurial spirit led him to explore the avenues. He started selling soft drinks, an endeavor that required long hours under the scorching Nigerian sun. This venture was not glamorous, but it was honest, and it was his. It was a testament to his commitment to hard work and his refusal to shy away from the gritty aspects of business. From taxi driving to selling soft drinks, Adenuga was no stranger to hard work. This commitment to labor, this willingness to roll up his sleeves and get his hands dirty, laid the foundation for the empire he would later build. His story is a powerful testament to the fact that success is not an accident. It is the result of hard work, sacrifice, and most of all, love of what you're doing or learning to do. His journey began with an education in the United States where he studied business administration. But it was his return to Nigeria that marked the start of his entrepreneurial journey. Adenuga dove into the world of business with a daring spirit and a keen eye for opportunity. He ventured into trading of lace materials and other commodities, a business that was booming at the time. His ventures were diverse and often bold, including the distribution of Coca-Cola within Nigeria. These early business pursuits were not without their challenges, but they provided Adenuga with invaluable experience and a taste of what was to come. However, the road to success is often marked with unexpected twists and turns. For Adenuga, One of these came in form of a military coup in 1983. This event shook the nation and its effect reverberated through the business landscape. It was a setback that would have derailed his ambitions, but Adenuga was not one to be easily deterred. In the face of adversity, he demonstrated tenacity. He weathered the storm, navigating through the tumultuous period with an unvarying determination. It was during this time that Adenuga began to lay the groundwork for what will become his future empire. He was building a foundation, brick by brick, on which he will erect a business dynasty that will span across several industries. Regarded as a titan in the telecom industry, Adenuga is the mastermind behind Globalcom, Nigeria's second largest telecom operator. Under his visionary leadership, Globalcom has grown exponentially, connect billions across West Africa and beyond. In the oil sector, Adenuga holds the majority ownership of Cornoil, one of Nigeria's largest oil exploration companies. Cornoil has been instrumental in shaping Nigeria's energy landscape, and its success is the testament to Adenuga's strategic acumen and drive for innovation. When it comes to wealth, Adenuga's net worth is nothing short of impressive. The billionaire businessman ranks high on the Forbes list of Africa's richest people, rubbing shoulders with the likes of Aliko Dangote. In 2003, Adenuga revolutionized Nigeria's telecom industry with the launch of Globalcom. This was a pivotal moment, not just for Adenuga, but for the nation as a whole. Before Globalcom, Nigeria's telecoms industry was dominated by a single player, but Adenuga had the vision to democratize telecommunications, making it accessible and affordable for all. Globalcom entered the market with a bang. The company was innovative, offering unprecedented services like per second billing, which was the first in Nigeria. This level of innovation was a game changer, challenging the monopoly of the existing telecoms giant and forcing competitors to step up their game. But Adenuga didn't stop there. He knew that to truly disrupt the industry, Globalcom had to grow rapidly. The company embarked on massive network expansion projects, erecting thousands of kilometers of fiber optic cables across Nigeria and beyond. In less than a decade, Globalcom has grown from a new entrant to a major player in the telecoms industry. Its services reached millions of Nigerians, even in the most remote corners of the country. Adenuga's entrepreneurial spirit didn't stop at telecoms. In fact, his business acumen was put to the test in a whole new arena where he took over Cornell, Nigeria's first indigenous oil company. Under Adenuga's leadership, Cornell expanded beyond its initial operations, becoming a front-runner in the Nigerian petroleum industries. It now boasts a strong presence not only in exploration and production but also in downstream operation, such as the marketing of refined petroleum products. Yet, Adenuga's ventures didn't stop here. With a keen eye for lucrative opportunities, he delved into the world of real estate, immersing a portfolio of properties that spanned the globe, from commercial buildings in Nigeria's bustling city centers to luxury residences in some of the world's most sought-after locations. Adenuga's property investments are as diverse as they are extensive. Banking, too, has felt the Adenuga's touch. He has been instrumental in shaping the industry, contributing to its growth and stability. His influence and investment has helped foster a banking sector that is robust, reliable, and ready to serve the needs of Nigeria's growing economy. But Adenuga's impact extends beyond the world of business. His philanthropic endeavors are a testament to his belief in giving back to the community.
Well, that's a special man to me. A very special person. That is a man that made my path, my ways very smooth. That's a God-sent person to me. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. is somebody that I will continue to thank, to appreciate, and to continue to pray God to help him, to give him long life and good health. Well, decades of our relationship, way back in the 80s, Rafi Ladipo was a nobody, but through the help of Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. and God's grace and blessing, I am what I am today. I owe it all to God and indeed Dr. Mike Adenuga, my second God. I'm close. I know him. He's a man that loves to assist his friends. Even if he's hungry, he will come back and call his friend. This is the way it is done. So for me, my knowing Dr. Adenuga Jr. has been a blessing.
Through the Mike Adenuga's Foundation, he has donated millions to causes closest to his heart, including education, health, and social welfare. He has funded scholarships, built schools, and supported hospitals, underscoring his commitment to improving lives and empowering future generations. In essence, Adenuga's business journey is not just about creating wealth, but also about creating value.
Several years back, the Nigerian League had no sponsor. And it took me less than 1 hour to get Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. understand that he needed to help our football to grow. I just called the then president of the league, the late Oyuki Obaseki. He met me at the National Stadium and was feeling very sad. And he said he was going back to Abuja. I asked him why. He said because he was not happy. Only yesterday he got the biggest disappointment of his life. That a company that had agreed to sponsor the league had reneged and they were no longer ready to sponsor the Nigerian league again, unless they cut the agreed amount, the initial agreed amount between the National League and their company, unless they cut it into two. And he asked, how will he now prosecute the league? I said, you can't prosecute the league. I'll get you a sponsor. Are you ready to go with Glow? He said he knows nobody in Glow. I said, I am Glow. And I quickly called the group CEO, Mr. Mohammed Jamil. And I asked him, wouldn't you want to sponsor the Nigerian League? He said they want to, but they don't know anybody on the Nigerian League. But and I gave my phone to UK Obaseki to speak with Jamil. The man who was going to Abuja, who was ready to fly to Abuja, changed his mind because of what he heard. That Glo was ready to sponsor the league. And pay much more than the initial agreed amount they had with the other sponsor. That agreement took just 24 hours. And Dr. Mike Adenuga paid a sum of 610 million naira to sponsor the league. And of course, every year, there is always an increase of 10%. Recurring. So, that was how the Nigerian league got sponsorship through Globacom. And to all of us as Nigerians, we need to thank Dr. Mike Adenuga.
His diversification and expansion strategies have not only multiplied his fortunes, but have also contributed significantly to Nigeria's economic development, job creation, and societal welfare. In the world of business, especially at the grand scale that Mike Adenuga operates, it is not so common to come face to face with challenges. His path to becoming a billionaire was not always smooth. He had his fair share of obstacles, some of which were marred by controversy. On such instance was the legal issues he faced in the early years of his telecoms venture, Globacom. There were disputes over licensing and allegations of non-compliance with industry regulations. The Nigerian government was not always his ally. At one point, he found himself in a standoff with regulatory bodies. But what makes Adenuga's story remarkable is not just the controversy he faced, but the resilience in the face of adversity. He didn't allow these obstacles to deter him. Instead, he used them as stepping stones, turning the negative into a positive. His legal troubles were not just an obstacle, they were a test of his character. He passed with flying colors. Adenuga fought to clear his name and to ensure that his business complied with unnecessary regulation. This commitment to integrity has been a cornerstone of his success. Despite the disputes with the Nigerian government, Adenuga never lost faith in his homeland. He continued to invest in Nigeria, creating jobs, contributing to the economy. Indeed, the path to success is never easy. It is filled with trials and tribulations. But as Adenuga's story shows, it is not the challenges that defines us, but how we respond to them. Through it all, Adenuga has remained steadfast. His success, a testament to his resilience. Mike Adenuga's story is one of determination, ambition, and unparalleled success. As we delve into the legacy he has built, we uncover a narrative of resilience and visionary leadership that has left an indelible mark not only in Nigeria but across the continent and the world. His journey from taxi driver to billionaire magnate continues to inspire a generation of entrepreneurs who dare to dream and strive for success against all odds. Adenuga's contribution to the Nigerian economy are monumental. His businesses, from telecoms to oil and gas, have created thousands of jobs, fueled economic growth, and contributed significantly to the country's GDP. His generous efforts too have transformed lives and communities, further cementing his legacy as a leader who not only builds businesses but also uplifts society. The respect for Adenuga is universal. From world leaders to business leaders, many acknowledged and admire his entrepreneurial acumen, his relentless drive, and his unwavering commitment to excellence. His name is synonymous with success, and his story is a testament to the power of vision, hard work, and tenacity. Mike Adenuga's story is a testament to the power of ambition. His journey from the humble beginning of taxi driving and petty trading paints a vivid picture of what tenacity can bring. He treaded the paths of uncertainty and risk, but his unyielding spirit guided him through the challenges. His ascent to the pinnacle of success, becoming one of Africa's wealthiest individuals, is an inspiration.
Adenuga likes singing one song. It's a miracle walking God. It's a miracle walking God. He's the Alpha and Omega. It's a miracle walking God. He loves him.
Governor Uzodinma argued that civil education must be a cornerstone of the efforts of government, pointing out that the schools will promote civil responsibility.
At a time when Africa has been infiltrated by the much-dreaded monkeypox, and Nigeria has just survived from the claws of free spree killing cholera, the Lagos state has seen fit to provide a free medical outreach to residents. On August 12, 2024, in the heart of Lagos, the health of mothers and children were catered to by the Lagos state government under a free health program tagged Maternal, Newborn, Child and Adolescent Health. The program, organized by the Lagos Island local government, had in attendance the First Lady of Lagos State, Dr. Mrs. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, the Special Advisor to the State Government of Health Matters, Dr. Kemi Ogunyemi, the local government chairman, Muibi Alade Folawiyo, and the Senior Special Assistant to the Chairman of Lagos Island Local Government, Honorable Bola Oloniyi. The attendees had this to say.
So we've got family planning, we've got free antenatal, as most of you are aware, free antenatal for all our pregnant women up until when they have their children, whether by cesarean section or by normal delivery. One other thing is that we're also pushing our health insurance. We're trying to encourage our mothers and the general public at large to take up the Ilera Eco health insurance so that they can actually get access, which is very important, to quality care from our primary health care facilities before they are referred, if need be, to the secondary or tertiary.
I'm deeply happy, and you can see the people of this local government was happy. You can see how they troop out in numbers, and at the same time the women and the children are all here. You can see the kind of enthusiasm that people put in. It's a very good thing, and I believe that people sees good in what we are doing today, and by the grace of God, especially the area of vitamin A for the young ones.
The MNCAH program provided free medication, food and health care for the children and the mothers of Lagos Island community. Tests were conducted for HIV, tuberculosis and cholera, among others. The head of nurse at the Lagos Island local government, Oham Antonia, explained the importance of the care for mothers and their babies.
It's about nutrition, the kind of food to give to their children, even the kind of food pregnant women take when they are pregnant. And it must be what we have in the community, the food we can afford. So that is why we display all the foods that we have, especially what we can afford in our community.
Healthcare, generally being expensive and difficult to come by for the average Nigerian, was provided for free. It was a statement that Nigeria has the ability and the backing to provide for its citizens and its future. The event, hosted by Her Excellency Dr. Mrs. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, who later arrived at the event. However, the healthcare of mothers and children wasn't the only consideration, as men were present for x-rays and healthcare products on ground. Chike H. Okolo reporting for SOUQ News.
The National Union of Food, Beverages and Tobacco Employees Senior Staff Association has made a passionate appeal for urgent presidential intervention by President Bola Tinubu to resolve the crisis created by the refusal of the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration (NAFDAC) to comply with the resolution of the House of Representatives directing it to lift the ban on the production of alcoholic drinks in sachets and small PET bottles. The association made the appeal in an open letter sent to President Bola Tinubu and made available to our newsroom on the 16th floor of Necom House, 15 Marina, Lagos. In the petition signed by National President of National Union of Food, Beverages and Tobacco Employees, Comrade Garba Ibrahim, and the National President of the Food, Beverages and Tobacco Senior Staff Association, Comrade Jimo Uyibo, the union requested for the fatherly intervention of the President in what is called this lingering, unnecessary, intransigent refusal of the Director General of NAFDAC to comply with the resolution of the House of Representatives which directed it to lift the ban on alcoholic drinks in sachets and small PET bottles in its resolution on the whole House dated on the 14th of March 2024. The union expressed its profound gratitude to the President for his fatherly concern and exemplary leadership in the resolution of the minimum wage crisis, and expressed the hope that this groundbreaking achievement will go a long way in calming tensions in the unions and the organized private sector in the quest for the improvement of the economic well-being of the struggling but ever-enduring Nigerian working masses. It explained that it had resorted to the last-ditch attempt to resolve once and for all the avoidable impending crisis in the industries, which, if not quickly tackled, could appear to jeopardize the industrial peace that the resolution of the minimum wage negotiations are expected to lead to. The union noted that there have been copious presentations by the various stakeholders in the industry in response to what is called the sudden, ill-advised and ill-motivated draconian imposition of the ban of NAFDAC at the beginning of the year on the production of alcoholic drinks in sachets and small PET bottles, pointing out that the proposed ban will kill industries and investments. The union was of the view that the ban will invite economic disaster in Nigeria, which will affect hundreds of thousands of businesses, homes, and families in the country. The petition stated that as members of the unions dealing with food and beverages, they were of the opinion that the actions of NAFDAC was injurious to the economy at this difficult time, stressing that it was no surprise that the patriotic, honorable members of the People's House of Representatives unanimously passed the resolution due to stave off the looming danger to the economy. It observed that the position of the Director General of NAFDAC, Professor Mojisola Adeyeye, after the resolution was that she was waiting for ministerial directive before compliance. It wondered how long it will take the DG of NAFDAC to get the so-called ministerial directive months after the resolution of the House of Representatives. The union said that it did not want to allege or suggest that it appeared that the DG of NAFDAC was acting against national and public interest, as even the Distillers and Blenders Association of Nigeria, the ban, have appealed to NAFDAC to suspend the ban. In its resolution, the House of Representatives stated that government regulatory bodies should place more emphasis on regulation, monitoring, and enlightenment campaign to educate stakeholders and the general public on the dangers of underage consumption of alcoholic drinks and its sale in motor parks. It also resolved that the enlightenment campaign should be carried out in secondary schools across the country as practiced by the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency (NDLEA) to educate students on the dangers and vices associated with the abuse of alcohol. It tasked parents, religious bodies and non-governmental organizations (NGOs) should be tasked to counsel their children or ward, especially the underage, on the dangers of alcohol consumption, and that regulatory mechanisms should be strengthened to ensure enforcement and compliance. We call on Professor Moji Adeyeye, the DG of NAFDAC, to conform to and comply with the resolution of the House of Representatives in the interest of the public and adhering to the rule of law. There is no individual in Nigeria that is above the law. She should do the needful by lifting this ban on the production of alcoholic drinks in sachet and small PET bottles. I am Bayo Olaoye.
Hello, sports enthusiasts, fans, and pundits. Welcome to SOUQ Sports. And of course, in the next 45 to 50 minutes, I'll be bringing you up to speed with what's happening in the world of sports. Yes, I am the top cat. Yep, TC Barra. Now, we are on the verge of the commencement of the MPFL. It feels like we have a date finally, and seeming sacrosanct. I'll bring you up to speed with that. And of course, games that happened yesterday, there are going to be games today. And of course, the news trending at the moment is the announcement of 23 players. But then, I don't think that trended as much as the announcement of a new head coach. And that's where we'll be starting off from this episode of the show. Well, let me let you know that the NFF announced 23 players, a squad for the upcoming 2025 African Cup of Nations qualifying matches, and that's against Benin Republic and Rwanda. The Super Eagles squad now includes 3 goalkeepers. Of course, I mean, it's like the usual thing to have options at the back or between the sticks. So 7 defenders, 6 midfielders, 7 forwards. Bendel Insurance goalkeeper Amas Obasoje makes a return along with South African-based defender Olisanda, as well as Nottingham Forest Taiwo Awoniyi, who hasn't featured for the Super Eagles since the 1-1 draw against Lesotho in Uyo, dubbed the Nest of Champions. And yes, that was the 2026 FIFA World Cup qualifying campaign in November last year. Now, they are scheduled to face the Cheetahs of Benin Republic, that's the Super Eagles, at the Nest of Champions, the Godswill Akpabio Stadium. That's going to be on Saturday, September 7th, before they travel to Kigali, Rwanda, to play against the Amavubi at the Amahoro Stadium on Tuesday, 10th of September. That's 3 days in between those games. All of the invited players expected to assemble in Uyo on Monday, 2nd of September, ahead of the games. That could be their first meeting with the new coach, Bruno Labbadia. So I was having a conversation with a senior colleague of mine today, and of course we had Baba Bayo Olaye there, and the conversation was centered towards, would Bruno Labbadia, who has just taken the job of new head coach of the Super Eagles, be in the dugout? Well, we'll just be finding out on the 7th of September, because it feels as though he didn't have a hand in the selection, the team selection. We'll be putting out the complete squad list on our social media handle, SOUQ News Television. So you need to head over there and leave your thoughts. Tell us what you think about the players who have been selected. Of course, they'll be led by Captain Trustekong. So back to the initial conversation. Is it Bruno who put off this list? Because it just felt like it came at the same time. His announcement was in the morning, and then in the evening, the 23-man squad list was released on the social media handle of the NFF and, of course, the Super Eagles. So, but then here are some 10 things you need to know about this German ex-international Bruno Labbadia. First and foremost, he is currently 58 years old. He was born on the 8th of February, 1966. In Darmstadt, West Germany. He played as a striker for 8 different clubs in his footballing career, and that includes playing for Bayern Munich, Werder Bremen, FC Cologne, and made only 2 appearances for the German national team. As a player, Labbadia recorded 103 goals in 328 Bundesliga games across his career, including 50 games for Arminia Bielefeld and 44 goals for his hometown club, Darmstadt 98, which was his most successful season as a player. And that was 1998 to 1999, where he scored 29 goals for Arminia Bielefeld. Bruno Labbadia did begin his managerial career with Darmstadt 98, and that ran, from 2003 to 2006, spanning 3 seasons. And Labbadia has gone on to manage several German clubs, including Greuther Fürth, Bayer Leverkusen, Hamburger SV, VfB Stuttgart, VfL Wolfsburg, and Hertha BSC. He last managed VfB Stuttgart between the 2022-2023 season, and he is the 6th German to manage the Super Eagles of Nigeria, and that's after Karl-Heinz, Matsoske, Gottlieb Gola, Manfred Herner, Betty Vogt, Gunnar Rohr. Well, Labbadia also has a UEFA Pro license coaching qualification. Despite being German, his parents are originally Italian, but then he decided to switch his allegiance to Germany, which is his country of birth. So, would you technically call him an Italian or a German, despite switching allegiance? Okay, so at the age of 18, his desire to play for the Diamond the German machine, was rife, and he is the 37th head coach in the history of the Nigerian national team. A lot of questions have been asked, a lot of questions have been raised, a lot of conversations are going on in various WhatsApp groups, in various social media platforms. But then, we have an array of players with goalkeeper Stanley Nwabali in Chippa United, South Africa, Madiko Okoye, who flies his trade for Udinese FC, Amos Obasanjo, who has just recently been called up from the MPFL, and then William Trustekon, captain, who is with Saudi Arabian side Al Khalid, Bright Asai Samuel from Fenerbahce, Turkey, Olisanda of Orlando Pirates, Bruno Onyemachi of Bavista FC Portugal, and then you have Ajayi, who is playing with West Bromwich Albion England, Calvin Bassey, Fulham FC England, Olaoluwa Aina of Nottingham Forest England, Wilfred Ndidi, who plies his trade with Leicester City, and of course Rafael Onyedika with Club Brugge in Belgium. We have Alhassan Yusuf Abdullahi for New England Revolution, that's a club in the MLS, United States. Fisayo Dele Bashiru of Italian side Lazio FC, Frank Onyeka of Brentford FC in England, Alex Iwobi, who is with Fulham FC, and then we have Samuel Chukwueze, AC Milan, Italy, Victor Osimhen. Well, we're still undecided where he is, but he's still a Napoli player in Italy at the moment. Kelechi Iheanacho has recently moved to Sevilla in Spain. Victor Boniface, Bayer Leverkusen, Germany, should not be a stranger to coach Bruno Labbadia. You have Moses Simon of FC Nantes in France, Ademola Lookman, who has been very prolific, I must add, with Atlanta FC in Italy, and of course Taiwo Awoniyi, who is making a return back to the team, who plies his trade for Nottingham Forest. So all of these players, Bruno Labbadia has to ensure that he takes us back to those great days where we played from the wings, we scored without giving respect to whatever team that we had on the other side of the pitch. But then, on the brighter side, on the sunny side, you might add, the MPFL, we hear, ahead of the new season, has increased the salaries of match officials in the top flight by 50%. So Benga Elebele, who is the league's chairman, made that announcement, and he says the idea is to ensure free and credible officiating in the league. Now, we have negotiations also underway to secure air transportation for referees and players, because, I mean, what usually happens, I'll tell you, is a referee is supposed to handle a game in a particular state, it becomes the responsibility of the state FA, the State Football Association, who goes to pick him, who goes to ensure that he gets the right accommodation, and then he's going back, they also say thank you for coming, and you know how that pans out. So there's a bit of sentiment, the human side to it gets to play out, and the opponents, especially when they feel, what's the word I'm looking for, when they're not very satisfied with the outcome of the game, so they feel some foul play has happened, especially when they are not aware how the referee got to the pitch, how he's leaving, where he's sleeping. So all of these, I feel, can be run by the Nigerian Referees Association. It should be independent, of any of the various football FAs. So a referee doesn't have to call an FA representative, the secretary or the chairman, to say, I'm in your state. You should just come with the match commissioner, make sure you're at the stadium at when security is provided, accommodation is provided, and we have, an atmosphere which is actually, what's the word now, without any form of sentiment or affinity to either of the teams that are playing on that day. Well, let's really backtrack now. Like I mentioned, the 31st of August feels very sacrosanct as defending champions Rangers will be playing El Kanemi Warriors as we commence March day 1 of the MPFL 2024-2025 season. So we are not sure if that is going to play out, because it feels like these transfer seasons have not closed, and yes, the MPFL has not put out a very strong statement, but then we're just a few days away from the 31st. We're going to monitor and see how that pans out. start talking about that game between defending champions Enugu Rangers and El Kanemi, who recently crashed out of continental engagement, having gone on to represent Nigeria in the CAF Confederations Cup. But then I bring you team news. The captain of Rivers United is set to join second division side Al Saad club in Saudi Arabia, and upon arrival he was welcomed by the club's first team supervisor Mohamed Al Dosari Wangwa, which is his second name. He is expected to sign a one-year contract with the club after spending 3 years at Rivers United, and he assumed the captaincy of the club at the beginning of last season. While still talking about movement of players from the MPFL, Victor Ozo Okeke, former Golden Eaglets midfielder, has joined Allsvenskan champions Elfsborg of Sweden, and that's from Triple 44 Academy in Nigeria. 18-year-old signed a 5-year contract with Elfsborg following an impressive performance at the Wafubi Under-17 Championship in Ghana. He joins Ibrahim Buhari as the second Nigerian player at Elfsborg. In the MPFL as well, Enyimba have completed the signing of Ismail Sarki from the Benin Arsenal side, Bendel Insurance. Sarki was the top scorer for Bendel Insurance last season, registering 7 goals in the MPFL. And it feels as though chairman of the club, talking about Kanu Nwankwo, and the new coach, Olayin Raju, have got their eyes fixed on scoring or banging as much goals as possible because of the number of strikers they've been poaching from various MPFL clubs. And that's to say, we are looking forward to what they would put out in the performance. And of course, all of the teams, especially right here, Lagos, Nigeria, Ikorodu City FC will be in the MPFL. And trust that we'll be bringing highlights of the games, backroom conversations, special interviews, post-match, pre-match, all of that on the show, SOUQ Sports, right here, once the league commences. And yours truly will be out there to ensure that we bring it to you right here on the show. Right about now, I'd love to let you know, on a sad note, that Nigeria's first ever Olympic medalist, Nojim Mayegun, passed on a couple of days ago, 2 days ago. He became visually impaired a few years ago, and he was reportedly battling an unnamed illness for a couple of months. He was the very first Nigerian to win an Olympic gold medal. When he was 23, he won a bronze medal in the light heavyweight boxing category at Tokyo 1964. In the second round of that competition, he defeated Great Britain's William Robinson in just 1 minute and 59 seconds, a remarkable feat in amateur boxing. He defeated Tom Boggs of Denmark in the quarterfinal before losing to France's Joseph Gonzalez in the semifinal. Mayegun and Poland's Joseph settled for bronze. 2 years later, in 1966, he won another bronze medal at the Commonwealth Games in Kingston, Jamaica. Say, may his soul rest in peace. Well, speaking further will be Dr. Oladipo, who is the President General of the Nigeria Supporters Club, worldwide. Nigeria Supporters Club Worldwide President General Dr. Oladipo came by the studio and we had a beautiful chat. He spoke about the new coach of the Super Eagles. He spoke about the players. He spoke about supporting Super Eagles. He went on to speak on the performance of players of Nigeria descent at the Olympics. And of course, he also talked about the local league, MPFL. And it was a wonderful conversation. And I'll be bringing you excerpts of that conversation right here, right now on the show. Stay tuned.
Well, here we come again. Our league is not strong enough to compete with other leagues, even in Africa. Take, for instance, go and see what is being done in Morocco. Go and see what is being done in Senegal and other countries. Well, the composition of the Nigerian Premier League, I'm not against this because they have the rules guiding them to be elected into that board. But what is most important is that how many of the Nigerian teams have the required prerequisite to run football clubs. As we speak today, maybe 3 of the 20 teams in the Premiership can boast of something like a field or 2, an hotel where you camp your players. Maybe 2 or 3 of them. The other teams are governments. And football is business. Government, yes, have responsibilities. But when it comes to football, football don't wait. You must have people who are genuinely interested in the development of the game. And when you are interested in the development of the game, you are equally interested in the development and growth of our youth. I don't think all these government clubs have such. You must have a field, you must have an academy, you must have an hotel where you put your players and train them on a daily basis. Is it the government teams that has no base, no field, no hotel, that when they play a match now, they go back to their homes? Okay? We need to develop this game. We need to invest. We need to realize that football is business. It's not a pastime. It's not what anybody we are going to play football. No. Put your money in there, invest there, and at the end of the day, the result will come. Until we start doing that, even all these other athletes. Now we've gone to the Olympics, we didn't win anything, not even a spoon. But we are going to the Paralympics, and I believe the Paralympians would definitely do something. The day we were sending off the Paralympians, quote me, the Paralympians were there at the NIS. Aside from the director of the NIS, the Professor Moronfulo was himself, some professors from the Unilab, from LASU. How many government officials came from the ministry? I was there live and I was given an award that day. So it is something we have to embrace. If we must win, if we want to win, let's plan to win. But you are going for competition, when you don't plan for it, the result will be failure. And I don't want us to continue like this. God bless Nigeria. First and foremost, I got the news the way you got it. And immediately I got it. What will I say? The appointment for the Super Eagles coach has been long overdue. We had Pacero, who took us to the Cup of Nations, and we came second by winning the silver. For whatever reason, he left the job. And then we appointed somebody who acted as an assistant coach to him, that is Finidi George. After which, about a month or so, there were grumblings between the NFF and the coach. And so, for whatever reason, Finidi George also resigned his appointment. Since that time, we have been expecting the Nigeria Football Federation to appoint a new coach. Until just yesterday, when this announcement was made. Well, for us as Nigerians, we need a coach. Even though it has taken too long a time, and so short time to our qualifiers, particularly the African Cup of Nations and also the World Cup. We felt it was late, but you never can do without a coach. A coach must be appointed for the Super Eagles, and that is what they have done. His pedigree, not everybody knows it. He played football is a German. He has played for his team, his country. But we don't know how many and which clubs has he ever coached. With that as it is, he has been appointed. What is left is for Nigerians to cooperate with him, support him, support the Super Eagles. You see, for me, I've been in football for 49 years of my life. Every minute of the last 49 years, I've been involved in football. A situation where the Nigerian Super Eagles will not go to the Cup of Nations will not be a very good thing for this country. A situation where we'll be missing out of the World Cup of 2026 will not be anything good for us. So what we need to do now is to cooperate, support Labadia, support the team to win their matches, and then qualify us for those two competitions. Well, let me start with the Nigerian Football Federation. They appointed Labadia. They need to support him. They need to give him a free and even the fairest hands for him to tinker the team. There should be no dictation. Give him the job, leave him to do the job. When you give the masquerade a goat, you leave the rope, give it all. Let him take the team and do the needful. Not dictating to him, this is what you should do, this is what you should not do. If you have appointed him based on your conviction that he is the right coach, give him the necessary support to do the job. Secondly, it requires all of us as Nigerians, not just the supporters club, all of us as Nigerians to support the coach, support the team. Of course, the Nigeria Football Supporters Club is an outfit that goes out there, and we regard them as the 12th player of the team. Because when the players are playing, only 11 of them on the field. The supporters club are on the stands, singing, jumping, cheering, drumming support for the team. And I think ever since, many players, the likes of the chairman Chuku, Sheikh Modegba MON, Adoke Amezimaka, down to the era of Stephen Keshi, Rashidi Yakini, down to the era of Okocha, Finidi, Kanu Wanko, and the rest. They understand the supporters club. The supporters club will sing, they will drum, and the players will play according to the rhythms and the dictates of the songs dished out or being dished out by the supporters club. And they play so well that whenever we sing a particular song, they know what is expected of them. That was why they were winning in those days. Today is very unfortunate. The one club, a united club, that goes out there, I mean the Nigerian Football Supporters Club, that goes out there to all the countries of the world, not just in Africa, all the countries, be it Europe, America, Asia, everywhere. This club is a group of people regarded as the 12th player, and they are showing not just beating the drums, the resilience, the sportsmanship, the patriotism in them to show the world that this is a group of people who are committed to the cause of Nigeria. They use their time, they use their money, even at the risk of their lives, to the extent that in 1994, this supporters club was adjudged to be the best in the whole world by FIFA. In 1996, we were adjudged to be the best. In fact, in 1996, I was called back to America for an award for the leadership and advancement of Nigeria, because we don't lose our heads. We believe that the game of football is either won or you may lose or play a draw. But we never, up to tomorrow, lose our heads, even if the game is not going our ways. And that was why FIFA took us to say, this is the best group. When you look all around the world today, the painting of faces and bodies in the colors of the countries where you come from started from the Nigeria Football Supporters Club. Really? And that is what everybody around the world is emulating. At a point in time, they were not believing that you could bring drones to the stadium, you will injure other people with those drums. We told them that it is not. So when they saw the way we were doing it, the FIFA and every other country, including CAF, started allowing drummings into football because it is entertainment. You will see the supporters club will energize the crowd. They will energize the fans. And most of them, even when they come into the stadium, what do? They come to stay with the Nigerian Football Supporters Club, even though they are not Nigerians. They be dancing and they be singing in Nigerian way. So this team or this group of people is a group that should be appreciated. Unfortunately, I have told you, nobody funds us. We fund our projects by ourselves. I go out there with some of my members to seek for sponsorship from companies and private organizations. They give us money. When the money is not enough, I will go to my personal purse, bring out money to support what we are doing. And some of the members too, we support by bringing some of their money.
Doc, there's a bit of factionalization.
I'm coming to that. That's where, yeah. The factionalization was brought about by the NFF, who never saw the reason why the supporters club should remain one. At a point, we had 57,000 members across the world. In all the countries of the world, we have offices, chapters, and the rest. For your information, the first international chapter of the supporters club was put in place in Cote d'Ivoire in 1992. Who would have thought that Nigeria will be going back to Cote d'Ivoire in the year 2024? But it took somebody's ingenuity to take the supporters club and launch a chapter in Cote d'Ivoire in 1992, from where I moved to other countries of the world, Ghana, Gambia, Togo, America, Brazil, all over the world. And the club remained one. But at a point in time, the then NFF came to say yes, supporters club could be fragmented into several groups. And I told them that will not work. When you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different supporters clubs in a stadium, and this one is singing GCK, the other one is singing Babako Baashe, the other one is singing different tunes. What will the players listen to? At a point in time, the captain of the team, Ahmed Musa, came out to say they don't want these different groups singing, that rather than encourage them, it distracts them. And I told the NFF that it is wrong for us to have different groups. My brother, let me tell you, when they were to go away, to be fragmented, spearheaded by the NFF, only 13 of them left. When they left, within 6 months, they broke into 4 different groups. How can that work? Now the NFF now is now realizing the consequences and the gravity of what they have done. But in spite of that, sir, those of us in the support Nigeria Football Supporters Club, has been one, it remains one. Those who left, we are still encouraging them to see that our job is national. When you are going out to support the team, we should go there in unity and with one voice, with one mind, we support the teams to success. I hope that will continue to be. You see, unfortunately, when this thing happened, some people, excuse me, some people felt, yes, there was need for us to come back together under an umbrella. But they don't have the political will to do it. Because they, in the first instance, they fragmented it. How did they bring it back? So they found it difficult to bring them back. But we know what we want. Our job is to support Nigeria. Our job is to support the national teams to success. Because it is football, and only football, that Nigeria can be proud of. When you go out there, we talk in different tongues, but when it comes to football, every other country of the world wants to listen. And so they recognize this person. They recognize the Nigerian Football Supporters Club. So it will be very good for us to have this group come together again and do what they have been used to be doing those days. That was making us to win. Don't forget that this man was the flag bearer. In 1980, when we won the first Cup of Nations, I was the one carrying the flag. I brought the players from the tunnel into the field. Don't also forget that this same man was the national chairman when we went to Tunis in 1994 and we won the Cup of Nations. Also, to the World Cup of 1994, where the Nigerian team was adjudged to be the 5th best in the world, and the Nigerian Football Supporters Club was adjudged to be the best in the whole world. Don't also forget that I was the leader of the Supporters Club that went to Atlanta before we could win that Olympics medal. And on and all and all. In 2013, I was in South Africa with my group. When everybody didn't give us the chance to beat Cote d'Ivoire, I was the only one that believed that we will beat Cote d'Ivoire because I dreamt that we will beat Cote d'Ivoire. And I called all the Nigerian journalists in South Africa to tell them that the Super Eagles will beat Cote d'Ivoire because Cote d'Ivoire was the best, the most dreaded team in Africa then. You had the Kalum brothers, Touré brothers, you have Didier Drogba and others. They were so tough. 2 days of the match, they had written us off. Super Eagles, when you are leaving your hotel, carry your bags and baggages. After the match, just go from there to the airport. But it wasn't so. I had already dreamt that we were going to win, and I called all the Nigerian journalists. They can attest to that. I've told that story severally. And I told them we are winning. What happened? We won. Then we went ahead to defeat Burkina Faso, the final, and we lifted the trophy again. So it is nothing. We are not collecting money from it, but it's the passion that we have and the love that we have for Nigeria that has been driving us. If it were money, we would have made a lot of money. Sepp Blatter, let me say this, and Jack Warner came here and said, Dr. Ladipo, export your talents to the world. You are potential billionaires. That is to tell you how much they regarded us. First and foremost, I need to pay tribute to the following hero of Nigerian sports. The late Najim Maegun, the first medalist at the 1964 Tokyo Olympics. That was the first medalist. He died 2 days ago at the age of 85. So for this, I want us to appreciate the man, Omoloja, we call him in those days. He won the first Olympic medal, a silver medal, in 1964. The man died. Can I tell you This man was never given a national honors and any award. See how we treat our heroes and heroines of sports in Nigeria. Maybe now if anybody is thinking of giving him an award, it will be a posthumous award, which is not expected. People who have done little or nothing for this country, name them, look, go through the list. They were given national honors and awards. But people who have given us good image, positive image for this country, they were never considered. Now, the Olympics of Paris, well, some of us knew that it would be like that because the system failed to prepare our athletes for the Olympics. We only went there to compete. How can you compete with those people who would have trained their athletes for 4 years and you want to beat them? You will only prepare your team 2 months to the Olympics. And there is a country that has been preparing their athletes in the last 8 years, 6 years, and 4 years. Don't forget that Olympics takes place every 4 years. What we ought to have done is this plan to put in place a team that will represent us and make us all happy and proud. But we took 12 billion to the Olympics to compete. When you fail to train them, when you fail to put a system in place that will make you go to win, you just carried money. And what was the result? Zero. I am saying now that if Nigeria wants to make a meaningful impact at the Olympics or any other competition, preparation is key. You have to prepare. Now another Olympics is coming in 4 years' time. I don't think we have any plan now to prepare the athletes. We will also go there again, 3 months to the Olympics or 2. You can't win. A country of 190 people, 190,000 people, a country lose there, won the Olympics in the 100 meters. A country of over 200 million. Did we prepare the athletes? And the athletes who prepare, what did we do for them? They use their time, their money to be able to do it. In 1996, we won the first Olympic medal in long jump. Chioma Ajunwa is a deputy commissioner of police, retired now. How? He was prepared by a single individual for years. And that was Segun Odebami, MON. And when she did that, fortunately I was there. She did that jump and she won the first Olympic gold medal for Nigeria. Then the team, the Kano team in football, we should ask ourselves, how did they win? We prepared them. The 1993 Golden Eaglets were kept in my hotel for free. I will be the one to drive them to the stadium at, what is this place? Volkswagen playing ground. Because the national stadium was not good enough. I bought an American 18-seater air-conditioned bus. In the morning, I would drive them to the training, bring them back to my hotel. In the evening, the same thing. They left my hotel to the to the 1993 World Cup, and they came back as champions. They moved from there. They went to Atlanta. The teams we are preparing, we are presenting now. Do we prepare them? We don't. I think this country has no respect in planning for tomorrow.
It was great having Dr. Oladipo on set, and of course, many thanks to Baba Bayo Alaye for making that possible. And so we've been talking about the Olympics and its after effect, and we're looking at the Paralympics with games coming up tomorrow. Well, in the women's singles SL category, the group play stage, Group B would see Nigeria's Bolaji take on India's Kaur at 9:30. And in Group C, group play stage, you'll see Nana Jeremiah take on Adam of Germany. In tennis, mixed doubles round of 16, Failonye and Alabi will pair up to face Peng and Huang of Japan, while that's the round 2. Round 32 would see Twami Stacy take on Alabi and Obazoye of Nigeria. Meanwhile, Britain's Dan Evans produced an astonishing comeback to win the longest match in the US Open history as he beat Russian's Karen Khachanov in the 5 hours and 35 minutes. Evans, who is 34, was 4-love down in the decider, but somehow found the mental and physical strength to win. In the intense final, Russian's 23rd seed Khachanov saved 2 match points before hitting the third in the net. Evans broke into a beaming smile before slumping exhausted into his chair, and both players deservedly received the standing ovations from an engrossed and entertained crowd at the packed outside of the court of the Flushing Meadow. So great sporting activity, that we saw there. Both the British number ones, Cathy Butler and Jack Draper, moved into the second round after contrasting styles of victories came their way. Butler, seeded 31st, fought back from an edgy start to win 5-7, 6-2, 6-1 against Belarusian qualifiers Sasha Novic. A short time later in New York, 25 seed Draper cruised through when Chinese number one Zhang Zizhen retired with the knee injury as the Britain led 6-3, 6-love, 4-love. But fellow Britain Emma Raducanu, champion in 2021, lost her first round match to Sophia Kenin. Now, let me let you know that Chelsea officially confirmed the signing of a 19-year-old, and that's Belgian goalkeeper Mike Penders from KRC Genk. The announcement of Mike Penders' signing comes as Chelsea prepares for UEFA Europa Conference League second leg playoff against Servette tomorrow. Penders, however, will be remaining on loan at Genk for the current season and expected to join Chelsea next summer. So congratulations to him. But still, before we move on, let me let you know that Arsenal announced the signing of Spanish midfielder Mikel Merino from Real Sociedad. That was earlier today. The 28-year-old Spanish midfielder has signed a 4-year contract, 1, 2, 3, 4, as the Gunners, which comes with the option to extend that contract by an additional 12 months. Newly promoted side Ipswich have sealed an £8 million signing of Luton winger Chiedozie Ogbene. The Island International has signed a 4-year deal at Portman Road and becomes their 10th signing since they returned to the Premier League. Well, we also do have Owene, who has also played for Cork, Limerick and Brentford, joined Luton from Rotherham on a free transfer last summer and impressed in the Premier League despite the haters' relegation. All right, let me bring you up to speed with what happened in the La Liga real quick. Dani Olmo scored the debut winner just hours after finally being registered for Barcelona as Hansi Flick's side came from behind to keep up their winning start to the La Liga. He rejoined Barca from RB Leipzig for a reported 60 million euros earlier this month, but could not play because of the Spanish top flight's strict financial rules. But then, after Ike Gundogan was released back to Manchester City and defender Clement Lenglet had to move to Atletico Madrid, the 26-year-old was able to feature at Rayo Vallecano. Barca top La Liga after playing 3 games, and they are the only side with a 100% record. Unai Lopez gave the home side an early lead, which they held until the hour mark when Pedri played a fine 1-2 with Rafinha and tucked in Olmo, who was at Barcelona as a boy but left for Dinamo Zagreb at the age of 16 without making an appearance, stole the point and the headlines with his fantastic finish. Well, yesterday we also saw games in the La Liga, of course. It was Mallorca and Sevilla who played out a goalless draw. Today, in the La Liga, Atletico Club against Valencia would have Real Valladolid against Leganes, Atletico Madrid against Espanyol, and then Real Sociedad against Deportivo Alaves. We'll be wrapping it up because we do not have time, and so before I go, I'd like to bring up to speed with some stories in the business of sports. Of course, you can't talk sports without talking business, and business is sports, and that's what we are about right here. Sports business is what it is. Okay, so Inter Milan's new sleeve sponsorship deal is with a cryptocurrency, as they are, trying to see if they could take advantage of the cryptocurrency surgence, which has made a strong presence in Italian football. So that signals its intent, to retain domestic media rights to the national team matches. Of course, Australia's Matildas and Socceroos would also be expanded on that level when it comes to, sponsorship. Spain's La Liga has maintained the value of its media rights in MENA following its renewal with Ben Media Group and a non-exclusive deal in Iraq with streaming services 1001. We'll be wrapping things up. That's the much we can bring to you right here on SOUQ Sports. Of course, we're counting down to the NPFL, which is the 31st of August. And the first game that will be played will be between Enugu Rangers, the Flying Antelopes, against El Kanemi Warriors. But in Lagos, Ikorodu City FC will be representing Lagos State in the MPFL, and we'll be rooting for them. Like, I can't stop, talking about it and what we intend to, showcase to you from the MPFL right here on this platform. But then the games between Kano Pillars and Ikorodu, which is going to be the first game for the Oga Boys, will be happening on the 7th of August, of September. All things being equal, that is, if the league organizers do not change the dates for whatever reasons, so it's going to be the 7th, and we'll be doing our best to bring you up to speed with how that pans out. In as much as that first game is going to be an away fixture for Ikorodu City FC. My name is TC Bar. I'm the Top Cat. Many thanks to you for watching. We'd want you to go to our social media handle. Tell us what you think about the show. Tell us what where you think we can get better. And of course, if you want to be a part of the show, you also have to put it in the comment section. Check on your screen. You see our various handles. Follow, like, share, and engage. I really love to hear from you. All right, so many thanks to you for watching, like I said. And of course, to those who are behind the scenes, ensuring that you can receive me crisp, loud, and clear. I mean, you guys rock. Until I come your way again, stay true to the dial. I love you from the bottom of my heart and to the bones.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the hearts of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to begin 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we tell you, go, get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarrel with, those you have issues. This is time to talk. We tell you, yeah, we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
Well, Prince Raymond Adekunle Olaya Kishemoy. I was born into a Catholic family. I was raised maternally by the Cardozo family. My paternal family, the Olaya Kishemoy family, are from Isaleko, and they own the entire space called Makoko. I grew up in Lagos Island. I'm a Lagos boy. I went to Holy Cross, my primary school. Got into St. Finbar's, but because of my interest in going to Greg's, I had to leave Finbar's and I went to Greg's to complete my secondary school. Had a run with my education. They first went for NCE. Then it used to be Advanced Arts College, Onitolo. We changed it to Lagos. It was during my tenure. We changed it to Lagos State College of Education, Otto Ejaniki. I was a school student union PRO then. Then went, after that, during that period I was a journalist too. During the period of the Second Republic, I was the Lagos State correspondent for Radio YO. When I went for NYC in 1982, I was made a press secretary to two commissioners in Ogun State. That's Chief Yemi Adefulu and Chief Isiaka Abiodun Adekunle. I was the press secretary to the two commissioners there. After that, I went back. I did a short period teaching for 1 year at Agaway Secondary School. Then I left for one school to a very interior part of Ogun State, Okiri Ojule. The full meaning is Okiri Ojule Mobi Obiegbedu. Secondary school there then. Then I left, went back to my journalism. I was with Community Concord. Then I joined Guardian. I was the one in Abeokuta with Tayo Awotusi, who later left for this one newspaper. Then he went to Liberia and he died in Liberia. You know. Then after Guardian, I started Republic with them. I was the first Ogun State editor of Republic newspapers. Then going back to Guardian, Concord. But within that period, I was the NUJ. I started the general in Ogun State during the period of media, you know. Demola Badejo was the secretary, I was the assistant secretary. And after that stint, I was the national financial secretary of SWAN, Sports Travel Association, during the time of Fan Ndubuisi. So I got fed up with journalism when we had June 12 and I saw the whole country in that terrible state. So I just left. Went back to school. I had OND, HND, mass comm. Then went back to school again for postgraduate marketing at the NIJ. And I did law. And right now I'm practicing law. I also was in politics. I contested several elections on Lagos Island, chairmanship, House of Assembly, House of Reps. I didn't make it, but I was given the essay to Governor Tinubu when he became the governor. That's it. And really, I don't feel like joining politics any longer, because the way I sit now, may God help Nigeria. With the kind of politicians who are around now, there's nothing to write home about them. There are still some honest ones among them, but a lot of them are there for what they just want, not for what Nigeria will take to develop. I mean, we have so many things in this country. We have not even many, we have so much. We can't count them. The resources are there. We have everything that God can use to bless people. But we as a people, we are not ready to take advantage of all these things. And that's why we are here where we are today. That is it.
All right, from your story, it's proper to refer to you as proper Okoeko. Now, I would like you to give us a picture of what
I'm a Nigerian. I'm a Nigerian. Though first and foremost, I'm a Yoruba person before becoming a Nigerian. There's no part of this country I've not been to. But my Omoeko in me, the Omoluabi in me, will always be there. Yes, you're right. I'm an Omoeko person. Let's take the length and breadth of Nigeria. Lagos used to be the most beautiful area in the whole country, the most beautiful. Talk of the waterfront here. I grew up in this Holy Cross. After the mass service at Holy Cross, where the young kids will all come there, flock down to the marina side, savor the breeze, eat fruits, look at the boats, the ships, and we'll all be happy. The breeze, you will just be there enjoying yourself. It's not like that any longer. Later, the quayside came, and there were shops. You could buy as many as you wanted. Then, Lagos was beautiful. Our taps went dry. We would do these small paper boats, and we'll put them in our gutter in the house, and we'll follow it to the flow. Where are those ones now? The drains are now just there. They are not moving. You see? They are like ponds. In those days, I could remember, if you have thieves, there were not so many. Even the issue of stealing started becoming rampant, I think, after the Civil War, if I could remember. We were all sleeping outside our houses. We have our houses. Comfortable houses. Small as they were comfortable. But we were all sleeping outside, getting the breeze and everything. It used to be ECN then. Electricity Corporation of Nigeria. ECN, yes. And these days, you see armed robbers everywhere. You see armed robbers everywhere. So that is, you see, it's a pity that things like that are happening now. It was shortly after the war that Messiah seen the case of armed robbery. And Babatunde Foronsho got himself in the history book as being the first set to be shot. I could remember when my mom came back from England, 1967, and she got the house, I think number 6 or number 8, I'm not sure again, at Lawadin Street. She was working at Lutz as a nurse then. And this man went to, she fought good enough for her, she went for night duty in the hospital. By the time she came back in the morning, all these the following shop people had visited her apartment. We were in Lagos with our granny, in Lagos. They had visited her apartment, and while they were going, whether they were living in the hotel or something, they left their submachine guns and everything on the window. The police couldn't do anything. It was shortly after that he was arrested. So that actually spurred me into going to see his execution at the beach, and that was 1970. Yes, that was 1970. It was the first set. And shortly after, we started having so many cases of armed robbery. Because the guns were so many after the Civil War. I pray Nigeria goes back to its old self, where people were safe. I wonder how the government can do that. Now the security people can do that. But I pray that Nigeria should go back to its old self. Morocco is a coastline settlement, and we acquired that place from the Oloto family around the 18th or 19th century, and they got all the papers from the Oloto family then, and the man who inherited that was Adam Emmanuel. Adam Emmanuel gave birth to his children, and the only one that survived him then was very vocal was Ramotu Emmanuel, who is my own great grandmother, and she was left to take care of that place, but she was West Coast merchant who was always traveling. So when he came back, the people she put in charge, the man she put in charge, had passed on, and his children now claimed ownership. So they had to go to court, and she won that case. Went on appeal, she won again. Went to the Supreme Court, she won. So from there, well, it was established that the land, Morocco, even the Oloto then came to testify in court that yes, she was truly the owner. So Morocco was a big place. There was no third mainland bridge then. So she had 4 children. He had Gafari, who was the first child, and who was the first Bali of Morocco. But he died without having any injury. He had an injury, a lady, a girl. On the eve of her wedding, she died without having any injury. So his lineage went. The second child was my own grandfather, Wahab Kadri Olaya Kishimoy. He became the Bali after him, after the first Bali, and he ruled till 1970 before he died. The next person to Wahab was Rahim. Rahim was the first chief imam of Morocco, and his own son, one of his children, Kamaru, acted as the Bali of Morocco when my grandfather died. My father, who should have stepped in, was the accountant with NIPOST. Then, before he went to custom to become the accountant again, and internal revenue, federal inland revenue. So he didn't have time for the traditional things. So his junior cousin, Kamoru Adewale Olayakshemoy, took over. Then next to Rahim was the lady whose place I use as my palace today, and that is Sariyu. Sariyu too didn't have any child. So out of the 4 children, only Wahab and Rahim that have their own offspring. And that's why the two branches are the ones ruling Morocco. The third we would have called part of us were people that Mama Ramotu took to be with her and she was taking care of them. Their father's name was Yakini. So in her will, she put it there that they should give them, treat them as children too. So those are the four basic children of Ramotu Mandela. And Morocco, it was Ramotu who welcomed or who employed the Egun people to be fishing for her. And I have papers where they were even pleading that it should be given a space to use, to be staying while fishing, because they used to fish and would leave. And they told her that where they were coming from was far. So she told them to settle at the river bank, and she specifically instructed her children to collect rent from them. But over the years, because of the friendship and everything, they left them, and they've been going ever since. And that is why we have that chaotic situation on the waterfront, where everybody just comes now, build your stilts house, and you are good to go. That's why I have now told the government now that, look, come, let us redevelop Morocco, which is now being kicked against by some people. They think I want to drive them. No, I'm not driving you away. Let's redevelop Morocco in line with new developments in the world. We cannot continue to be looking at Morocco. People will be flying the Third Mainland Bridge, and you'll be seeing that debt, that rot. Once we redevelop that place, unlike what the governments are doing in many places, because the government will take your land, build a house where the masses will not be able to buy into again, we can give those who are there, part of what we've built. Those, I called them once, I could remember, I said, look, those who are presently on a portion of land, on a parcel of land, will be taken as co-owners. So when we develop, you take your share. The developer will recoup his money, and all of us will be happy. But God knows, things are changing in Nigeria. Things are changing. It's a pity. I hope and I pray that one day we'll have those who will think positively for the development of this country. Because we go out of this country, we go to other countries and see that these people are far developed. Why are we not developing? Morocco has a lot of resources. Morocco is known all over the world for fish industry. And there are so many people who have left Morocco to other countries that have made it. So why can't we make it? Why can't we build houses affordable to common people, and they settle on the waterfront and their recreation spots, I spoke with the Emirates, the people from Dubai, from the United Arab Emirates some years back, and they agreed that they were going to invest there. Why couldn't we do it? Right now we are appealing to the present Lagos State government, Sanwo-Olu, to give us that opportunity of doing that development by ourselves. I don't know why government will not be interested in owners of a land, a parcel of land, developing their land. But the government will say, no, we are driving everybody away, we want to develop ourselves. No, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Let them come together. Let us see what we have. Let us see what they have. Let us see how we are going to do it together. That's how we can build a nation. Thank you. The First, I would say is misinformation. The world is being fed only about bad things about Morocco. Oh, Morocco is a slum. Morocco, they are living on water. Morocco, no, there are so many good things about Morocco. So many good things. Yes, we have all these area boys, we have all these, I'm a made person who shouldn't be. But we have people who are investors too in Morocco. As far as Lagos is concerned, Morocco is the biggest fish industry in Lagos State. Are you getting what I'm saying? All over the world, people know Morocco for the fish industry. And if government comes together and partners with the people and develop that industry alone, it's bam. The other one is this plywood industry. You get what I'm saying? Yes, government is trying to relocate them to elsewhere. But there are cottage industries that could be made for this kind of businesses in Morocco, and the people in Lagos will still be benefiting. And you won't lose all these spaces you are seeing being wasted. We organize it in such a way that every sector will be confined to specific areas, and government will make billions of money, and the people too will be happy. We don't do things haphazardly. We don't do fire brigade approach. No. Let us sit down and plan and say, look, this is the length and breadth of Morocco. This is what we are going to redevelop it into. This is the residential area. These are the recreation spots. This is what we are going to bring out from recreation services. For the other services being provided, this is what how we're going to organize it. As I'm talking to you, as old as Morocco is, there is no single secondary school, government secondary school in Morocco today. None. We've been clamoring for this for years, but it's like they're not serious. The last time the Ministry of Education sent some people to me, I took them to a parcel of land. Now, as usual, people will say, no, they are the owner. Who owns it? They are not. These are land poachers. We can send them off within weeks. Let them go to court, let them go to... They have no papers. You get it? But when they have politicians behind them, they draw the hands of the clock back. Let us move ahead. With a good secondary school in Morocco, all the children in Morocco will be going to that school instead of endangering their lives going far distances to look for secondary education. Do you get what I'm saying? We have the primary schools there. They are there. So, like I said, we have all those ones. Hospitals can be built. We have the primary health center, which is being run by the local government. But we can build a government model hospital in Morocco that can take care of that population and take care of the other people within or outside the Morocco environment. You know, we can do all these things. How much will it cost government? If government is not going to spend money, let us come together. We'll get organizations and people who will sponsor these kind of things. And it will be good for everybody. We will give them land. So this is what I see about Morocco. And like I told you earlier, there are people who have the money. There are investors who are ready to invest, as long as they know that, yes, what they are investing on is genuine. And there will be no policy that will raise their money tomorrow.
I was hoping you would talk about the potential of tourism in the village. Maybe you can shed more light.
That's what I said, at the waterfront alone, we can have service industries, hotels, recreation spots. When I called these United Arab Emirates people, they were ready to put in a whopping $15 billion. That was a long time ago. Even, I think that was shortly after Fashola left office. Shortly after, because it was somebody who came in. And they were ready to sign that time. They said they had the money. They were ready to sign. But where are we now? Before them, some group of people came. I will not mention the governor then. There was a particular governor that came and said, look, I have $3 billion to invest. I told them I wasn't going to be the only person to listen to that. I called members of the family and we all had a meeting with his representatives. And they said, look, we are not going to borrow this money. They were having $3 billion. You could not take off from the ground. We could not advance. We could not put our plans into, fruition. We could not do anything. Why are we being frustrated? And as I'm talking to you now, I am saying that the Lagos State government can still be made to sit with us and do this. But the next thing you hear is that they are talking to some stakeholders. Who are stakeholders? You are talking to my tenant as my stakeholder? I will go to court. Yes. The courts are there. You may own the court, you may build the court, but the law will always be the law. You can't talk to my tenants as somebody who is a stakeholder over my property. No. He's my tenant. Let him stay there. If I'm not doing anything bad to him, let him enjoy his stay there quietly. Anything you want to talk about my property, it's my property. Maoko is not government land. Maoko is a private family property. You get what I'm saying? I belong to the other family and not to any other family. Any tout, any hooligan that gets money from I don't know where and comes and says, no, he cannot. Your forebears came as tenants. You cannot go overnight and say, no, it's not possible. The initial joy to me was that when I got there, at least I minimized criminal activities. I brought in the police, I brought in the security agencies to assist me in apprehending those hoodlums and bringing sanity into that, because before I got there, on monthly basis, they were killing themselves. They were raping openly. But I brought some senses into them. Unfortunately, the present scenario in Nigeria now has erased all those ones, because only hooligans these days in Nigeria make mouth. You even pray to God that God save my life. Because when you talk and you say police should go and arrest them, they won't. I have lists of a lot of people they can arrest now. Those who are doing arbitrary things in Maoko, that they should be arrested and prosecuted. But if you arrest them today, in fact, the police will arrest them. They will tell them they are still searching for them. And if you arrest them today, I'm telling you the next day, they are out. I could remember there was a time I brought in police. I was called that they were robbing. I brought in the police and we saw those boys robbing. I have lists of a lot of people they can arrest now. Those who are doing arbitrary things in Maoko, that they should be arrested and prosecuted. But if you arrest them today, in fact, the police will arrest them. They will tell them they are still searching for them. And if you arrest them today, I'm telling you the next day, they are out. I could remember there was a time I brought in police. I was called that they were robbing. I brought in the police and we saw those boys robbing. And we chased them. We chased them to a hotel and they disappeared. Went just inside and disappeared. So I told the police to arrest the hotel manager. Because for them to have run into that hotel meant that they knew about that hotel and they were being harbored there. Before the next morning, the manager had been released. Apart from that, the police came back in the night around 2 a.m. and met those boys again robbing. So they fired them. I was told they killed about 5 of them who jumped into the canal and and die there. Before 8 o'clock the next morning, they had buried all of them. Then they called me to a security meeting at the council. And I told the chairman, I said, you should be arrested. I told him, I said, you should be arrested. He said, why? I said, who owns the government cemetery? Who owns the cemetery? Aton Cemetery. He said it belonged to the government. I said, who controls the said government? Fine. This incident happened on a Saturday night, stroke Sunday. Sunday morning, before 8 o'clock, all these girls had been buried in government cemetery. How did they get in? Who authorized it, their burial? He saw where I was going. He now turned to the people. He said he didn't know anything. He now said he should go and call the people in charge of the cemetery. He put in charge of the cemetery. They called the boy. When they called him, as soon as the boy saw me, he started raining abuses and invectives on me. This is the head of ram robbers and that. The man said, keep quiet. That's not what I brought you here for. Answer this question. What happened with those boys the police killed overnight? And so and so. He said, I don't know. He said, you don't know. Were you not the one in charge of the cemetery? Were you not buried in the cemetery? He said, yeah, my guy will see you later. Don't see me in front of everybody. You know what the boy did? He now turned and looked at, there were two DPOs sitting with us, and looked at one of them and said, but you two, you were there when they were burying them now. While we were discussing, the DPO didn't say he was there. So the boy now told the DPO that, DPO, but you led them to us to be buried. Now you gave them cover now. So why are you not talking? Why is it me alone you want to put it on top of me? How do you now solve that problem? Are you getting what I'm saying? One of the legacies I would have said I had was, I brought sanity, but it's been erased off. Even my own brothers are involved in this criminality these days. In fact, they are the heads of those leading criminals to perpetrate terrible things in Maogo. And yet the police cannot catch them. If we want Nigeria to move ahead, there must be the willpower to take the bull by the horn. Forget about this person is my cousin, that person is my family, this is my son. Let us all do the right thing. If your son is caught engaging himself in robbery or whatever, let him face it. I had a sad experience of such before. The Oba of is late now. The Oba of Odiolu of Ilaro had a son, Abiodun Adekonbi. There was a robbery. I was a journalist then. I can't remember. I think 1980 something or so. There was a robbery in Abeokuta. Unfortunately, the victim of the robbery was shot and killed, and his car was stolen. And this guy was involved in the robbery, the prince. Because he's from Ilaro, he was from Ilaro, he crossed the border, made his papers as if he had traveled. But people saw him. People knew it was him. The robbery took place in Abeokuta. So police started the investigation. He was arrested. It was a very celebrated court, case, and everybody was interested in it. Eventually, he was convicted. It was during the time of Raji Rasaki. Well, what happened? He was convicted and sentenced to be shot on the stake. And there was this law then made by the military. If anybody should do that, and your sentence has to be done in your community. In fact, they took him to Ilaro to be killed. All eyes were on his father, because his father was a traditional ruler in Ilaro. And there was this heat that his father should be dethroned. I felt for the man that period. He didn't send his son to go and rob, but the boy was shot in his community. That day we went there to see the man. All his palaces, all the gates were locked up. The man could not come out. And I'm sure that would have been a sore point, you know, for that man. Well, if he's gone now, but I too, I felt bad. How could I have brought such a shame to his family? And I'm telling you that these things should be done that way, so that people can talk to their children. When you bring a deviant child home to punish him or her in front of the whole community, his siblings or our siblings will not do that again. And the other families will also warn their children that, look, try this and you bring shame to the family. I'm recalling that today now, not to make jest of the family, but it was painful. I'm recollecting with regrets that that boy could have done that to his family. And we know that Yorubas, I'm sorry coming back to Yorubas are Omoluabi people. Before a Yoruba man will engage in criminality, you should have gone to check his background. He probably wasn't brought up well. We were brought up well. I was brought up as a Catholic. I'm not minding my Catholic background. I have Muslim background too. I have a name called Al-Fatai. It's in my birth certificate. And when we were young, both Muslims and Christians, and even the traditional rulers, we were cohabiting together. And we were like one. And that's why I keep telling my children, yes, I'm a Catholic. In fact, I even rose to becoming the vice president of Catholic Men Organization in Lagos State. You get it? But I don't know how to pray in Islamic way, but I've not forgotten my Islamic background. I'm a traditional ruler. I go to a lady. I perform everything they say I should perform. We are all praying to the same God. And that is the spirit that can take Nigeria forward. When you start discriminating, when you start seeing the other person as bad, we are nowhere. Even the advanced countries these days, the advanced countries today, they don't hold so much importance to religion. They do the needful and hope that God will help them. That's all.
Does this advocacy in support of that traditional rulers should be ascribed in the constitutional role?
I fully support. I fully support. At the local government level, I don't see why somebody, all in the name of the constitution, saying if you stay in a place, you should be taken as part and parcel of that. No. There are people today that don't know anything about where they are ruling. They don't know anything about where they are ruling. You call that local government chairman, the chairman of a local government, where he cannot even tell you the history of the local government. What kind of nonsense is that? The traditional ruler who is there must have been somebody from that area, must have grown from a family in that area, and should be held responsible for the minuses or the positive things in that area. Are you getting what I'm saying? If the local government chairmanship position is given to an educated traditional ruler, be an oba, be a bale, do you get it? Let that person administer the affairs of that area and know that if he fails, he's going back to that community. And they'll deal with him. They will deal with him. But if you allow them to come in, okay, let's say for instance now, if there are crises in this country, look at the trend of things. Where do they normally run to? They call the traditional rulers, come and speak to your people. Why are you calling them in a time of crisis? Why not call them when you are sitting down together, having a summit of how this place will be developed? Why are you not calling them during the implementation period? Are you getting what I'm saying? I know that a lot of bad eggs have entered into traditional institutions too now. You see all kinds of characters putting beads on their neck, calling themselves chiefs, calling themselves otumbas, even taking the post of Oba or Bales or whatever. But with time, we'll sanitize that too. With time, we'll sanitize it. And I pray that the present crop of rulers we have will think along that line. It used to be like that during the First Republic. You get it? Let's bring it back now. Yeah, I said I'm optimistic. I say I'm prayerful. I will pray for him that he succeeds. That's what I'm going to say. I'll say he succeeds. I wish he succeeds. I hope he succeeds. Because let me tell you something. A lot of damages have been done. They finished this country. Our currency is nowhere to be talked about. It cannot buy you anything. It's painful. Hold $1 million this morning. Before afternoon, you are asking yourself, what have you bought? What have you done with this money? In fact, $1 million cannot do anything again. It can't buy you a ticket from here to London any longer. You have to have more than that. Any foreign company operating in this country today would prefer to collect their money in hard currency, not our own local currency. So where is Tinubu going to start from? Oil refineries, he said they are going to work. Where are they? Where are they? Now, this same Dangote is a person who said has built this. Is the same person you are now giving permission to go and export from abroad. He has his own refinery. He's going to refine. He's going to do, but yet you are still giving him licenses to go and import from abroad. There are other people too. You know, I can't understand. I don't really understand what is going on. I have to tell you that. I don't understand how they are going to do it. Our agriculture, which should be focused upon, nobody's talking about it. Encourage all our youths to engage in exports. All our banks are not interested in giving loans to encourage our youth to work. Whereas the Chinese, the Indians, have the backing of their governments, and they are giving them billions to come and invest in Africa. And they'll come within months, within years. They've established seriously, and we are now rushing to their so-called companies to work for them. Cheap labor. They take all the money you should have gained, they take it back to their country, because that's where the money they are using they came from. Our own banks here, I don't know what they are doing. They cannot give a young graduate money to start himself off. I was in England some time ago, and a friend of mine was telling me if I need about £600,000, that he would get it for me. I was stunned. He said he even showed me letters written to him by his bank that he should come and collect loan. In Nigeria, they don't do that here. If they try to entice you to come and collect loan in Nigeria, look behind their terms and conditions.
All right. What would you consider to be the secret of your success?
Well, determination, doggedness. I'm one of those who will not take no for answer. I don't take no for answer. If I want something, I go after it. And once I focus, but I have series of experiences over that. But don't let me waste your time, because I could remember there was a time when I was a journalist. I got fed up working in Abeokuta, and I came to Lagos. And I told my editors, I said, look, I'm no longer working in Abeokuta. Have they sacked you? I said, no, nobody has sacked me. Funny enough, my friend, Tokubolo Ontoba, was the one covering the Don Barracks. And any time I came to Lagos, I was staying in his house. And I wanted that job. So I went to meet the then news editor, Kunle Odifu. I said, look, you are going to Abeokuta. He said, for what? I said, It's either you become the editor here, or you go to Ogun State and become the chief press secretary of the governor. I said, what are you talking? I said, look, we have arranged it that you go to Abeokuta to go and become the chief press secretary. He didn't believe it. But myself and the journalists in Abeokuta were fed up of children of Israel more then. But good enough for Raji Rasaki was the governor then. He accepted our offer that Kunle would first come in as chief press secretary. But he didn't know what to do with children of Israel anymore. And good enough, coincidentally, he was taken out of Lagos at that period. So Lawal came in. And when Lawal came in, what happened was that Lawal thought of it and said, okay, people are gunning for Kunle to come in as chief press secretary. Let's show him become the commissioner, and Kunle became the chief secretary. So his own position as news editor opened. So I told Tokumbo, go and occupy that position. It was in-house politics. It was in-house politics. And Tokumbo became the news editor. So I went to meet double chief, I said, look, I'm reporting here as the next Lagos State House correspondent. The man looked at me and said, where are you coming from? I said, I've come to tell you that I'm resuming. Nobody posted me. But I went to meet him. He said, go back to the office and collect the letter. I said, my letter will come tomorrow morning. He said, what about Tokumbo? What has become of Tokumbo? I said, they have not started Tokumbo. Tokumbo is now in the office as a news editor. And I went back to the office, brought a letter, and I gave it to you. And I started my work in the Don Barracks then. That's one of those things. If I set myself for a goal or a target, I get it.
That's great. Thank you so much, sir. Finally, we would like you to do a shout out to our nation. The format is you introduce yourself and then you tell people, keep watching SOUQ News TV.
Yeah. I'm so happy about this SOUQ News TV. I'm the Bali of Makoko. I'm a lawyer. I should say I'm a politician. I'm a human rights activist, and I've watched SOUQ News TV. And I pray for them that they grow like the Al Jazeera's. I pray for them that they grow like the BBC and the CNN. It's a developing station. I'm so impressed, especially with the kind of things you have invested in this place. And I pray and I hope that God will assist you in getting the right personnel to drive this station forward, move this station forward. And I hope the marketers, the advertisers will come in and assist this organization to grow. And please, don't use economic consideration to taint your news. Give us the news as it is. Well done, my brother. Good.
Thank you so much, sir. What a privilege.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, this never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part. Okay. And they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when our participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we'll provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
Experts are taking the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption. Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Congratulations on the new channel, and I'm happy to be here. The Omniverse is imagined as a collaboration platform. So it's a platform that, as the name suggests, is bringing together ecosystems. So it's like an ecosystem of ecosystems, aggregating aggregators and community leaders who are able to bring together their communities together to a platform. So the summit in itself was, while it was a big event and a heavy lift for us and the team. And I have to thank our team of volunteers. We had a team of about 40 full-time core volunteers that delivered the Omniverse. So one of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. So we will be launching our digital platform. We have about 70 community partners already, including a number of government institutions. So to answer the question, there's public-private partnership within the Omniverse. There's regulators, there's government departments and agencies, there's ministries. But more importantly, there's diverse sectors across the economy coming together with the understanding that tech is the biggest enabler for development across all sectors, and that if we can drive collaboration, we can scale. So that's the ethos of the Omniverse. Collaboration is the superpower that we're trying to bring to the fore. That operating in silos has not paid us, but if we come together, understand that technology affects every sector, then we think the Omniverse is here to stay. Nigerian companies, Nigerian associations, global associations, and when I say associations, it's from things like the Nigerian digital artists who have 3,000 members, right, in the NFT community, the Visual Artists of Nigeria, the Society of Nigerian Art, the AfriLabs, which is the biggest innovation hub network on the continent in 54 African countries. ISN Hubs, which is our core partner, which is the biggest innovation network in Nigeria, innovation support network, with something like 189 hubs in 30 states in Nigeria. And these are primarily private sector driven platforms, from aggregators who are major promoters of major platforms such as Lola Shone from Ake Book Festival, Choma Ode from AFRIF. We have a lot of these people who are either on our advisory board, they are co-chairs, or they are community partners, because what we're building is beyond any one person. It's about collaboration both at the top level, but through the line down to the bottom. The role of my council is, first of all, to be the primary sort of mandate is to infuse Nigerian arts and culture into everything the Nigerian government does, at state level, at federal level, and to input it into schools, education, and everywhere. So in that sense, to make arts and culture functional and front line everywhere. This will involve the foreign minister, making sure it's embedded in our foreign policy, in our embassies, in the government policy, in every sector. So we're literally going to be reaching out to collaborate to all government at all levels, all other agencies, MDAs, ministries, federal government and state government institutions, to see how we can find common ground. Because obviously we don't necessarily have a lot of money, but I feel we represent the real crude oil of Nigeria, which is the IP that the Nigerian people create. That IP they create, even if you valued it at $100 per Nigerian, that'd be something like $20 billion. And I believe each Nigerian is worth more than $100. So my own estimation, it's limitless, right? So what we have to do is we have to rethink how we imagine ourselves, rethink our own possibilities, and therefore from there, take off by pushing that agenda. But it's not an agenda for me alone. It's actually an agenda for all of Nigeria. Because when we put it front and center, it means we're putting the Nigerians front and center. And we put the Nigerians front and center, I think we win. I think historically you will find that the federal government and the governments of Nigeria have not funded heavily these sectors. They funded the heavy industries, the military-industrial complex, heavy infrastructure. But the funny thing is, whilst the Africans will say, oh, this is grammar, what are you people talking about in arts and culture? What you find is that the West, right, for 500 years has dominated the world. How have they dominated the world? Through narrative. Okay, but what do we complain about? Narrative. But we haven't invested in narrative. So if you don't invest in telling your own story and owning your own story, why are you complaining about how you're perceived? So I think it's counterintuitive and it's about time. And I'm very pleased and very happy that Nigeria now has a full ministry focused on this one specific issue. Because the truth of the matter is, we are older than time itself. We come before Christ. We come before the entire Western hegemony. We are actually the origins of everything, of innovation, of technology, of science, of education. But if we don't believe it ourselves and we don't express it, how can you expect anybody else to believe it? Well, I think the difference is that as a creative entrepreneur, there's really nothing to stop me, right? I can take all the risks. I don't have to worry about anything. I can decide, win or lose, we're doing this thing. But of course, as a public official, I have rules and regulations I have to go by. I have a boss, I report to people, and I have KPIs I have to deliver on. So there's a big difference in that regard. There's a difference in bureaucracy, maybe a difference in response time, but there certainly will not be a difference in my personality. So I think it's really about how you perceive what these things are. For me, it's an elevation, obviously, and it's a privilege and a pleasure to serve at this level, to do something that I believe in, to do something which is that I believe in Nigeria. I believe in Nigerians. I know our ability. I think we are world class. I don't like all this, it's good for Nigeria. I hate that. So I think for me, that is what's important. And to have the opportunity to try to deliver on some of the things we've been trying to do from the private sector for the last 25, 30 years. So there's nothing new for me in that regard. But of course, the position is new. Being in the government is new. But with a lot of support from friends, family, professional colleagues, and other people in the industry, plus my co-DGs and the minister, hopefully we'll do well. We're under the Ministry of Arts, Culture and Creative Economy, and that's very, very powerful because it means Nigeria itself has taken a decision to own the agenda. Hopefully I have a good time, have a good tenure, and I don't make any enemies. And for me, if you leave a place and the people that works with you have good things to say, if they feel better about their work and about themselves, and if the brand that you're now leading is now appreciated by the people for what it does and how it brings it to the table, then I've done my job. I think Afrobeats has already established the fact that we are originally Nigerian, or some people say arrogantly Nigerian, and it was intentional. We built this thing, and it was intentional because we're not going to ever apologize for being Nigerian. We're not going to apologize for being black. We're not going to apologize for being African. And that's front of mind. Because, you know, when you do show business, you have to validate it. So we validated the show maybe at least 10 years ago. So now we're in the business phase. So when you see the exit of Maven Records with UMG, you see Iwaju coming, Comic Republic with Universal Studios, you begin to understand where we're building to. And when you think about where we're coming from, where there was no infrastructure, no funding, no support. And I think part of what we hope to do with government at this time is, because we come from the sector, we can collaborate with everybody in the sector. We don't have to talk at them, we talk with them, we build with them. And together, I think it's limitless. You know, Nigerians like to say the sky is your limit. I think it's limitless. There's no limit to the whole situation. One of the things I talk about all the time is what's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part. That's a lack of us delving into the richest thing we have, which is our mythology. Our mythology is endless. If you look at the Marvel universe and the DC Comics universe, the Orisha are basically the same thing as the X-Men. But the Orisha, some people are still afraid of them, whereas the X-Men are north of $100 billion in revenue. So I think we have to understand and reimagine our mythology, our history, our stories, and how to bring them to the world in new formats. It's not just film. It could be live action, it could be gaming. There's so many different ways to action these things. And when you do them, and you do them right at the right level, as Iwaju is beginning to show you, our stories have always been world-class. Our characters are world-class. What we have not had is the resolve and the confidence to finish. I think that is coming now. For me, I think it's still the fact there's more to do. My young brother, Misan Harriman, is nominated at the Oscars, the first Nigerian nominated for a director for a short film, because I know what that will do for the next generation of Nigerian directors, right? So for me, there's still more to do. There's so much more to do. When we see our first $100 million movie in the global box office, we need to celebrate it. When you win a Grammy, you need to celebrate it, because these are stages that we were locked out of. The technology and new media has allowed us to invade these spaces we were not even invited to. But now we're beginning to enter them and dominate. So even when you do that, you have to do it with grace and dignity, not with arrogance. And that's something that some of us have to learn. But the truth of the matter is, the greatness of the Nigerians is just beginning to come. And I feel strongly that this century, we're already in the African century, and the soft power that we hold here is what will define the future of the century. I think the most important thing, the first thing to think about is IP protection, because the minister is working strongly, intellectual property. The US, if you take the state of California, California is probably in the top 5 economies in the world, and 70% of the economy of California is driven by intellectual property, by 2 core industries: Silicon Valley, which is coming out of Stanford University, and Hollywood, which of course is the music and film industry. Now, that is for anybody that says, oh, what is this thing that they're talking about? We don't understand it, it's grammar. The grammar is the money, okay? The narrative is the money, the story is the money. So any of your children or your nieces or nephews that have talent, visual art, performing art, arts and crafts, adire, all of these things that we've been taking as vocation, they are occupations. They are extremely valuable. And with digital technology and platforms, we can scale these things and generate incredible revenue. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things. I think Nigerian cuisine is going to be on the level of Chinese and Indian cuisine worldwide in the next 10 years. And if you understand that, then you understand that the Indian restaurants in the UK, as far back as 2009, were generating more money than the UK automobile, shipping, and metal, steel industries combined. That's just restaurants on the high streets. So that is why we must invest and we must put our energy into this sector, because this sector will provide the jobs, provide the revenues, and provide the global dollars that everybody's looking for. Oh, I think it hasn't even started. The Maven Records deal is giving you an indication of that. The reason why that valuation of $150 to $200 million has been done is because of the upside potential of Rayma, who's 23, and Arya Starr, who's 20. So they're looking at the fact that in 10 years' time, these guys could have generated $1 billion each. Do you understand? So it's a safe bet when you already have a built global talent at 23, when it normally takes years and years and a lot of money to build the talent, right? So what has happened is that we Nigerians have been able to build global talents, global following, with a percentage of the money it takes people in other places to do the same thing. So because of that, the value and the valuation is much bigger, right? So I would say the Afrobeats wave, it's not even a wave. It's been going for 15 years already. So when you encounter it is when you encounter it. If you think it's an overnight success in 2024, that means you were not around in 2008. 2006, I'd say it's a good time to think when the sort of continental, because we took Africa first, working very closely and collaboratively with South Africans, Ghanaians, and Kenyans. Then we started going into Asia and the UK and America on the black, what I call the Nigerian chitlin circuits, moving through the Nigerian communities. And then by about 2010, begin to come into the mainstream with Oliver Twist and all these kind of records that break globally. And now you have gold records from Oliver Twist in 14 countries. And now, in a situation now where an artist like Ashake can come out of Lagos, speaking a language that is not known to most of these people, and generating, selling out arenas. To become an arena artist, let me tell you, there are only 4 or 5 arena artists from Africa, and they're all Nigerian. Don't take it for granted. I think a lot of people feel that, but what I should tell the rest of the country is that the rest of the continent is also trying to get to Lagos as well, right? It's not just the rest of Nigeria. From Accra, from Luanda, from everywhere on this continent, they're trying to get into Lagos, because if they can break in Lagos, they can break anywhere else in the world. But what I would say is this, from the perspective of my agency, our purview is national and global. We have 10 regional offices, we'll be visiting all of them. And our duty is to spotlight and showcase everybody. So we can't deal with just Lagos. And I think as we go forward, people begin to see the activations and plans coming. But the easiest way to do it, and the way we're going to do our best to do it, is to provide digital platforms to give everybody the opportunity to be seen. Because in this world, we live in the attention economy. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made. But I know for a fact there's significant talent in all parts of Nigeria. I was watching last week, a gentleman called Ehi Benite was showing me all this content from Jos with these guys rapping, serious stuff. They're rapping in Hausa, they were doing ciphers. And then he was like, what do we do about these guys? I said, just keep pushing them, because there's an audience for everything. There's an audience for everything. Don't be worried about that. There's an audience for every single thing, including the thing that you may be doing in your bedroom, but you think is not important. Somebody's interested in it. My label was a hip-hop label. I even refused to sign singers. There's almost every singer you could name was trying to get us to sign them. And I used to do it based on, can you rap? If you can't drop a freestyle, don't bother, right? It was that simple. And we helped all the other singers get signed to labels that we thought could help them and develop them in that direction. Hip-hop has changed, and obviously it's generational, right? So hip-hop has changed, and everybody approaches music from their own generation. Like, oh, I like this kind of hip-hop or that kind of hip-hop. What I feel is that Afrobeats became overwhelming and overwhelmed every other genre here. So the hip-hop guys had to fight for relevance, but the best ones always rise to the top. That's just the simple truth. So I don't worry about that. And I've heard enough guys. I even saw there was a whole Instagram series some guy was doing about a year ago, where he was just bringing out fresh rappers every day, from Enugu, from Jos, from Kaduna, from Kano, from Benin. I love it. I think there are incredible MCs in Nigeria. A lot of times they need to focus on doing better songs, right? Not just being a freestyle rapper. if you want to get paid to rap, you got to do better songs. You can't just do the freestyles. And that's something they got to think about. You got to balance the commercial side of it with the business side of it. And what has happened is, to a large extent, the commercial side has won because you got to pay bills. But hip hop, it never dies. I think, first of all, obviously from the perspective I'm sitting in government, so I'm not in a position to tell government what to do or what not to do. But what I can say is this, is that the agency, my agency will be the home for the music industry, for performing arts, visual arts, fashion, gaming, recreation, festivals, culinary arts, film and television. We're kind of a convening agency for the ministry. So we have a lot of work to do, a lot of places to touch, but we're also going to collaborate with all the other MDAs in the ministry and heavily with the private sector and the developmental sector. Because to answer the question, I've worked in all these spaces for, it's not quite 40 years, but it's a long time. I've worked in all these spaces for a long time. In the situation, we have positive relationships to bring to the table to change the approach and to change the destination of where we hope to go. What I will say as well is that the reality of it is we're just beginning the journey. And there are no magic wands. I'm not going to wave a wand and everything's going to be fixed overnight, and neither is anybody else. But we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. That's really important for me to say that, because people feel there are gatekeepers, but in my agency there are no gatekeepers, right? We're not interested in whether you have the biggest reputation or the smallest reputation. We're interested in the value you're bringing to the table, because the truth of the matter is Nigeria is massive. There's a lot of stuff going on in Nigeria. We're going to try to aggregate those things and bring them into one platform so that even as Nigerians we can know what we're doing. Because to be honest, if you don't know and you don't follow, there's no way you can know 90% of what is happening even in Lagos before you talk about the rest of the 36 states in the FCT. So for me, from my perspective, the journey continues. The objective remains the same. We want to see Nigeria win. But in order to do it this time, I don't think government should ever be disinterested in the nature of the industries in which it is operating. But we also don't need to be owning the space. We want to enable, partner, collaborate, and see how we can push people to do more. Because there are already people doing a lot, and maybe they haven't been recognized, they haven't been brought out, they haven't been celebrated. All these kind of things we can help to do, help to get news stories and people to bring these things to the fore, right? Like I said today, a Nigerian who was nominated for an Oscar as a director, the first Nigerian. It's up tonight at the Oscars. It's not news in Nigeria. That's a problem. We have to be able to tell the stories that are of greatness of our people, because if you don't do that, you can't inspire anybody.
Hi, I'm Blessed and this is SOUQ Exclusive. When it's time for exclusive, we've got a big fish in the pool. All right, this time around is JJ Ekwega, the name that comes to mind when you're talking about talent relations globally, talking about media consultancy, as she's been publicist to renowned artists such as the late Judge Michael. All right, I hate to say late, but because his music feels so much alive whenever you listen to it, because they're classics. When you talk about Judge Michael, those songs is done, never fade. But let's meet JJ Ekwega. Good morning, welcome to the show.
Good morning, nice to see you today.
Yeah, I like to wake up to someone great, and this is it. Waking up to sit close to you and talk to you.
Oh, thank you, appreciate that, thank you.
All right. Now, for someone like you who's been around the high and mighty when it comes to the entertainment industry all along, it must have been a journey and it must have been very interesting. Also good to know that your grand uncle, Olado Martins, was the first African to go to Hollywood.
Yes.
So talk to us, how has it been for you growing up amidst celebrities and even working with them?
Well, I have to say the inspiration started with Great Uncle Orlando, really, in the sense that when we were teenagers, we didn't know in the 80s, just before he passed away, we used to visit him just in Lagos here, near the Marina area. And I think there's a street named after him.
This is the Marina area.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Okay, so this is like somewhere from my childhood. I actually left Nigeria when I was 8 to go to boarding school in the UK. And the journey, I want to say, was almost accidental because I went to university in California, University of Southern California in Los Angeles. And I did want to study international relations, diplomacy, because I studied French, Spanish, and I have colloquial Arabic as well. So you'd have thought I would go into something where I would use my languages more. But I ended up at university in Los Angeles. And where is that the capital of? Entertainment. So I fell into entertainment. There was no other route to take. And ended up working in media relations. My first job as an intern. I was thrown into this agency and they said, oh, you're going to work for this gentleman called Michael Levine. And he's one of the top PRs in Los Angeles. And I was assistant to his assistant. And who was he looking after in those days? We're talking about the mid-90s. He was looking after David Bowie. So I ended up working in my first job as an intern. I was unpaid, so it was like a student job, working for the PR for David Bowie. So that's where my journey started. So it was almost accidental because I didn't actually choose it. It kind of chose me.
All right. Even though it was accidental, you wanted to become a diplomat.
Yes.
But you stumbled into entertainment.
Yes, I
working
did.
as a publicist.
Yes.
What was it that kept you and you decided to make it your thing?
I realized that it was a vocation, that's something that came from the family. Going back to Great Uncle Orlando Martins, I came to appreciate in time when I told people that as a child, he would show us pictures of him with Ronald Reagan or the great Audrey Hepburn, the actress from Hollywood, and other people. And we didn't appreciate it at the time. When I told the story, when I went back to Los Angeles, people would be like, but we know your great uncle's films. We've seen him in Hasty Heart. We've seen him in The Nun story with Audrey Hepburn. That was your great uncle? He was so eloquent. Because what was so good about great uncle was that he spoke Yoruba in his roles. He would never just make up gibberish. He'd say, no, I have a language. I'm Nigerian. And that pride, I think it came down to us. And my brother Babatunde and my sister Yewande were so lucky that we were around him as children because he instilled that thing in us. So when I fell into entertainment when I was in LA, it was a natural progression. And I just thought, no, I should do this. He was an inspiration to me. So I think that's what kept me going on.
Did you ever find yourself in a conflict from being the publicist, the one who's behind the scene, working it out for the artist, and wanting to be in the stage, like being in front of the camera, being the artist yourself?
Do you know how I got around that? Our late mom, Ibiene Adokiapega, she was a journalist in the UK in the late 80s and just before she passed away, unfortunately, in 1992. And growing up with her, she worked for the Daily Mail in the UK and as a freelance for papers in Nigeria, although she was based in London. And one way of me conquering that was also doing my journalism side of things, because my degree was in communications and journalism. So I went into journalism in the sense that I worked for a number of sites like HuffPost. I worked for something called the Luxury Channel, and I was a contributor for news websites. And I also did CNN Showbiz because I had a little spurt at CNN, which I loved. And that was a way of connecting with the entertainment side of things, interviewing people, going to events, writing up stories about movies, about special events, covering the Oscars, the BAFTAs in London. So that was a way for me to go around it, if that makes sense.
It does make sense. And I see that you've got the experience all round from media to entertainment.
Yes.
Now, when you first met the big artist, in fact, when you were asked to relate with someone like David Bowie, how did it feel for you for the first time?
I'll tell you a quick story. When I started the job working for the publicist that looks after David Bowie, on the second day I was told, you need to call David's office and you've not got to speak to him and prepare him and his wife Iman. They're coming to London. You've got to give them the itinerary. I was like, I have to call David Bowie?
I can imagine that.
I was trembling, but I just had to hold everything in and say, okay, he's a human being. Okay, let me just get on with it. And that kind of helped in the sense that they trusted me to do it. But then I had to hold myself together, and sometimes you just go with it. You just go with it.
So share me your experience working with Judge Michael. I'm eager to know how it must have been working with him, watching him, on TV. I find him fascinating, unpredictable. But working with a man like that, how was it?
Oh, it was amazing. I'll tell you, I first met him when in 1990. Well, I say first met him, worked for him. I spent a day with him. When I worked at MTV Europe in the mid-90s, he was doing, this was 1996, he was doing the MTV Awards in London. And during the MTV Awards, everyone's assigned to a different artist. So back in those days, it would have been people like Robbie Williams, I'm a UK artist. George Michael was there. You had the Foo Fighters. You had Janet Jackson. You had different artists. But that day, I was assigned to George Michael, and they said from 9 o'clock in the morning till 9 o'clock at night, you've got to be with him, you've got to get him food, look after him. So you have to imagine that I had to go and meet his car at the stadium when he arrived. It was at the Alexander Palace, actually. I had to meet his car, introduce myself, say, I'm going to be looking after you today. And they call it a talent escort. Okay. I'm going to be your talent escort. And it was just him that came alone. So can you imagine with my idol who I'd loved as a teenager, yes, meeting at the car and having to just be with him all day. I met his parents, which was an honor because his mother passed away the year after. And he was just such a personable person. At that stage, I wasn't working for him. At that stage, I was just starting out in my career in 96. Starting out my career, one of my second jobs actually at MTV Europe in London, and looking after George Michael. And it was because of looking after him that day, and I kept in touch with his management team, that literally, I want to say 12 years later, I worked for him.
Okay.
In 2008. So for me, it was like a journey, and it shows you what a kind person he was, because he remembered. He said, oh, you were that young girl who was all nervous, and you looked after him, and I just loved your company. Come and work in my office. It's because of him I can say a lot that I'm here today, because he gave me so many opportunities. I met so many people with him. One of the people that was looked after in his office was Donatella Versace. So I did a lot of PR for Versace, dressing all these talents for the Oscars, for the Met Ball, for the BAFTAs, for all the concerts, things like that. So through him, a lot was achieved in my career.
Wow, good to know. Now, before we talk about you working with the Academy Awards and what it was like in that aspect of your career, when George Michael passed, how was it? How did you take the news?
On that night, it's odd because I was actually just reading a book or something, and my daughter turned to me and said, I was reading something and said, oh, look on the iPad, it just flashed up, George Michael has passed. It was the worst. I still remember it very clearly, 2016. It was the worst night, I must say. And my phone started buzzing, and I got a call, and I wasn't working because I'm currently working with the BBC now, but I wasn't at the BBC at the time. But my best friend was working at the BBC News, and he said, Jay, you've got to come on. We've spoken to the management and one of the other PRs, but I know you. I want you to come and say something. And it was the hardest. I spent 10 minutes on BBC News, Global News, talking about George. What a wonderful person he was, personable, kind. And when we worked for him, we would get bonuses so we could go on holidays. He was just the kindest, most humble man. He wasn't fond of doing PR, oddly enough. He was quite shy, very shy.
Strange.
Yes, and he'd say, oh, we have to do it. And he'd roll his eyes, oh, do we have to? But he was such a kind, personable, fun person. One of the greatest bosses I've ever had. and unforgettable. And I think his music, as you mentioned, you talked about listening to him in the office, is beyond time.
Indeed, it is beyond time. And when you listen to songs done by George Michael, you don't feel like he's gone.
Yes, you feel he's alive
still
again.
alive
Yes.
and with us.
Yes.
Well, while you were talking about him, you mentioned that he was a shy person.
Yes.
That brings us to talking about shy people in the media industry.
Yeah.
You also reckoned with that in an
Yes.
interview that you granted,
Yes.
talking about being shy.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's hard to believe that you can be around so much buzz. You could be even the person of focus,
Yes.
but yet you're shy.
Yeah.
How do you manage that?
I think sometimes it's just taking a step back and sort of saying, okay, this is a little beyond me. I mentioned went to some Oscar parties just a month ago. We were in Los Angeles and we went to this charity event, which we thought would be a friend of mine invited me and said, oh, come to this, it's called the Green Charity. I thought, oh, it sounds simple enough, but it was at a very nice hotel. And who should walk in? Zendaya. And she's like the biggest star in the world at the moment. And she said, oh, hello, what are you here for? And I said, oh, I'm just visiting from London. And talking to people like that, you kind of realize that we're all human at the end of the day, but we're all giving our gifts in different ways. Like you're here today, you're a wonderful interviewer.
Thank you very much.
You know, lovely surroundings and everything. So I think everyone has something to give, no matter how high, no matter how the journey is going. I think we're all humans. And the way she took the time to say, oh, hello, and oh, what are you doing here? Where are you from? And I thought that was really nice. And we just connected as human beings. So little things like that help, that you overcome whatever the personality is.
Let's get to the Academy Awards now.
Yeah.
I'm eager to know. Now, being in that space, it's a very influential space.
It is.
It gives you so much power to do a lot.
Yeah.
I guess that there are not many Black persons in that space. So working in that space and doing your bit, how has it helped you? And how do you think it has also helped other artists of African descent in the entertainment industry? What have you learned that they should learn?
I think we've come a long way. It's getting better. We're not there yet, but it's improving in the sense that there are people now able to make films. Just recently, actually, just this time, a cousin of ours through our mother's related to his father, Miss San Harriman. His father was the late Hope Harriman, who's well known in Nigeria. And he was a business partner of my father's, Ben Ipega, Harriman, Ipega and Co. They were land property developers, well known in Lagos. Miss San had a film at the Oscars, a short film that was nominated with the actor David Oyelowo in the lead. And when you have our work being honored like that, he was a nominee. He didn't win this time, but the fact that he was at the Oscars shows you that we're being recognized, not only as working behind the scenes like myself as a publicist. No, there are not many of me, because I'll tell you a very quick thing. I've been at events in the past with George Michael and his entourage, and I was the publicist there, and somebody came to me and said, could you go and find the publicist? And I had to say, I am the publicist. And they had to apologize.
Why was it hard for them to detect who the publicist was? Is it that you're this person who likes to be in your space? Is it you're called out?
At that time, I was there doing my work and being respectful, but I was the only person that looked like me.
Oh, are you talking about color now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Because especially even now, in the sphere of publicists, I would say 3% of us are of ethnic minority in the UK, on par, on that level where we've grown, and the level working with very A-list talent and things like that. There are not so many of us. It's getting better, but we still have a struggle. I've still had issues lately in my life, in this role that I've been in, but I refuse to step back when I've started a journey moving forward.
You seem to be very comfortable in the UK or working in the UK.
Yes.
Most part of your career has been in the UK.
Yes, most of it.
What's it about the UK that makes you comfortable? If you were in America, would it be any different?
I have worked briefly in the US and lived there as a student as well. And basically, and my ex-partner is from the US, Los Angeles. But essentially, the UK, because I went at 8, because I think I went as a young child, I went to boarding school there, so I really cultivated the culture there. And when you grow up somewhere, it becomes more familiar, if that makes sense.
More like home.
Like home. But again, it's a similarity with Nigeria. We all speak English, and this was a colony in its time. But there's that similarity with Nigeria and England in the sense that we're not far. Like, look at the time now. We're both on the same time zones at the moment. There's just that closeness to home. And I think that's why I became more settled there and became like a second home to me.
All right, let's talk about your first home, Nigeria.
Yes.
So you're in Nigeria right now.
Yeah.
This is your home. No one should ask you, why are you here? But I want to ask, what's up this time that you're here?
This time is very special. Well, essentially, again, we go back to George Michael because I am here for the GT Food and Drink Festival. And basically, the person that I came with, we all came yesterday with Dylan Alora, who's an artist who's actually in the UK at the moment, but over in Lagos. And we came over with Tom Parker Bowles, who's the son of Queen Camilla. And we all flew over last night. And George Michael gets involved with this again because I met him because he was a friend of George Michael and someone that we organized tickets for back in 2008. So we thank George Michael. Because of George Michael, Tom is here. And so we're here for the food festival for a few days to enjoy, you know, see what it's all about. I haven't been to any of these festivals. I think it'll be fascinating. And they have other people attending like Aldo Zilli, Jean-Christophe Novelli, and some US chefs as well. And yeah, very much looking forward to it. So that's brought me here for 5 days to enjoy Lagos. And I'm always happy to come home.
So it's a food festival. I'm going to tell you a bit about it because I was at the last year's edition. It was a wow events talking about having.
So you've
been?
Oh,
yes, I haven't been. But I'll leave you to have your experience.
Okay.
But let's talk a bit about Thomas Parker Bowles. So being a food critic.
Yes.
That's not very common. Now, how do you become a food critic? It seems like you've got to be a chef first, or you've got to have great love for food to be able to criticize the cooking of different people. Now, that looks like a career that is not quite common. And working with someone like that, from where you're coming from, working with those in music, it's different.
It's still in the realm of, in England, it's very popular actually. It's a very popular thing to be a food critic. There are quite a few that I can name in the sense of, you don't have to be a chef per se. It's more like you're an editorial person. It's like you review films, review music, review films, and you review restaurants. So for example, we took him to, there's a restaurant called Enish in London, Nigerian restaurants, and they have them in Dubai as well. Very popular outside Nigeria. And the people, critics have often said, you know, we've written about food, Italian food, Spanish food, why not Nigerian food? And what I've really admired about him is that because he's written books, he writes recipes, and he works with chefs, and that's what food critics do. And it's a very popular thing to do in the UK right now. A lot of people are food critics, you know, writing for the Times. You either write for a magazine or you write for the Bazaar magazine, Vogue, GQ magazine, Esquire. So the role of food critic is really, really something that's done worldwide. But I know maybe here, maybe in Nigeria, it's not so common, but it's very lucrative. Yes, it's very lucrative.
All right, so what would you think a Thomas Bowles coming to the food court, the GT food court, writing about Nigerian food, giving reviews, is going to do for Nigerian food? Yes, there is a food that is very popular when you talk about Nigerian food. Even those who haven't had the taste of the Nigerian jollof just want to talk about it and maybe look forward to tasting it. But there are different kinds of food that will be sampled.
Yes.
What would that do to Nigerian cuisine?
You see, there's a perception in Europe and in the bigger world. People assume, unfortunately, going on the darker side of things, they see a lot of people coming on boats trying to get into England. They feel like we don't have anything back here. We don't have the development here. You know, some of the buildings, the aspirational things of it. People are business minded. Come into these studios for goodness sake. You can't imagine that this is all going on in Africa. I have people up to this day say, "Oh, do you have buildings in Nigeria? Do people eat? There's no food,
That's funny.
And they don't realize. So when you have an ambassador like Tom Parker Bowles come to Nigeria, and when he writes anything in England, everybody reads it, they comment on it. The fact that his mother's Queen Camilla of England, that might have something to do with it. But his voice is very loud, and what I'm really proud of him is that he said, I want to come and see Nigeria for myself. You know, I hear these things at the foods, people like, oh, nobody goes to Nigerian restaurants. Who wants to eat Nigerian food? It's growing now. There's that interest. And it's good for us because we can bring our food to the world. You know, for people who can't come to Nigeria immediately, people want to come and people will come. But people who can't come, people like him, food critics, can come back with that message that we've been to Nigeria, we see what they do, they're really doing well, they're trying. Yes, there's good and bad in everything, but they're promoting our food, promoting our culture, and it gives us industry, it gives us some business opportunities, it gives us partnership opportunities, and it's increasing our voice in the big global stage.
I'd like to get back to your first love, which is being publicist for entertainers.
Yes.
Now, in Nigeria, we have A-list artists that are known worldwide.
Yes.
They have managers.
Yes.
Some of them also have publicists.
Yes.
Looking at the way they're managed and the way the publicists run, is there a thing or two you think they need to know and understand when working with artists? How could it also help their career?
I think to realize sometimes it's not overnight and it shouldn't be so gimmicky. A lot of the time people want Instagram followers and let's do this crazy thing or let's do that crazy. You want it to last, you want longevity. So it might be that, we all love Burna Boy or whoever the big star is. But what I like with people like, I want to give someone an example like Skepta. Do you know Skepta?
I do.
He is wonderful because he's done things like with Channel 4 in the UK where he's done content with young people to try and bring them, let's take them away from the knife culture or any crime and trying to inspire younger people to do business, to do different things with their lives. So I think what the PRs can do is like use them as like an influence, as a force to say, come into this, you can do your career here. It doesn't always have to be in entertainment. You can be a lawyer, you can be a lawyer for an actor, you can be a lawyer for a singer, you can be a lawyer for whatever. Or you can do different jobs, but just to aspire to do better. And I think that's what PRs can do a bit more of and use the talent, that platform they have, those 22 million followers on Instagram, use it as a platform to inspire young people to come up.
And good enough, you are inspiring a lot of young people watching SOUQ News TV because this is what it's about.
Yes.
Changing the narrative, inspiring people to be
Definitely.
better. As a wrap-up, what's next for you after the GT call?
Oh my goodness. There's a lot because like I said, my main role at the moment is working with the BBC. So working on different shows. I've just done something called The History of Disco. And I was thrilled to see it on the flight over on British Airways.
Do you dance?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I won the Michael Jackson dancing competition
Really?
as a teenager. Yes,
I'd like
I
to
did.
see that.
I want to do it here. But yes, so there's a lot in the pipeline, lots of new programs that we're doing with the BBC, and they're trying to make people more cultural and diversity aware. And I want to be part of that journey with the BBC because it has been in the States where people that look like me feel that we're not taken, in the sense that we're not taking the direction that we want to go all the time, but they're trying to readdress that and make things better for everyone. So yeah, my future, I'm hoping to get involved with things like diversity causes and work with teams and everything and work with new talent and new TV shows.
Okay.
So it's very exciting time and get Nigeria involved as well, and do a bit more writing for BBC Culture and write about Nigeria and Africa.
Well, you've got SOUQ News TV here with you.
Yes.
You want to do things, and we want to thank you for being here
Thank
today.
you so much for having me.
Oh yes, I like that you had this energy from start to finish.
Thank
it
you.
means that you're very passionate about what you do.
And grateful.
And you really want to change the narrative for people of color and make the world a better place, like Michael Jackson sang about.
Yeah, I know. God bless his mind. So,
and God bless the soul too of George Michael.
Amen. Amen to that. Thank you. Thank you.
It's a wrap on SOUQ Exclusive. We've been talking with, I like to add the to him. I hope the GDTI would not be angry. The JJ Ekwega, because this woman is awesome. Trust me. It's never been a dull moment talking with her.
Thank you so much for having me. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you.
Until the next, I'm Blessing AG. Thank you for watching.
In Nigeria, when you hear technology, innovation, and e-commerce, then you begin to think of the 21st century visionary leaders who have availed us the luxury of connecting with the world without leaving our spaces. Nigeria, alongside some other developing countries, has occupied the tech space, networking and making a brilliant impact around the world, all thanks to people like LSK. I am Grace Komolafe. Join me on the Corporate Maverick as we unveil the journey of a foresighted leader who foresaw the transformation of technology decades ago. The year 2001, known as the third millennium, stands out for some individuals. It was thought like every other regular year to some people, as they express the excitement that comes with experiencing a new millennium. While many carry on with the feeling of entering the 21st century, some visionary individuals saw it as a strategic period to bet their thought-provoking plans and business goals. Among these visionary leaders and innovators is Leo Stan Eke, founder of Xenox Technology, bringing this tech-oriented company to life in 2001. How much do you know about this tech and business-driven giant? Who is Leo Stan Eke? Dr. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke, popularly known as Leo Stan Eke, is one of Nigeria's dynamic and influential figures, an African entrepreneur born into the family of Ihentuge Eke on February 22, 1956, in Imo State, Nigeria. His mom, a dietitian, and dad, a nurse. His root is traced back to Ubommiri Mbaitoli, where he was raised in the household that valued education and hard work. His parents instilled in him the values of discipline and perseverance from a young age. It was within this nurturing environment that Eke's entrepreneurial spirit began to take shape. Like many visionaries, Dr. Eke's journey to success was paved with academic excellence. He attended Holy Ghost College in Owerri for his secondary education, where he honed his intellect and ambition. Eke's dream of becoming the biggest transport company owner in Nigeria changed as a result of his encounter in India, where he had his university studies. It was a turnaround moment in his life. In India, he pursued a Bachelor of Science degree in economics from Punjab University, and the exposure to India's vibrant economy left an indelible mark on him and then tilted towards more realistic business ideas. This led him to get full involvement into ICT.
So I'm a very good testimony of an African who started from nothing, okay, and got somewhere, not there, right? So in summary, I came in here first of all to the University of Nottingham, or Nottingham University. I was in Cork City University, where I was doing computer science, and I wanted to specialize in user interface as a postgraduate course. Okay, and the system, which I'm sure still exists in the UK, that you have university councillors, SOUQ classes, and directory hall. And the thought since I was going back to Africa, there were no computers. And if I got there, I could be frustrated for another 32 years. So they discussed with my parents, and they wanted to know if I could stay in the UK and contribute computer science. I said, no, I was going back to Nigeria. I have passion to change the country, and by extension, the country.
He later went on to earn a Master of Science in Risk Management from the Exton University of Nottingham, England, further enhancing his acumen in the field. With his tech startups dating back to the 80s, AK can be put in the bracket of visionaries who saw that ICT would define the world in no distant time. His ICT Solutions company commenced operation in 1989, focusing on desktop publishing and computer graphics. Over the last 3 decades, the company extended operations from Lagos to Port Harcourt and Abuja, implementing several ICT projects across the oil and gas, telecoms, manufacturing, and public sectors.
I started small, like any other entrepreneur you read today. Okay, some started in a garage. Okay, most of them didn't inherit wealth. Now, so how could they have started? You start with your own. During our time, you have to start with your own sweat. Okay, until you build such, get to such a level with a system and structure in place. And then people trust you. But because our kids today pass through business schools, connected to people, okay, and they now want to go from average above. You understand? Instead of starting, a lot of us started from -1.
Leo Stan Akers' major hits into the business world commenced with the establishment of SOUQ Technology Limited in 2001. With a fervent desire to contribute to Nigeria's technological space, he embarked on a mission to manufacture computers locally. Now a world-class ICT company providing innovative products and solutions. Under his leadership, SOUQ Computers have emerged as a trailblazer in the industry, earning accolades for its quality and innovation. One of his notable achievements was the attainment of the Windows Hardware Quality Lab Testing (WHQL) certification, showing SOUQ's commitment to excellence. In 2013, the company made headlines with the launch of its computer tablet line, ZPad, marking another milestone in its illustrious journey.
So if you look at the growth of e-commerce in Nigeria and Africa, it's been mostly driven by the sale of digital products. So you have people who are trying to sell smartphones, computers, such like. So that's what kind of like drove the rise of e-commerce in Nigeria. I wasn't surprised that SOUQ through Udala got involved in that space, but I was surprised that they took over a company as big as Konga. You know, if you are selling something and you have your own small space, not to say that Udala was small, so if you take over a bigger player in that market, it means that one, your own company is healthy enough and your balance sheet is robust and you have the might to absorb a company as big as Konga. Secondly, it gives the opportunity to show the world what you already have. Now, Konga at the time was a bigger e-commerce site than Udala was. Certifications by nature is validation from your peers, from your industry observers, from users and competitors alike. So having that type of certification validates the idea that SOUQ has done well in this regard. What it also does is perhaps you'll be able to access more funding from investors, access a bigger market. So if you have this certification, it's proof that your products are of a particular quality and standard. that tells users that this is not just a regular product, this is a product that is worth its title. And having that type of certification for SOUQ validates their idea, is proof that they are doing something that is right, and by and large improves their market share, which is what they've been able to do by having this certification.
Dr. Ake's entrepreneurial prowess extends beyond the realm of technology. In 2018, his company SOUQ made waves with the acquisition of Konga.com, a leading e-commerce platform in Nigeria. This landmark deal underscored Ake's strategic vision and his unwavering dedication to driving innovation in diverse sectors. Konga.com was founded by Sim Shagaya in July 2012 as a third-party online marketplace. 99% of its shares were acquired by SOUQ in February 2018. 3 months later, Konga merged with SOUQ's retail outfit Udala to form the biggest e-commerce company in Africa, retaining the brand name Konga.
So having taken over Konga, you already know that SOUQ through Udala has a bigger platform to show their products, and was smart in that they retained the name Konga. It would have been slightly difficult to completely rebrand since Konga already had that familiarity, that brand awareness. So it gives SOUQ and Udala an opportunity to use the large Konga brand name to scale up their operations. So whereas SOUQ was selling direct to consumers and through Udala, they now had Konga, that is a big marketplace for sellers across the African continent. That's one of the advantages of absorbing and taking over a big company such as Konga. But by and large, it's proof that you've been successful at your business, to do the computer hardware business and be successful at it, and then move into the e-commerce space before now taking over a larger brand name. And it just improves, the brand essence and the equity of SOUQ.
Leonard Stanley Ake also founded BuyRightAfrica.com Limited in 2008, at a time when credit card and e-payment infrastructures were still strange to many Nigerians. He did this to resolve funding issues for ICT projects and companies. He partnered with international financiers to help Africans acquire technology and compete globally. Some other of his establishments are Technology Distribution Limited, Tax Direct Limited, and iTech Solutions. He is involved in ICT Brokers and ICT Connect.
Okay, but mine had a call. I had a call on the tech sector, and I've been consistent. And if you remember, my first step was to deal with the doubting Thomases, the media people. And it was like an evangelism. If you prove your worth to press people, to media people, because these are the critics of our time, then they follow you. You get to your destination faster. So when I did the whole media houses, transitioning them to digital economy through digital processing, through from typesetting to desktop publishing, computer graphics, okay, and multimedia. Then they started spreading the news. But again, we had to enhance that profile to the corporate world so that people can run offices with data analytics to guide them on advice, projections, okay, and where they're headed to. And then even our election. Okay, so today there would have been crisis in the economy if elections don't have facts and figures. And we did that with the DDC, and then did authentication with a card reader.
If you've come this far, kindly like, comment, and share. Throughout Ake's career, he remained committed to empowering others and fostering socio-economic development. His philanthropic endeavors and advocacy for youth empowerment reflect his belief in the transformative power of entrepreneurship. He launched the Computerized Nigeria project in August 2000, thereby encouraging development and the use of computers. He also launched the Can I scheme, providing affordable laptops to young Nigerians with a repayment plan of 24 months window. Ake's foundation furthers his charitable efforts, supporting various causes with different donations across the country.
Now, I see entrepreneurs trying to live big. Are you with me? Yeah. I see entrepreneurs trying to show off. You must have incubation period. Every successful entrepreneurs are seen to be stingy because they know the value of every dollar spent. But they use the same money to sustain the society. Okay, so I just want to advise Nigerians here. I see a lot of you startups now selling debt. It means technically you are leaving the company. And if I'm an investor, I watch your lifestyle. First of all, I see an entrepreneur, Nigerian entrepreneur, he hasn't started, he has expensive cars. Entrepreneurs, startups don't drive the best cars. They hide until they emerge.
He was bestowed with the Icon of Hope Award by former President Olusegun Obasanjo on October 1, 2002. He also got Nigerian Science and Technology Achievers of the Year 2003 and Officer of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria OFR in 2004. Eke is also a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group and holds a life membership Nigeria Institute of International Affairs. He also holds an honorary doctorate in business administration from Imo State University, Owerri, Federal University of Agriculture, Makurdi, Federal University of Technology, Owerri, and the University of Jos. He is a fellow of the Lagos State Polytechnic, Lagos, Federal Polytechnic, Ida, and Federal Polytechnic, Nekede, Imo State.
The awards that Dr. Leo has received are in order. You find out when you read a story or go through it. This is somebody that started out with a graphic artist and desktop publishing outfit, and then many years later is comparable to all of the innovators in the world. You look at them, Steve Jobs, then Bill Gates. These are people that have built things from the ground up. There's no more deserving innovator than Dr. Stanley Eke for receiving all of these awards. In a society like Nigeria and Africa, where it appears that role models are in short supply, when you have innovators like Dr. Leo, who have spent their time, resources, and their life building from ground up, innovating, constantly doing things, it shows that these things can be done. So imagine a Dr. Leo being one that does this thing. It means that 100 more innovators can be like him, and that's the only way we can build the society that we want. It's not enough to have outliers like him. We appreciate it, but the most important factor is that he's representative of things that are possible, and looking at him and all the awards that he's received is proof of that.
Leadership is big crisis in the third world. Big subject to discuss. I don't have a complete answer, but as an entrepreneur, I can create platforms for you to decide who should be your leader. But my interest is that I'm excited with this 21st century, because this is the only century God did not create any person to be poor. In the past, many were called and few were chosen. In 21st century, many are called and many will be chosen. But you have to decide if you want to be one of those to be chosen.
Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke is married to Chioma Eke, the CEO of Technology Distributions Limited, TD Africa, and together they have raised 3 sons and 2 daughters who are doing well in their respective fields of endeavors, just like their parents. As Dr. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke continues to chart new territories and inspire future generations, it speaks to the limitless potential of the African entrepreneurial spirit. With his visionary leadership and unwavering resolve, Dr. Eke embodies the essence of innovation and resilience, creating indelible marks on Nigeria's business in Africa and humanity. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke.
Hello sports fans, enthusiasts and pundits. Welcome to SOUQ Sports.
Well, to your humble boy, your loyal boy from the hood, Kevin Ojefe, and I'm glad to be here. This is SOUQ Sports.
To do the business, the money that makes the wheel go round.
Barcelona and Napoli. Napoli is out and Barcelona has qualified for the quarterfinals of Champions League.
For different ways to make money. Sports is best way to be creative.
Now the next 45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating.
This is the story of Julie Coker, beauty queen, pioneer broadcaster, staunch Catholic, fearless woman activist, the Yaito of Lagos. From a historical viewpoint, the first terrestrial signals of television broadcasting in Nigeria occurred when the then Western Regional Government established Western Nigeria's Government Broadcasting Corporation, popularly known as WNTV, on Saturday, October 31, 1959 at Agodi. WNTV was not just a pioneer in TV broadcasting in Nigeria, it also enjoyed the status of being the maiden TV station in the whole of Africa. WNTV belonged to the Western Nigeria Television Service. Africa has seen the emergence of exceptionally gifted stars in the broadcasting industry, particularly television gems.
She's a wonderful woman.
An icon and a legend.
She's paid her dues in that industry. She's done so much.
One of those unique creations of history whose outstanding quality precede them.
Miss Nigeria. Julie. Now, so not be today fine. Long time she was hitting the headlines. When television started, Julie was already reigning as TV star.
Oh, she was a big superstar in Nigeria. She's a great woman and continues to be great. She bears nobody any grudge. She's a happy-go-lucky person, and she takes life as it comes. She's not envious of anybody.
This is the story of Julie Coker, beauty queen, pioneer broadcaster, staunch Catholic, fearless woman activist, the Yaito of Lagos.
A wonderful, wonderful woman. She's an inspiration. I mean, this was somebody that I used to watch on television when I was a child. And when I met her again in England, she would sit down with me, we'll have a good chat. and about so many things. I've learned a lot from her. And there are times, you know, we'll go out for a meal and she'll be telling me about the good old days of Nigeria. And really and truly, I want the good old days of Nigeria to come back. She's mentored a lot of people, a very down-to-earth lady. And I saw her recently. It was amazing. When she gave me her contact number and she could recall the number from memory, somebody was saying, how could you have done that, ma? I said, I really don't know. An eloquent speaker, elegant lady, a beautiful soul. I mean, there are too many qualities this woman has. And she was saying, do you know what? We have to do something for this generation. And these are people that we admire so much and will continue to admire them because they are like an institution. What can we do? We should have something like a walk of fame, honestly, for people like her. Ms. Taiwo Ajayi Lycett. This is also an institution as well, the veteran actress. And she is a very strong advocate for arts and culture. People like her, people like Chief Julie Coker, they ought to be celebrated. And this is why I always say, maybe this is me putting on my Renew African Mindset cap on again, promoting healthy living in the elderly. They ought to be celebrated whilst they're still alive. And this is what we should be encouraging. To tap into their talents, to bring up the younger generation.
I am the adopted son of Chief Julie Coker. She's actually my auntie, yet or more. I mean, when my father, became late, you understand, she took me in under her wings, and I've been with her ever since the age of 6. And if I'm going to talk about her memories, there are so many, they are numerous. It's like the memories of a mother and a child. Yet we've done everything. I was almost everything we did together. We traveled to Los Angeles together for the 1984 Olympics. She took me along with the NT entourage. We covered the events together. I learned a lot from her. So there are so many memories. But whenever she travels, she along with her son, second son, Richard, always tag along with her wherever she went. So it's a normal, my memories are that of a mother and a child. Chief Julie Coker is
innovation. SOUQ Pulse brings you new stories, shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to begin, 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we tell you, go, get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarreling with, those you have issues. This is time to talk. We tell you, we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing profits. losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
Hello and welcome to SOUQ Pulse. It's a beautiful day and we are here to talk. And talk we will. This is that particular program where we tell you to invite your friends, your neighbors. Even if you're quarreling with the person, for now, hey, drop your swords and let's talk. It doesn't matter what the situation is like. It doesn't matter how good business is looking, or how good the farming environment is looking for. We are going somewhere close to it today. Then how good the cost of food is for those within farming environment. And for those very far from farming environment, doesn't matter how the cost, landing cost is like. For those importing rice from Asia, what is it like? We'll talk. Now, for those also cultivating the rice in those beautiful savanna places, or could it be the good rainforest places? Hey, let's talk. For those looking at government policies and asking those particular questions, how is this policy favoring productivity? How is it affecting manufacturing? For those looking forward to having power, if you're in West Africa, you call it electricity. How is it? For those that are collecting loans and waiting to build those particular dams, and for I'm still saying that because we don't know how long it's going to take. Those dams are not up. How is it? We talk. This is SOUQ Pulse, where we talk. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. We are going somewhere that concerns every one of us. It's a bit controversial. It's a bit touchy, but we'll go there. I have a guest that will take us and will answer our questions on SOUQ Pulse today. Before I introduce that and our guest, we'll take a very short break. Don't go anywhere. This is your program. So let's talk. Welcome back. It's SOUQ Pulse. It's your program. This is SOUQ News, and here we dwell on positivities. We tell you whatever narrative it is. We find a solution. We find the problem and look for ways of getting the business part, the productivity, the solution out of it. So we don't dwell on the negativities, no matter what it is, no matter how it came about, no matter who is pushing it. Remember, it's a narrative. And we are all in the market. So don't let anybody give you a bad name. That bad name could just be to push your market aside and sell theirs. That is exactly what it is. So we have to sell our own market, our product. But before we sell, we have to bring a product to the market. I hope we get the narrative. That is where we are. Today we are looking at safety and of genetically modified food. You are asking, yes, we are going there again. Now we have not issues, but we have, in quote, GM food, genetically modified foods. We have, apart from the organisms, yes, they could be good for health purposes. They could be used for enrichment purposes. But now when it comes to food cultivation, crops, seedlings, there are a lot of unanswered questions. There are a lot of narrative out there. There are a lot of things that we need to understand. But now this is another aspect of it. Now, if we're looking at the safety of genetically modified foods, we also ask ourselves, what is this particular narrative that is constantly out there of hunger in Africa? What is this African hunger narrative? Okay, now how does it come to align with GM food and the push for GM foods in Africa? To be specific, the cultivation of GM foods in Africa. That is where we are going today. And to throw light in this, we have no other but a farmer first. That's a qualification. So yes, he feeds us, a farmer, and he's also the co-founder of Petra Bell Foods. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, join me as I welcome to SOUQ Pulse another time, Mr. Owo Temitope. Temitope, good afternoon and welcome to SOUQ Pulse.
Having again. It's an honor to do this. At least he that hits the belly saves a life. So it's important we try to do that.
For those in Canada, check up your time zone and take up our greetings. For those in Asia, some part of Asia, I think you're like 6, 7, 8 hours ahead of us. Don't worry. It's still the same good news and good vibes we are bringing today. Now, we are looking at the safety of genetically modified foods now versus the hunger narrative. I call it, that is what it is a narrative. Now, yes, we have some places that have conflict. We have some places that are undergoing drought. But at the end part of it, there is a particular narrative that is being painted out there. And there's a reason why some people, some groups, some organizations, some governments are pushing for genetically modified foods. Now, we are looking at this particular topic. We are looking at it in the lens of 6 particular things. First is safety assessment of GM foods. Secondly, we're looking at comparative advantage of GM foods cultivation against the countries where these things are coming. The third, we're looking at regulating GM foods within each country. We'll take them one by one. Then fourth, we're looking at the risks of GM food. We're looking at the techniques in the food chain. Then we're also looking at the long-term effect of GM foods. Then we'll lastly look at international involvement with GM food safety. Now, we'll be looking at 2 comparisons. We'll be looking at Canada and Kenya. Canada in the West, Kenya for us here in Africa. Now, for Kenya, we've seen a lot of videos that we cannot verify. But we know that government sometime lifted the ban on GM food cultivation in Kenya. That ban was on for 12 years, for 10 years to be precise, 2012, and it was lifted in 2022. And they went to court. Court said, hold. Then environmental court came and said, no, go ahead. That also has a question mark on it. Then there are several things that are happening in Kenya when it comes to GM foods, cultivation and all that. But if we look on the flip side and look at what is happening in Canada, who happens to be a more developed nation, a richer nation, it's different. 100% different. Once you go to the Canadian official site for the nation, you will see it there. We do not allow the sale of genetically modified foods in Canada unless Health Canada scientists are satisfied that they are safe and nutritious. That's the first 2 lines you see. Okay, now let's start this conversation. Is it hunger that is driving us in Africa, or the safety of our people, or business? Let's start this conversation from that.
And why I'm laughing is just simple, and it's just for the layman to be able to understand what all of this is all about. Realistically, it's all about business. It's just simply business. And, over time, the Western world have tried to use so many things to control Africa in terms of war equipment, in terms of grammar, in terms of so many things. They've tried to control Africa with so many things. And in all of this, we've come out victorious. And the next thing for them to do is to make use of food. Like I said, eat that feeds the belly saves a life. And eat that feeds you controls your life. Regardless of how good you are, whether you're a professor or not, if you are hungry, the reality is you are nobody. So for me, it's just simply business. And of course, if you look at that, in quotes, African leaders, so to say, they easily give in. So they know how to, model their way around them and get whatever they want. So realistically, it's not about hunger. That we should say that 100%. It's not about hunger. It's just about business. And the fact that some people have seen a loophole as an advantage for them to take over and to cash in, when it comes to African context. And I'm happy that the calendar thing is just simple and straightforward. Just of course the way Russians too we say it. It's simple and straightforward. So for me, it's not about hunger, and to the farmers in Nigeria or to the farmers in Kenya, it's not about hunger. It's just about business. Simple as ABC. So it's not about hunger.
It's
It's
not
just
about
business.
hunger, it's about business.
It's just about the Benjamin. It's just about the Benjamin.
Okay.
That's just
let's hold on
That's
to your thoughts on the business side of it. Let's look at the safety assessment of GM foods, genetically modified foods. So once you hear me say GM, for everyone that is watching, or if you are tuning in, or if you didn't see us start the particular program, genetically modified food. Now we'll keep this comparison going. Then we'll come to you and get your analysis. Now let's look at the safety assessment of GM foods. This is coming directly from Canada. Now, it safety. We do a thorough safety assessment of all foods, GM or not. I will make sure they are nutritious and before they can be sold in Canada. Now, that's also in quote. They will have a clear assessment process. Now, they have a long list. And I'm wondering, okay, which of the GM products is going to be able to pass through this particular list? Microbiological chemical safety, potential of GM food to cause allergic reaction, potential for introduction of new toxins. Now, these are major things. Now, the first thing I get to ask, if you say introduce new toxins, what are the GM foods? What are the GM seeds in the first place? If we say they are stronger and you can't use pesticides, that means there are toxins in them already. So if we say it's more of gene taken from something that is not biologically inapt to that particular species to it. So if you are telling me the microbiology and chemical safety of the food, that they have told you right from the very word go, this is what we are ruling, and you know what you're bringing. How do we now compare? Now let's come to the African context. Kenya, the court and the cabinet is saying because of drought, they didn't go any scientific, or they didn't try going in any way to prove this or prove that. It said because of drought, this is the worst drought we've had in 40 years. We need to make food available. And so they passed and canceled the ban that had stood for 10 years. How does this two different scenario affect safety assessment when it comes to GM food? Kenya, we Africa. Canada, they are even companies that are making it.
I'm trying to use a better word, not to use the kind of language I would have loved to use. I wish I'm not on the hair. There's a certain language I would have loved to use. It just goes to show you how crude, I mean to use that word, how crude African leaders are. Look at the context of what we've explained as to what the Canadian government wants for their people. Because they know the more people they have living, the better for their country, the more productive they will be, the more useful to the society they will be. Now, in the African context, our leaders are not looking to that direction. The court has not said anything about it, And when you say drought, what happened to irrigation? I don't understand. So when they keep turning out this narrative of drought, what happens to irrigation? Now we have crops that are farmed during dry season. We have crops that are farmed during, of course, rainy season. So why can't we use our own ecosystem to our own advantage? So it's just going to show you that the African leaders or the African elite do not care about whatever that happens to their people as much as the Benjamin is coming to their pocket. As long as they have access to these luxury hotels abroad, as long as they keep inviting them for one meeting and for one seminar and all that, where they have the luxury of time, to spend our taxes that they've collected forcefully from us. So all they care about is just their own pocket. It's as simple as ABC. So it's not about drought, it's not about hunger, it's just the fact that they don't know what they are doing and they're not ready to listen. They're not ready to listen.
What they are doing and they are not ready to listen. That happens to be your submission.
They are not ready. They are not ready to listen. I'll give you some facts about Kenya, and I'm sure it will surprise you. They're not ready to listen. That's just that, and I don't know how else Africa, how else we I don't know. I'm finding it difficult to. Why is it difficult for us to come together and have a voice as to what we want? Okay, tell me, is there any scientific evidence that was done in Kenya by a Kenyan scientist to have given approval to this particular product? Tell me
Hold on to
Kenyan
that thought.
scientist.
Hold on to that thought. Let's go back to this same comparison, because we are trying to see, okay, where exactly should we start looking at this particular product and ask ourselves these questions. Now, still on safety assessment of GM foods, genetically modified foods. For Canada, a manufacturer, importer, and developer must submit detailed information to Health Canada outlining how the product was developed. That's even before you bring in anything. Now, if the data provided is not complete, Health Canada scientists will ask the developer for more information and scientific data. Some products that do not meet our strict criteria right from the door, don't even bother. Now, this is lengthy. It goes on and on. This is just for safety assessment alone. Okay, now let's bring it to Kenya. On the 12th of October 2023, that's less than a year ago, the Environmental Court dismissed the case, saying that the petitioners did not provide evidence of GMO foods harming the environment or human health. Now, the question I should ask, is it the people that are petitioning who happens to be the peasant farmers, not the academia, not the scientists, not the health practitioners, not the doctors' union? Peasant farmers are those that went to court and said no to the ban that was lifted on GMO foods. Now, the appeal court said, okay, yes, I agree with you people. The High Court said, I agree with you people. Then the Environmental Court is coming to say, no, we don't agree with you. You don't have any empirical or scientific proof to show that it harms the environment or human health. Now, the question now comes, where did the Environmental Court come to play? Or who should be the one to provide the scientific evidence? Is it the peasant farmer or the government of the day?
All of this it boils down to, I'll still stick to my word, the greed of our elites. For example, in Kenya, we have over 2,000 farmers, 2 million farmers in Kenya. 57% of them has refused to make use of GMOs. Now, these farmers, aside from being a farmer, they live on their farm. They understand their terrain. Aside from selling these crops, it's just their own way of life. And what they are trying to do is to take their way of life away from them. It's as simple as ABC. Now, the farmers that are used to their way of being, planting their maize, so, for example, maize or sorghum, they have their way of doing it right from day one. They've never been to lab to check what they've been doing for inception, and they grow up to meet their parents doing it, and they continue. And they've never had any hazard as to health, whatever, as to the corn that they've been doing and all of that. So when the environmental is now coming to say no, they should show proof. What proof do they want? What proof? The one they've been doing, the farm they've been farming for over 100 years, 200 years. Have anybody asked them to show proof of whatever they've been doing? So why the proof now? Now they are doing that because they know that there's no lab, they don't have access to these facilities within the Kenya context that they can get adequate results. If they are to do any proof, that means they're taking this sand or whatever to the US or to wherever these multinationals are, sponsoring these field scientists that we have in Kenya or we have in West Africa. You understand? They have to still take these sands to them. And of course, they will be done to run the test. And whatever they say the test is what it is. So these farmers don't have access to all of these facilities. And besides, they've been doing this thing for years. So why are they asking them to prove it now? Why is it that it has to be something about GMO that is being controlled by a few elites, by a few countries in the world? Why?
That particular question, I think I will leave it for you, and I will invite you personally to come to the studio and answer that question. Physically, not via Zoom. Now, let's go to the second one, comparative approach. Now, for Canada, Canada is saying one way to establish safety of the GM food is this. They went straight to the point. If the approach identifies any form of difference between the GM foods and the closest unmodified foods with history of safety. Now, the question is, where is the GM foods going to get the history from?
You know, science is what the observation, whatever it has been happening around us. All right, and these are things they put together to make up whatever it is they claim. Okay, good. Now, compared to the regular food that we have, tell me something that's been mixed up within the lab context. What genesis do you want to have? So obviously, the Canadian government knows that they don't have what it is to tender. And you know, the ironic thing in Africa is this. Like I've asked and I've been asking people, and I need one of the so-called scientists to come out and tell us. A lot of farmers have been asking this question, even to IIT, to Standard Organization Nigeria, to NAFDAC, and ask them, point to us one scientist in Nigeria or in Africa or in Kenya that he or she is saying, yes, I did this. This is my lab, and these are the theses I've written, or this is whatever I've written. This is how I've been able to come about this particular product. None of them. I challenge them if there's any within Africa, within West Africa, or Kenya or Nigeria. Of course, this is a live program. I'm sure they are being all over the world. If there's any within Africa content that would say, this is my own lab. I've been doing this project for the past so number of years, and I've been able to come up with this, and these are the genesis that from A to Z. These are all that I've been able to do, and this is the result. They are listening, so one of them should come out and show us a proof of what they've done, and the lab must be within Africa context, whether in Kenya or in Nigeria.
The lab must be whether in Kenya or Nigeria. Okay, now let's move further and see what's happening in Canada for their direct rules and steps before they get to let this product come in for cultivation or for sale. Now, they're also looking at the risk of GM techniques in food supply. Okay, this kind of trips me because they outline every single thing they are looking at. They are intentional about it. So we also get to ask ourselves, we that are taking, African nations that are taking, and some other African nations that are not even sure that these things are in their countries already, which is very possible. To what extent do we get to find out that the seed we are planting either today or tomorrow are not genetically, are organic seeds? How do we know?
Okay, fantastic question, a very good question, and I love it. Now, let me come back to Nigerian context and, of course, Kenya context. Now, this is what we do. Year in, year out, for example, let's assume I did 10 acres of corn this year. Of course, I know that the least I could do for next year is to repeat the 10 acres. So what I have to do is to keep seeds that will enable me to do that same 10 acres next year. An average farmer in Kenya, in Uganda, Rwanda, and all that, we do the same thing. So within ourselves, we know that, okay, even if I don't have, Mr. A will have. If Mr. A doesn't have, Mr. B will have. Now, don't forget, we never patent any of these seeds ourselves. I repeat, we never painted any of our products, be it our yam or whatever. We just share it among ourselves, and we'll do the same thing. And there's something that's going on currently in Benue State. Now, the local farmers, those that you think that they don't know their right from their left, or of course they've not been to school. Now, this is what they are doing. Now, they have their own seeds that they plant, that they eat for their family. Okay, and they absorb these GMOs from these foreign entities for business. So within the context of we the farmers, we know what we are doing. We know how how these seeds go around the cycle within ourselves. Because, for example, what the GMO seed is doing is that now, if I'm to have a GMO seed, I don't have the right to give it to you for free. I don't have the right to share with you because it's being patented by someone, by a particular brand. So I can't share with you compared to what we are used to, what we've been doing over the years. So within ourselves, we know that okay, and to a large extent, IIT is doing a good job in Nigeria. Till date, when you go there, they still have the original seeds that we're used to. They have it. But to be honest, the what I planted in my farm like 3 months ago, I got it from my IITA. So these seeds are still there. The GMO seeds are there, and that's why even within the Nigerian context, a lot of farmers are not really into it because there's this mixed feelings. Yes, the money aspect is there. When I plant, yes, I'm sure 10 acres is 10 acres, and of course I'll make more money and all of that. Yes, but on the flip side of it, everybody we are wary of. Okay, aside from making the money, what next? Because knowing fully well that by next year or by next primary cycle, I have to still go back to the company to buy. Because every year you have to go back to buy. That's the honest truth. And that's what the Western world is trying to do, just trying to control whatever it is that we're doing. So it's not just about me, it's not about you. And what people don't understand about the GMO thing is this. 2 years ago, Nigerian beans was rejected, within the European Union. Why? Lots of chemicals and all of that. So what it means is, years to come, we will not be able to export anything outside Africa. For example, Kenya is being currently, Kenya is importing about over 50% of whatever it is they are consuming. And that's why the government, that's why the president or whatever, that's why they keep pushing. That okay, now our people are hungry, they need to feed their people. So whatever it takes for them to feed their people is what they're after. They're not after the safety, they're not after the well-being of their people. They just want to feed them. I know GMO food for me is like someone destined to spend 5 years on earth. But with the help of GMO food, you spend 2 years. It's as simple as ABC. So the reality is among the farmers, among the locals, we have the way of, checkmating all of this because we know what we plant as the last season. It will interest you to know, yesterday we're in Mokwa market yesterday. They were at, what's it called, Lapine, for granite and all of that. Until date, a lot of these farmers still have their original seeds that they've been recycling every year. So the seeds are there. I don't know why this push for this GMO thing, that why you try to compare people that okay, you just have to leave your old ways and embrace the new ways that I know nothing about.
You keep your old ways and seek other new ways to embrace. Let's just hold on to what we have right now. We are going on a very short break. SOUQ Pulse will be right back. When we return, we'll look at countries cultivating, countries not cultivating, countries accepting, countries saying a total ban. Then we'll ask ourselves a particular question. What exactly is Africa doing? How prepared are we? Where do we stand? SOUQ Pulse will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the hearts of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you new stories, shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
In we are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to begin, 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or a cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we tell you, go, get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarrel with, those you have issues. This is time to talk. We tell you, yeah, we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, you just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
Welcome back. This is SOUQ Pulse and we are live on SOUQ News. Today we are looking at safety of genetically modified foods and we are asking ourselves, hey, is the narrative of hunger causing Africa not to play? Now we have a good farmer and the co-founder of Petra Bell Foods, Oweye Temitokwe. He is here and he's doing justice to this. Before we left, he talked more about the business side of money-making side of GM foods being the driver in Africa, not just the scientific part. But now, let's look at countries, list of countries that have banned the cultivation of GMO foods, but still allow import. They allow import, but you can't plant here. Now, Algeria, Austria, Azerbaijan, Belize, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Bulgaria, Croatia, Europe, Cyprus, Denmark, Europe, Ecuador, France, Europe, Germany, Greece, Europe, Hungary, Italy, Europe, Saudi Arabia, Serbia, Slovenia, Switzerland, Europe, Turkey, and Ukraine. Now, you can't cultivate here, but, well, for those that we approve, you can import. Now, let's go and now see countries that you cannot both cultivate and you cannot import. Algeria, Bhutan, Madagascar, Peru, Russia, Venezuela, Zimbabwe. Aside Algeria and Zimbabwe, no other African country is playing here. Which means in some African countries, just like we asked before, it's possible this is just coming in and nobody is even batting an eye. What exactly is the problem with us? Is it still the money thing?
Of course, whichever side of the coin that you want to turn it to. As far as we, the local farmers, are concerned, it's just all about the Benjamin. Now, you wonder why I keep insisting on the money aspect of it. Now, I wish that the government of Africa or the government of Kenya and Nigeria would do the needful for the farmers. Now, we have 9 months. They are meant to tell us what the weather forecast looks like for the year. If you expect rain at this time, you do this, you do that. Those are the little tips that the farmers need for them to do the needful in their farm. You have countries that go into huge, big-time irrigation. Why can't we do that for some states that are prone to this drought of a thing? If truly they care as to helping the farmers. Now, why I keep insisting on the money aspect of it is the fact that few people control whatever it is this GMO seed it's all about. And the more you keep telling us that it's about hunger, it's about, oh, people have to eat. So after they don't eat, what next? What after they've done eating? What
After
next?
they've done eating,
When they
what
eat,
next? Okay, now you brought
what
up a
next?
particular word here. Let's go there. Is this a control mechanism? Because once you've explained that, okay, for GMO seeds, if you are cultivating, which means you have to go back to source to get seeds to plant. So if we have this continuum and it continues, which means there's a particular source that have, if possible, patented that particular product, and you have to go back to them to get access to it. Does this look like a form of control? And this control, where it looks like it's not Africa?
Sir, it's simple mathematics. And I'll take you back to how did we get here in the first place. In the early days of Nigeria, we're feeding ourselves and we're doing fine. We're not borrowing money. We have money in essence. The Singapore and the rest of them came to to Nigeria to get things done. I remember in those days, you see Chibado used to be top-notch hospital that nobles all over the world comes to. Nigeria airport, there's an anger that the other airlines of the world come to service that plane and all of that. What happened today? They're all gone. Today, Nigeria goes to India, to other African countries for medical checkup. Today, we can't refine our crude oil. We just have to import. Even when we have our refinery not working. Why? Because the Western world convinced few of these folks among us to convince us to accept what we don't know the genesis of. And it's still the same that is happening to this food thing that we're talking about today. Now, when you have few people controlling a certain value chain, they dictate to you how it should go. Don't forget, in the early days of Nigeria, Aulo was not controlling the farmers in terms of their seedling. The farmers has access to their seedling and they do whatever they want to do, how they want to do it. All the Western region cares about is for them to turn out the yield and the government picks up from them. It's just the same thing that we're asking the government to do. It's not too much. As of today, whether you like it or not, I repeat, and I'm challenging any Nigerian scientist to come out and tell us of the simple truth that hi, science, or whatever they call themselves, that I did this particular maize for Nigeria based on Nigeria study, based on the input of farmers from social place, from social place, from social place, from social place. I don't know. Those are the simple things we need in Nigeria or in Africa. It just has to do with us. It's not about what the Western world is telling us. Oh, you must accept because it's good. You must accept it. You must accept because your people are hungry. No. I want to see University of Ibadan Agricultural Department coming out to say, yes, we've been able to produce this. And based on our studies, based on what we do, our studies over the years, based on our connection with farmers from the rural setting and all of that, we've been able to, bring this seed that will help, the local farmers. Not Monsanto in America and all of that. As much as I try not to mention names, not these guys pushing this thing down our throat as to, oh, this is the new normal, this is the way of life. See, we are trending on a lot of things that is not good for us. Let me give you an analysis, and so that probably you can get a clue where I'm coming from. Our children, to a large extent, they stop thinking. For example, my daughter in primary 3 was asking her elder sister in SS3 a simple mathematics question. And what next? The elder sister had to turn to AI to ask questions. Come on. So what it means is our children have stopped thinking. Why? Because we've 100% adopt the Western ways of doing things. And it's just the same thing on this GMO thing that we're talking about here. For crying out loud, of course, it should have been easy for us farmers to accept if it happens to be, okay, we contributed to it. Okay, these are our challenges. Okay, these are the ways we think. Okay, when you do AYZ, we'll be better off. The farmers will know it is their own input. We don't have any input on it. we're not asked any questions. The only thing we're told is take is good for you. Of course, you have more yield. That's the narrative they've been able to push to an average farmer. No more, no less. Nothing else. They've not had anything to it aside
While
from
you talk
telling
about the
us.
narrative that has been pushed to an average farmer, it's also on record that several agri research institutes, like the one you mentioned in Ibadan, they have modified seeds, not genetically modified though. They have several seeds better yielding. It could be resistant to a particular form of pest or all that. That we've had for a while.
Yes.
We've had better cassava
Yes.
stems too. At least I can attest to
Yes.
that. I've
Yes.
seen several of that.
Yes.
We've also seen
Yes.
that of guinea corn and that of beans. The white beans
Yes.
is not as popular as it used to be before. We see more better yielding brown beans right
Yes.
now. Good. At what point
Yes.
should we as a people or the farmers union that you belong to start promoting this and make it loud? And it's difficult to drown the noise and the narrative of the GMO. But if we also start selling our own seeds that we have, don't you think it would be difficult to convince the person in one village to take up the GMO seeds?
You know, when it comes to money, money has a different driving force, and whether I like it or not, you need to understand that and understand how it works. Now, this is it. Let me keep using myself as a case study. Okay, imagine me doing 1 acre of beans, for example, this year, or sorry, last year. And ordinarily, my projection is for me to have, let's say, 1,000 bags of beans at the end of the day, you know. But due to insects and all of that, maybe I got, let's say, 950, for example. And you are coming to tell me that, Mr. Sopa, with this seed, you have exact 1,000. Now, the first thing that comes to your mind is thank God I'm making more money. And that's why I've said that the push for the GMO has always been on the farmers making more money to the detriment of others. So it has always been, don't worry, you make more money. And that's why the farmers in Kenya are crying out now, because some of them are unable to, they don't have the power, the financial power to actually get these seeds. Last year, they had the same issue. Why some farmers were waiting for these seeds to come just so that they can give to them free. But they couldn't get it. Those farmers are stranded. They didn't do anything last year. And that has caused disruption in whatever food they are producing. So, like I said, within the farmers' context, yes, we have our whole way of sharing these seeds among ourselves. You know where to buy your cassava seeds, just like you said. You know where to buy your beans. And an average farmer keeps whatever he or she wants to plant for the next farming cycle. That's the truth. An average farmer, whenever we harvest, of course, the first thing first is for you to keep whatever it is that you want to plant for the next farming cycle. So that's secure. You are sure that with next year or next 8 months, whatever, I'll still do the same thing that I've been doing. So the problem is, of course, the GMO
in the context of being able to share the seeds or being able to convince the farmer or being able to get this cultivation done, are you suggesting or by any way saying that that particular regulation rests in the arms or in the coffers or in the purview of government to make sure it's regulated or it doesn't even come in at all?
100%. The government has it all. You can't fight the government. They have all the tools. They have all the wherewithal. They have the wherewithal, to do whatever they want to do. If they are saying, okay, for example, let me give you something. For example, in Kenya, now they are importing maize. Now, what that is doing to them present is that the local farmers will not be able to compete with the GMO food, maize that is being imported into Kenya at the moment, because an average farmer, practically do everything himself compared to the GMO that has been subsidized and all of that. So definitely, in terms of their selling power, their selling power, of course, will reduce. So it's still the same thing. What we want is the government to give everybody level playing field. You understand? Protect the interests of the existing old farmers that have been feeding you. Most of these ministers, governors, presidents we have today, none of them didn't eat GMO food to grow up. They didn't eat GMO food for them to have their brain sharp. They didn't eat GMO food for them to scale through their school days. And of course, an average primary school, secondary school these days, we have farms in our schools. And we're not taught as to, oh, you need something from science, from lab, to increase your yield. No, we're taught the basic way of doing it. So what we need to do, what the government needs to do for us is just simple. Do not overpush, do not overstretch the importance of GMO. Do not overstretch, do not overpush the importance of GMO. Don't tell us, oh, GMO is supersede whatever it is we have been doing. That's what the problem is. They keep pushing the narrative as to the GMO supersede whatever it is we have been doing. The GMO will help you to gain more money compared to what you've been doing. You understand? And like I said, the multinationals have the media, they have everything they can use compared to an average farmer, of course, that is struggling to cultivate an acre or 1 plot, of land. So they have everything going for them. Why we don't? The best we can do, like I said, is to keep sharing information among ourselves. And that's why right about now in Nigeria, we have so many agri platforms that we're educating ourselves on day-to-day basis as to what we need to do, how we need to protect our seedlings that we have in the past. And that's what we're doing. And that's why, in terms of the spread of the GMO seeds in Nigeria today, for me, it's not as successful as what they're turning out. Yes, we might have a lot of GMO food on our shelves. In fact, the food brands in America, they've gone a step further. Now, they no longer had GMO on their label. What they had is engineered food ingredients. That's what they have. Because the good thing about the so-called good thing about the GMO they are talking about is the more you refine it, of course, the more tax it become for you to actually detect some elements of GMO in those products. So they've gone a step further. So it's possible we have some of them. But what we are saying is, what we need the government to do is just come to the aid of the farmers, help them, give them the tools they need. Let them do what they know how to do. Let them run the way they've been running. You understand? Help them. Like I said, the Nigerian state government is doing a fantastic job, and we're happy with him. And what it is that he has doing, I imagine the federal government doing the same thing, helping the farmers to clear their land, helping the farmers to till their land, helping the farmers with the seedlings they need, and promising them that come as soon as they're done planting, at the point of harvest, they will come buy these things from you.
So, okay, those are all good incentives. Those are things that every other state should also emulate from what is happening in Niger State. And I guess that is where you are right now. I want to say thank you very much for coming on SOUQ Pulse. It's been a busy day for you, and you were able to find time to tune in and sit through. Thank you very much, Temitope.
You're welcome.
Being in Lagos and coming physically to the studio. Now, to everyone out there, now this is your judgment. This is your talk. This is your silence, either to keep or not to keep. But we on this side will tell you, don't keep quiet. As it concerns GMO foods, is your choice. But as it concerns Nigeria, Africa getting productive, it goes beyond choice. We don't have a choice. We must get productive and we must get healthy. So let's farm African seeds. If we are the one producing the GMO foods for them to buy, beautiful. If we are part of the research, beautiful. We don't have an issue with it. But if we are not the one making the profit of others, then that is where we have a problem. I'm talking for me. Now remember, this is talk. So talk your talk. Thank you very much for being there. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. We'll do this again tomorrow. But before then, be your brother's keeper. Have yourself a beautiful evening.
Senior. Well, we've had fond memories of Auntie Julie Kukalin, put it that way back as a child growing up. We're used to be very proud and still very proud of her as a pioneer newscaster in Nigeria. She's paid her dues in that industry. She's done so much. She's done, as a pioneer newscaster, like I said, we've always been very proud of her. She has been very professional, and as children, we always look forward to 9 o'clock news where Auntie Julie Coker It's on to cast the news, and we're always out there to see her. She has paid her dues. She has spent all her time being particular about professionalism in the industry, even up till now. She's done so much in the industry. She's done so much in the industry. Growing up, she has never been someone, and she's a lovely auntie. We always go to her. She always wants people to come around her. In spite of her status, she wants us, the children of her relatives, to always come over to Ikoyi, to Victoria Land, wherever she lived. And there's one particular thing that I know about her, is that she never discriminated. For the people who lived with Auntie Julie Coker, I never lived with her. There's nobody that lived with Auntie Julie Coker that never traveled outside the country for holidays. So she's always like that. She wanted the best for everybody around her. Coming to relationship in the church where I attend, where my father and my great-grandfather attended, she was not a member of my church because she was a Catholic, but because she had affiliation with that church, because her mother was a member of that church. She was always particular about the growth and development of that church. And that's Holy Covenant Family Church, that's the only Chekuri church in Lagos. She was always particular about the growth and development of that church. She put in everything to make sure that the church is improving and all of that. Beyond that, our association with the church generally, our Catholic church, up till now, she's a strong member of the church. She has all her faith daily, has a very close relationship with our God, our Creator, and she's done so much in that direction. Up till now, as I speak with you, she's still a strong member of the Catholic Church, and she has both the UK, in Nigeria, the Holy Cross, the Falmouth Church. She's had a good relationship. She's a God-fearing person. She's lived all her life showing care and concern to people, and that has always been a hallmark. A legacy of hard work, dedication to duty, to our profession, a legacy of love. I think the legacy of believing in God in whatever comes her way. You know, she's had her vicissitudes of life, and she's been able to overcome all of this. I mean, losing 2 children, you never can, you know, the strength to overcome all of this is awesome. But beyond that, more legacy is that she has done so much for this country. I could remember that even, I think just quite recently, she was talking about retraining of broadcasters. That's her passion. She has a legacy. She's done so much. So it's a lot of things that she has put into making Nigeria, into contributing to Nigeria. So her legacy, I can't even say, I can't pinpoint to only one thing. She's done so much across board, and so she's worth celebrating.
Let us honor this world-class broadcaster, a national and universal figure of distinction. Chief Julie Coker was born on July 25, 1940 to an Egba father from the Coker family in Abeokuta, Ogun State, and an Ishekiri mother from the Okorogeye Bodo family of Warri, Delta State. She was raised by her mother on Lagos Island and attended St. Mary's Convent School for her primary education.
One of those unique creations of history whose outstanding qualities precede them. My own recollection is that she was already a public figure, very glamorous on television before our paths crossed. And of course, as it so happens in such circumstances, you actually, the reputation precedes the actual meeting. So, and I think it must have been in the early 60s when she was the glamour girl of Western Nigerian television. And I think before then, she was at Holy Child College, and from there proceeded to a much more public posture. And of course, if you go even earlier than that, you have to admit that she is the product of the cross-culture of the Benin, Warri, Sapele axis, and then of course in Lagos where she went to school. And then to capital, Ibadan, which was at that time the melting, not just the melting point, but the boiling point in Nigerian political affairs. But so she was already in the public consciousness through being being a regular feature on television. And then, of course, she married one of the Nauros, Mike Nauro, was a was an old boy St. Grace College, and had been a superstar in football, athletics, music, and what have you. And I think at that time, St. Grace College boys had a monopoly on Holy Child girls.
Julina Sapele girl. I'm from Ogwanja in Sapele. Right now, I'm president of Sapele Boma Boys. So I know Julie after she was born. Miss Nigeria. Julie. Now, so not be today fine. Julie. Long time she was hitting the headlines. When television started, Julie was already reigning as TV star in Ibadan. That's where TV started in Nigeria. The rest is history. She's still fine. Making headlines wherever she is.
Well, people see her outside as a celebrity. I see her as an auntie. Like, you know, she's my mother's first cousin. Her mother and my grandmother are sisters. Or we are sisters because they are all late. And it's an auntie I've always admired. As a child, she was a big superstar in Nigeria. And we grew up knowing Auntie Julie as someone who worked in WNTV, WNTS in Ibadan. And we all grew up to love her. She was very beautiful. She still tries to be beautiful now, even at her age of 84, she'll be 84 in July, like, you know. And we worked together in NTA. I left NTA some years ago. We left NTA around the same time. I was the company secretary, legal advisor to the NTA. And I was the closest to her because we saw every day at work, being that she's my auntie as well. We got on very well. She's very patient. And she's a great woman and continues to be great. She bears nobody any grudge. She's a happy-go-lucky person. And she takes life as it comes. She's not envious of anybody. She's accepted all God has given her in a very, very graceful way. She continues to be happy, and I just wish her all the best. In those days, they didn't have the gadgets we have now. Then, most things were very practical. Today, a lot of things are automated. We had very hot studios. They used to rehearse a lot. But now the internet has made life very easy. Now you can just be in a room and have it as your station and everything. Then we had huge transmitters. I remember going from state to state to launch transmitters in the 80s. And Auntie Julie was one of those people who started television, one of the first broadcasters. And they did a very good job, and they should be honored for their role in the pioneering television services in Nigeria. They don't know the criteria they use these days to honor people. I've seen many people who've done so much, they are not honored, and people who've done nothing and are honored. At the end of the day, it's God that honors you. I know she's a very good Christian. She goes to church regularly. I'm not that super religious, but she is. She doesn't joke with her religion. She doesn't miss her masses. And I believe that's what has kept her going in spite of all the tragedies she's had in life. She has good relations and a big family. And she's, like I'll tell you, a very, very happy and contented person. Contentment is a virtue that one has to have. So at the end of the day, if they talk about television, I mean, she should be honored as one of the pioneers of television in Africa, because the first television in Africa was in Ibadan, like you know. So, and if she's one of the pioneers, I guess she has a place in history. That's what I've been talking about, being a pioneer television star, a superstar. I mean, she did a lot of programs, like you know. She was a beauty queen. We should not forget that aspect. So in those days, people want to see beautiful faces on television. And she combined both beauty, eloquence, gait. She was very calm. I've never seen her lose her temper. I do. I lose mine. But I've never, no matter how you sort of annoy her, she's always very calm. She never loses her temper. And she has a lot going for her. But contentment is the greatest, I say, and the fear of God. Like I told you, she's very religious. And I think that's her greatest strength.
And Only Child College, Obalende, Lagos, for her secondary education. Her journey to the limelight began with our winning the Miss Western Nigeria Beauty Contest in 1957 and our coming second in the Miss Nigeria Beauty Competition in 1958. She joined the Western Nigeria Television, WNTV, in 1959 as the second female face on television in Africa. She attended numerous courses in England, United States of America, Germany, and Norway, where she was groomed in the art of television broadcasting. Upon her return from one of these overseas courses, she joined the Nigeria Television Services (NTS), which later became the Nigerian Television Authority (NTA). She became an icon at the WTA, where she anchored the network news and numerous programs and events. She retired as an Assistant Director, Marketing and State Operations. Though now retired, she is not tired, as she tirelessly runs a pet project, Richard Coker Foundation, a charitable organization established in memory of her late son, Mr. Richard Coker Enaro. The major objectives of this organization is to help people suffering from sickle cell anemia. This documentary spotlights Julie Coker, particularly her family life and her days in the broadcasting industry, from her humble beginnings through the various travels and triumphs of being raised by a lone parent, her dear mother, her meteoric rise to stardom, and managing fame and popularity at a young age.
I am a broadcaster by training, and broadcasting has been part of my life since I was 8 years old. And by the grace of God, I practiced the profession and got to the pinnacle of my career, having worked with the NTA as a news correspondent, sports commentator, and sports anchor. Chief Julie Coker is not only a beautiful, delightful, immensely talented woman, but is a Nigerian, and I dare say a human being that comes only once in a lifetime. And when God created her for a purpose, because she's been able to effortlessly, effectively, and joyfully serve God and serve humanity. She is a Catholic by faith and religiously goes to church every day, even at the age of about 83 years old. And she's been a broadcaster by excellence. She's been able to impact the lives of not only Nigerians but foreigners alike, both in Nigeria and in the United Kingdom, where she presently resides. She's from Delta State originally, and we've known her and admired her and worked closely with her all these years till date. Reverberates in my heart and in my mind is the fact that she's been a beacon of hope for both young men and women, but particularly for women. Because for any woman that aspires to be something in life, you look at the life and time of Chief Julie Coker, you know she's a woman who has gone to school, who has practiced her profession, who has served God religiously, and who is still serving God, and somebody that is a good example of what a woman, a mother, and a grandmother should be.
Yes, my name is Stephen Kola Balogun. I happen to be a legal practitioner. I've been at the bar now for well over 40 years, and I'm also a former commissioner in Osun State. Chief Julie Coker. Well, Chief Julie Coker is an icon of Nigerian broadcasting. I don't think there's anyone of my age who would know her. I'm 64 years, and of course I've known Chief Julie Coker since I was a young boy, when she was at the NTA. She also happens to be a good friend of my mother, and I've retained a good relationship with her ever since. But most importantly, she remains a household name. I think she is what we call a mother of the nation. Everyone is very fond of her, and everyone remembers her for the good and sterling work she did while she was with the NTA. I said, when I was a young boy, we used to watch her on television. She was very well spoken, very well presentable, and she came across very well. And that's an everlasting memory. That's the memory I actually still have in my mind. And obviously now she's much older now. She's like I said, the granny of the nation. But that long-term memory of her on the NTA, reading our national news, remains a lasting memory for me. Well, I think the most important thing they can learn from her is to be professional. Chief Julie Coker was professional and remained steadfast. Up till today, she is very committed to broadcasting. I don't think there's any broadcasting program that Auntie Julie Coker is called upon that she does not attend. She goes out of her way to attend, and she does her very best to promote Nigerian broadcasting and information in general. So I think that the lesson people can learn from her is the fact that you should remain dedicated and committed to whatever your lifetime profession is. Well, the legacy she has left behind in the media is the fact that you must make yourself enduring. You must also appeal to a wide audience as well. And actually, Julie Coker has done that very successfully. She remains an icon. She remains a woman who has appealed to the nation. Even though she's in her 80s now, she's still very fond of, still very much loved. And it's important, therefore, that whatever we set out to do, that we endear ourselves to the vast majority of the nation, or the people we work with, so that we leave a lasting memory and legacy for those people. And that's what actually Julie Coker has done rather successfully. Nowadays, our politicians, our leaders, enter government, get themselves engaged in all sorts of things, and there isn't what you call total commitment to the cause. They're not particularly interested in trying to improve the lot of the masses. Neither are they very thoughtful in the legacy they will leave behind. And I think the likes of Auntie Julie Coker, at least from that particular generation, have shown that it's important not only to remain steadfast in your chosen profession, but also to think of how you can possibly improve your profession, endure yourself to a wide audience, and always think about how you can possibly improve the lot of the people. And most importantly, it's not always about financial gain. It's more about service and commitment. And I believe those two words, service and commitment, are the important things that this particular generation of leaders can learn from Auntie Julie Coker.
Auntie Julie Coker is a legend. She's known globally for being a legendary broadcaster in the business, from Nigeria to the UK to the US. She's had a history in her career of being someone that everyone looks up to. She started her career in the late 50s, and even in the 60s she met people like the late great President of the US, John Fitzgerald Kennedy, and she also met people like Muhammad Ali in her time. She's well known as not just a broadcaster, but a music artist and someone who has an album with an artist like Anderson .Paak, who sampled her song Erayon on his own album Saviour's Road a few years ago, something that got to #1 in the Billboard charts in the US. I know a lot about her. She's someone who has gone through life's tragedies, but through that she's become strong in the sense of running a charity like the Richard Coker Foundation, which was founded in 2004 on the passing of her beloved son Richard Coker Enahoro, and it's run by herself and my brother Baba Epega. They are the chair people of the whole foundation, and they forge a way to make people aware of sickle cell illness, something that affects so many people in the diaspora of Africa and people of African background, and some Asian people as well. And it's something that she's a very strong and vocal voice for, not just in the UK, not just in Nigeria, but all over the world. She's a relative of my mother's, and her son was our beloved cousin, so she's a great aunt to us. And in fact, like a mother, because on the passing of my late mother, Ibiene Adoke Epega, she became like a mother to us since 1992 and has been very close to all my family, myself, my sister Yewande, my brother Baba that I mentioned, and my daughter Dylan Ibiene. So it's something that I can say that she's very close to us, like a mother to us. Has in fact stood as a mother to us in many, many, many circumstances and life occasions. My memories of her go back to the first time I remember being at one of her shows, her 7-Up birthday party that used to be on Nigerian television. I remember attending that as a child, and it was a wonderful, wonderful experience, and something that I treasure very much so. You know, we shared so many wonderful memories with her. It's something that I just can't forget. And what legacy has she left in broadcasting? Her legacy is something you can't stop even, because it's something we all look up to. Most recently, this past April, we had a visit by Tom Parker Bowles, the son of Queen Camilla of the United Kingdom, who came to Lagos to take part in the food festival, GT Bank. And he spent time with Auntie Julie. We introduced him to Auntie Julie, and he was thrilled when we told him of her background and who she was. And it was something like meeting the equivalent of Elizabeth Taylor of Nigeria. She has left a brilliant legacy, not just in broadcasting, but in film, in her mentoring, in a legacy that goes back to even working with the late Orlando Martins, who was a great uncle to us and the first African actor to carve out a career in Hollywood. Orlando Martins was somebody she worked with over at NTA in the early 70s. Her legacy for Nigerian women, I would say, is that she's somebody we can look up to. She's somebody that we can regard. And we have great people like Sade Adu, who's the greatest singer of all time, I must say. But someone like Auntie Julie is somebody we can forge a career and look to her if we want our own career in broadcasting, in marketing, in entertainment, in public speaking, because she's just brilliant. And for all Nigerian women, she's somebody that we can all look up to and really admire, because when you think of great women of Nigeria, like her niece, Senator Daisy Danjuma, she's in that scope of people that we look up to and say, yes, you know, someone that she can be a guiding light. Because like I say, my late mother, Ibiene Adokia Pega, was very close to her, and they were like sisters. And so for me, when I see her, I see a mother figure. And what the government should do, in finality of this discussion, is to give a Julie Coker Day. Why don't we have a Julie Coker holiday? I think it would be wonderful for the government in Nigeria to give up a day, a media day, where people get introduced to broadcasting the history of Nigeria, influence in the arts, because we're doing so well. I mean, we have great artists to this day. We have people like Burna Boy, we have Davido, we have actors, Chiwetel Ejiofor in Hollywood, you know, we have Davido Yelowo, we have wonderful talent, and people like Auntie Julie paved the way.
I retired as the Director of Public Prosecutions of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and later served as Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in Lagos State. It dates back 50, 60 years ago. We were young, we were just starting life. Then later she lived close to me. She's super. Her nickname is JC. JC, Julie Coker, superstar. Not in the sense of acting on it, but because she's a unique person, a woman of empathy and concern for others' well-being. And she's very truthful and loyal, which are rare qualities in around today. She's a very, very sincere person. If Julie tells you she's with you, you have nothing to worry about. You can't doubt her sincerity. We've had high and downs, and we've been there for one another, which is what life is all about. Julie has climbed so many heights and smashed so many glass, but she doesn't carry it as an ego. She's one of us. She's real. And whatever has happened to Julie in life has not weighed her down, has not stopped her from being who she is, which is a great talent, a great virtue, a great quality. That's what I like about her. She's not one of these people who worship for the sake of worshiping. She's of true faith. Easygoing. She comes and goes with a clean heart. How many people do that today? How many people have been through what Julie has been through and still the same loyal, friendly, happy, easygoing person? Not many. She's received so many knocks, but she comes out in flying colors.
This documentary is a recount of her rise to stardom from a harsh start of life, which teaches us that with determination, perseverance, and aid of helpers, anyone can reach his or her divine destiny. She surmounted all the barriers that would otherwise have put down or derail the faint-hearted. In summary, this documentary teaches us that with doggedness, ability, creativity, and integrity, we can reach for the stars. Julie Coker is an inspiration not only to broadcasters, but to all aspiring broadcasters. Life is an epigram, a vital spark, a quest, a solemn message to the world. We must do everything within our power to leave the industry better than we meet it.